What's up?
Hello everyone, good morning.
And somebody, I think what's wrong with me ना, सत्यांशु, 4 देव, भाई मंदिर अंदर जरूर बनवा देना यार. वैसे कुछ लोग बोल तो रहे थे सबकी फोटोज रखने से परसेंटाइल बढ़ रही है, पर बाकी पता नहीं. हाँ,
और कैट से पहले बनवा देना मंदिर, तभी कुछ फायदा होगा कैट में, अदरवाइज फायदा नहीं होगा.
नहीं मंदिर तो बाद में भी बनवा सकते हैं.
बाय द वे एक देव आज मिसिंग है ना, 3 देव तो है ही हैं.
सत्यांशु
नहीं वो क्या हुआ था, एक तो स्थूल शरीर
उनका
सूक्ष्म शरीर में हमारे साथ.
So friends, welcome all of you once again in another marathon just before CAT examination. All of you must be anxious. There is no point in being anxious right now. Just attend this marathon completely and solve all the questions and everything will be good.
Yeah, good morning everyone once again. So we had this marathon a few days back as well. We had a marathon like this last year too, and what we have seen that it has brought tremendous change in the scores of the students, what we got to know later on, because ultimately we just try to discuss all those kind of questions here which are most expected ones from the exams perspective, and the purpose is that only कि सिर्फ questions नहीं, questions के through कुछ concept भी साथ साथ cover होते रहें, कुछ revision भी होता रहे, and if you sit for complete 8 hours with us, I'm sure that this is going to bring a big positive change in your scores at the end of it.
And students have been telling us every year after the marathon their motivation has increased, the momentum has been retained by them, and they are able to deliver whatever they have learned in all these lectures as well as marathon in the actual CAT examination.
वैसे भी I think this is the best time to go for this marathon. The exam is very near now.
Yes.
The World Cup is also over, so we don't have anything else to do.
No distractions at all.
No, moreover, I mean, studying alone and then studying with us is, at least I think if you have to choose, studying with us is anyway better. You would have to spend less of your brain now. You can save that for the exam then.
Bhagat Singh is saying, sir, final innings के लिए तैयारी करा दो.
बिल्कुल. That's the whole plan.
Yes, so this will be a final push.
So absolutely. For a day, we expect you to be Australia on the D-Day, not as India. So in the heart, it must be India, but just perform like Australia on the D-Day. And we have to prepare for that. The way they were also prepared. So यही मान के चलिए यहाँ भी हम लोगों को उसी तरह की preparation करनी है. What all challenges the exam can throw upon us. So we just have to deal with all of them. And today we have to actually prepare ourselves for all those challenges. That's what we are going to do. And we assume कि अगर हमारे साथ पूरा दिन आज रहोगे तो शायद बाकी जो कंपटीशन है उससे कुछ स्टेप्स तो आगे निकल ली जाओगे कम से कम साथ बैठ के.
So let's start.
So I think we can start now.
Yes. So already we have displayed first question.
Yes, without any delay, I think we don't need to do anything else, है ना? तो सीधा स्टार्ट करते हैं.
So एक बार थोड़ा सा एजेंडा बता देते हैं आज का, हाँ ब्रीफ कर देते हैं. So first of all, we'll start with quant plus LRDI. So we'll be solving some questions of quant, around 8 to 10 questions, and then we'll be having 2 or 3 sets of DILR. A small break of 1 minute will be followed by verbal RC. So Vikrant sir will be coming here and will be helping you. Will be solving some VARC questions.
जो VARC में करते हैं.
So मेरे को नहीं पता, मैं अंगूठा छापूं VARC में. सबको पता है, विक्रांत सर को पता है, वो बहुत है. Then विक्रांत सर के बाद
मुझे भी क्वांट का X आज तक नहीं मिला.
क्वांट का X नहीं मिला. So विक्रांत सर की प्रेजेंस के बाद विक्रांत सर will be here for somewhere around 2.5, 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours. जब तक तुम बैठे हो तब तक विक्रांत सर है. Then after Vikrant sir is over, then both of us will come back again and we'll solve some more questions of quant and LRDI. All right. So over to Saral sir.
ठीक है जी, स्टार्ट करते हैं. अभी कुछ लोग क्या वर्ल्ड कप वगैरह के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, हार्ट ब्रेक हो गया, ये हो गया, वो हो गया. डोंट वरी अबाउट इट नाउ. सो एज आई सेड, इसको भी वर्ल्ड कप मान के चलो, बट वी जस्ट हैव टू परफॉर्म लाइक ऑस्ट्रेलिया रादर देन इंडिया. आई थिंक देन दैट हार्ट ब्रेक वुड नॉट बी देयर फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. अभी मॉक देने वाला था, लगता है अब कल देना पड़ेगा. सही है, कल ही देना. मतलब यस, शायद उससे आपको आइडिया भी मिल जाएगा कि इस मैराथन से कितना फर्क पड़ा है आपके स्कोर्स एटसेट्रा पे. How much can average guy increase with this marathon? So Vikas, I think you would be a better judge for that. Of course, we would always be speaking positively about it. मतलब अब उसके बाद आपको लगेगा यार आप तो बोलोगे ही. So ultimately, I think either those people can tell you who attended this marathon last year, or those people who attended a few days back when we had a small marathon, mini marathon of 4 hours, ठीक है? But I'm sure it is going to be pretty useful. Just stay with us for these 8 hours. Whatever we are going to do, it's completely relevant and authentic from exams perspective. It's going to be useful for all of you for sure. नवीन सर नहीं आएंगे अनफॉर्चुनेटली. नवीन सर आज सूक्ष्म रूप से हमारे साथ रहेंगे, उनके कुछ क्वेश्चंस वगैरह हमारे साथ हैं, लेकिन वो आपको सामने दिखाई नहीं देंगे. फोटो है, आपको फोटो दिखता रहेगा उनका. ओके, सो एक्स ना ही मिले तो बढ़िया है सर. ठीक है सुशील, चलो एक्स को छोड़ते हैं, वाई पे आते हैं. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद दैट नाउ. ओके, सो विदाउट एनी फर्दर डिले शुरू करते हैं आज का सेशन हम लोगों का. सो स्ट्रेट अवे विद द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ऑन योर स्क्रीन शुरू कीजिए. तरीका वही रहेगा. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू ऑल वुड ट्राई, प्लीज ट्राई टू गिव द आंसर्स एज वेल. एंड आई रिपीट, कोशिश हम लोगों की आज भी यही रहेगी that when we are doing a question, it's not only about that particular question. Whatever concepts we can discuss with that particular question, we will be doing that. और आपको कहीं पर कुछ लगता है which you want to discuss, just tell me, we will be discussing that as well. Okay? Let's start with this first question. Sum of the squares of 10 consecutive natural numbers is 4300 less than sum of the squares of next 10 consecutive natural numbers. What is the smallest number among all these numbers? Start with this. कुछ आंसर्स आएंगे, उसके बाद हम लोग शुरू कर देंगे इसके बारे में बात करना.
Friends, we have more than 75 students who are watching live, but I can see very less number of likes. So, come on, quickly like this session and gain something out of it.
Any answer to start with? Then we shall start discussing the questions. In all these classes, we always find some people who are extremely sharp and they answer very fast. I'm expecting some people here also, they can answer this question real fast. Okay, no idea. Star. Shrenik says 5. Okay. Start. Okay. Shashank Pratap is saying 9. So till now we have got two answers. One is from Shrenik, one is from Shashank. Okay, let's start then. Okay. See, I don't say that this question was worth doing in a minute or 2 minutes. So I've started in 2 minutes. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कितने टाइम में हो जाना चाहिए था. Slightly difficult question, but as I said before, कि पर्पस सिर्फ क्वेश्चन को डिस्कस करना नहीं है. पर्पस ये भी है that through that question we can discuss some of the concepts. So क्वेश्चन थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट भी हो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Probably in the exam time I might leave this question. ठीक है, क्योंकि बहुत लेंदी बनेगा, लेकिन यहां का पर्पज है उसके थ्रू जो भी 3-4 चीजें हम लोग और सीख सकते हैं वो सब सीख जाएं, उसके बारे में हम लोग यहां बात करेंगे. सो सोनाली ऑल्सो गॉट हैज आंसर ऑफ 9, लक्ष्मी गॉट 11, श्वेता सिंह हैज गॉट 9. पुष्कर कुछ कह रहे हैं, डेफिनेटली दिस मैराथन विल बी बेनिफिशियल फॉर अस बिकॉज लास्ट ईयर बिना प्रेप के मैंने 55 परसेंटाइल लिए. जस्ट वॉच्ड दिस मैराथन. आई मीन इट्स अ गुड कॉम्प्लीमेंट फॉर अस. पुष्कर, थैंक यू. अंजिला हैज गॉट 9, सत्यांशु हैज गॉट 9. चलिए देखते हैं क्या आता है. Sum of the squares of 10 consecutive natural numbers is 4300 less than sum of the squares of next 10 consecutive natural numbers. Let us first take 10 consecutive natural numbers. So they are, let's say, a plus 1, a plus 2, a plus 3, so on and so forth, up to a plus 10. Right? But this is the common mistake. As I said, हम लोग वो सारी बातें करेंगे जो common mistakes भी होती हैं. ये आप में से काफी लोगों ने शायद किया हो कि जब 10 नंबर्स लिखते हैं स्टार्टिंग विद a plus 10 तक जाते हैं, बट एक्चुअली दीज आर 11 नंबर्स. ध्यान से देखिएगा, ये 11 नंबर्स हैं, 10 नहीं है। a+1 से स्टार्ट करते तो a+10 10th होता, अगर आप a से स्टार्ट करोगे तो ये आपका 11th नंबर हो जाता है। द लास्ट वन शुड बी इक्वल टू 9। सो आई डिलिबरेटली रोट इट सो दैट यू कैन जस्ट गेट दीज काइंड ऑफ मिस्टेक्स एंड गेट देम आउट ऑफ योर वे, राइट। ये आपके एग्जाम टाइम पे नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये आप सबको ध्यान रखना है। सो इट मस्ट गो अप टू a+9। That means the next series now it's going to start from a+10, then a+11, and then a+12, so on and so forth. It will go up to a plus. Now till what point it will go? a+10 से शुरू हो रहा है तो a+19 तक जाएगा, 20 तक नहीं, ठीक है। वही कॉमन मिस्टेक्स कि 10 से 20 तक हम 10 नंबर गिन लेते हैं, 10 से 20 तक 11 नंबर्स होते हैं। These kind of mistakes we have to take care of. Question says that their squares, when their squares are added, and their squares, when their squares are added, they differ by 4300. This is what the question is telling us. So one way is that I can write all the things in terms of a, I mean I just have to subtract this first sum from second term. तो सोच के देखिए क्या आएगा, a+10 square minus a square. a+10 square होता है a square plus 100 plus 20a. When I subtract it, a square and a square would cancel out and I would get 100 plus 2a. I will get 100 plus 2a. Similarly, a+11 square, it is a square plus 121 plus 22a. And when I subtract a+1 square from that, a+1 square is a square plus 1 plus 2a. A square and a square would again cancel out. 22a minus 2a is again 20a, but 121 minus 1 is 120. So initially I got 100 plus 20a, sorry, 20a. And now I have got 120 plus 20. Let's go to the third one now. Now a+12 square. a+12 square is a square plus 144 plus 24a. Here I have a+2 square, which is a square plus 4 plus 4a. Once again, when I subtract a square and a square cancel out, 144 minus 4 is 140 plus 24a minus 4a, that is equal to 20a. I think now I have got the pattern, right? अब मुझे पैटर्न दिख रहा होगा यहाँ पे 100 plus 20a, 120 plus 20a, 140 plus 20a, और अगर यही चलेगा 10 टाइम्स तक, वो डिफरेंस आपका 4300 के इक्वल आए। So ultimately I'm getting 28, 28, 28 10 times, which is 200a plus 100, 120, 140, 160, and there are 10 such terms. How do you find the sum of these 10 terms? One way, you take 100 common. Sorry, 100, 100 plus 20, 100 plus 40, make it an AP series. AP series बना के सम ले सकते हो, एक तरीका तो आपके पास ये है। या फिर आप 20 कॉमन ले सकते हो सब में से, 20 कॉमन लेके 5, 6, 7, 8 की फिर एक AP सीरीज बनेगी, उसका सम निकाल सकते हो। दैट्स कंप्लीटली अप टू यू कि आप कैसे सम निकालते हो। लेकिन ये चीज मैं आपको सबको बता दूं, AP सीरीज में देयर इज अ फॉर्मूला, यू ऑल मस्ट हैव हर्ड ऑफ इट प्रोबब्ली बिफोर एज वेल। AP सीरीज में द मिडिल टर्म इज द एवरेज ऑफ द सीरीज, राइट। तो अगर आप 100 से शुरू कर रहे हो तो 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200 ऐसे करके सम चलेगा। व्हाट विल बी द मिडिल टर्म? 10 टर्म्स आर देयर, सो 1 2 3 4 5। फिफ्थ और सिक्स्थ टर्म का जो एवरेज होगा दैट विल बी द एवरेज ऑफ द सीरीज। फिर बताओ, AP सीरीज के अंदर द एवरेज ऑफ द मिडिल 2 टर्म्स, अगर इवन टर्म्स है तो, ऑड टर्म्स है तो मिडिल टर्म वुड बी द एवरेज। Otherwise, if even number of terms are there, the average of the middle 2 is the average of whole series. तो इन दोनों का एवरेज क्या आएगा? 190. And there are 10 terms, so 190 into 10 is 1900. So 200a plus 1900 is equal to 4300, or 200a is equal to 4300 minus 1900, which is equal to 2400. Right? तो ये कैंसल आउट हो गया मेरे पास और a की वैल्यू 12 आ जा रही है। That means the question is asking you what is the smallest number among all these numbers. That smallest number is equal to 12, and 12 is the right answer, which has been given by Kota Harish. I don't see any other, है ना?
Yes.
Many of you have given the answer as 9. I don't know what mistake have you made, but many people said 9. Probably if you said 9, you might have made this mistake of writing a+10 at the end. That might be the reason. अब हमने चेक नहीं करा, शायद हो सकता है वो करने से ऐसा आता हो। So that is the right answer for this question, which is equal to 12. I hope you all have got it. This is one way of doing it, where I'm taking the numbers as a+1, a+2, a+3, so on and so forth. अगर आप ऐसे लेके चल रहे हो तो इसको एक जेनेरिक तरीका बोल सकते हैं, एक जनरल तरीका है क्वेश्चंस को सॉल्व करने का।
सर इनका डिफरेंस लेना था हमें,
बिल्कुल।
a+1 होल स्क्वायर एंड अगर मैं a+11 को लिख देता हूँ a+1 + 10 होल स्क्वायर, राइट? तो a+1 स्क्वायर कैंसिल आउट हो जाएगा।
Absolutely.
तो जो रिमेनिंग टर्म है, रिमेनिंग पार्ट है वो आ जाएगा,
दैट इज 100।
100 + 2ab, दैट इज
20 times of a.
20a + 20, so 120 + 2a।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये ऐसे भी आ सकता है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। Okay, now there is something else as well which I want to discuss in this question, and that something else is that what if I do not take A and I start with something like 1 2 3? What happens then? Let's just have a look at this. 1 2
Wait.
3.
I'll give you a disclaimer before Saral sir is telling this method. So be very attentive because this method is very important and it can save plenty of time not only in this question but at a lot of places. Okay, so be attentive and listen.
See, this is just a way of doing questions. The way we have discussed before as well. हम लोग हमेशा बात करते हैं visualization के बारे में, तो वो visualization हम लोगों के लिए बहुत important हो जाती है. If you use that, it will become easy for you. Oh yes, Shahbaz, as you are saying that the formula to find the sum of n squares is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6. That can be done, but you will be able to do that for the first part. ठीक है. मोर ओवर वो फॉर्मूला तब होता है जब आप 1 से ही स्टार्ट करते हैं नंबर्स को. इट कांट स्टार्ट फ्रॉम एनी पॉइंट. तो उसमें आपको प्रॉब्लम ये आ जाएगी दैट फर्स्ट केस में अगर आप यूज भी कर रहे हैं, फाइंड द टोटल सम माइनस द सम ऑफ फर्स्ट a minus 1 स्क्वायर्स.
ये फॉर्मूला 4 बार यूज करना पड़ेगा
और बहुत मुश्किल होगा यूज करना. सो इन माय ओपिनियन प्रोबेबली दैट्स नॉट द राइट वे ऑफ डूइंग इट. द अदर वन, नाउ ध्यान से देखिए, 1 स्क्वायर 11 स्क्वायर, दे डिफर बाय 121 minus 1 स्क्वायर, दैट इज 120. 2 square 12 square, 144 minus 4 which is 140. 13 square 3 square, they differ by 169 minus 9, that is 160. I'm sure ये समझ आ जाती है कि ठीक है 120 140 160 चल रहा है. So let's go up to last, that is 20 square 400 minus 100 square which is equal to 300. We have got an AP series. Okay, if I am talking about the first 10 numbers एंड द नेक्स्ट 10 नंबर्स, उनके स्क्वायर्स का डिफरेंस अगर हम लोगों ने लिया है तो वो मेरे पास ये आ रहा है. लेट्स ऐड ऑल ऑफ देम. ठीक है, वंस अगेन इसका एवरेज आएगा 120 140 160 180 200 और 220, उनके बीच में 210, तो 210 दैट इज 2100. ऑल दीज एड अप टू 2100. नाउ जस्ट पे अटेंशन टू वन मोर पार्ट. अगर मैं पहले 10 नंबर लेता और उससे जस्ट नेक्स्ट 10 लेता, स्क्वायर्स के डिफरेंसेस लेता, इट वुड हैव बीन 2100. राइट, ध्यान से सुनना मेरी बात. अब ये अगर मैं ये हटा देता हूं और यहां से 11 और 21 और ले लेता हूं, हाउ मच डिफरेंस वुड दैट मेक? ध्यान से देखना. तो यहां से 120 हट जाएगा और 320 आ जाएगा. कहना है माय सम वुड इंक्रीज बाय 200, इट विल बिकम 2300. आई होप यू ऑल आर गेटिंग माय पॉइंट. मतलब मैं अगर पहले 10 ना लेके पहला हटा के नेक्स्ट 10 ले रहा हूं तो 120 हट के 320 एक्स्ट्रा आया, माय सम इंक्रीजेस बाय 200. अगर एक और नेक्स्ट लूंगा तो 140 हट के 340 आ जाएगा, फिर से 200 का इंक्रीज और फिर से 200 का इंक्रीज होकर इट विल बिकम 2500. तो एवरी टाइम आई जस्ट शिफ्ट द होल सीरीज बाय 1, द सम इंक्रीजेस बाय 200. मुझे 2100 को कितना बनाना है? आई हैव टू मेक इट 4300. दैट मींस आई हैव टू इंक्रीज इट बाय 2200. मतलब मुझे 11 टाइम्स शिफ्ट करनी पड़ेगी सीरीज. आई होप यू आर गेटिंग माय पॉइंट. ये 200 200 200 करके मुझे कितने बार आगे चलना पड़ेगा? 11 टाइम्स. और अगर आप 1 से 11 टाइम्स आगे चले जाओगे तो आपकी सीरीज 12 से शुरू होगी.
11 टर्म्स कैंसिल करनी पड़ेंगी.
11 टर्म्स कैंसिल होगी, 12 से सीरीज शुरू होगी. दैट मींस द स्मॉलेस्ट नंबर दैट यू वुड बी हैविंग इज 12. तो अब आपके पास 12 से 21 आर द फर्स्ट 10 नंबर्स जिनके स्क्वायर्स का सम, और नेक्स्ट 10 नंबर्स उनके स्क्वायर्स का सम. पक्का डिफरेंस 4300 आएगा. वंस अगेन वी आर एबल टू डू द क्वेश्चन विदाउट एनी वेरिएबल, जस्ट बाय विजुअलाइजिंग थिंग्स अ लिटिल बिट. कि अगर मैं 1 से शुरू करता तो 200 कितना कितना डिफरेंस आ रहा है, और हर बार पीछे से एक हटाया आगे वाला ऐड किया, फिर पीछे से हटाया आगे वाला ऐड किया. एवरी टाइम इट इज इंक्रीजिंग बाय 200. टू मेक इट 4300 आई हैव टू इंक्रीज इट बाय 2200. 2200 का मतलब 200 इज इंक्रीज्ड 11 टाइम्स, और 11 टाइम्स बढ़ने का मतलब आपने पिछली 11 टर्म्स को रिजेक्ट करके 12 से स्टार्ट किया. दैट गिव्स मी द आंसर. एवरेज विल बी 210 और 2100. एवरेज विल बी 210 ध्रुव, लेकिन सम तो 2100 आएगा ना. आई एम लुकिंग एट द सम ऑफ ऑल दीज नंबर्स. जो डिफरेंसेस का सम है वो डिफरेंसेस का सम आएगा एवरेज इनटू द नंबर ऑफ टर्म्स. एवरेज 210, नंबर ऑफ टर्म्स 10, तो 210 into 10 is 2100. Okay. I hope you all have got it. So I'll move ahead to the next question. So the next question on your screen is here now. Let's try this question as well. फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, सिर्फ क्वेश्चन पे ध्यान मत देना. वी हैव टू लर्न अ लॉट थ्रू देम. जैसे अभी पिछले में हमने क्या सीखा कि हमारे पास एवरेज निकालना एक बहुत सही तरीका है एपी सीरीज के सम निकालने का. Second thing that we learned, right? Without a variable, we are just shifting the series. How do we get the sum? So these can be used in other questions as well. That's what we have to learn. Here's the next question. Please do it. Try. थोड़ा छोटा नहीं इसका फोन, थोड़ा बड़ा करना चाहिए. अरे इसमें एक उसका तरीका होता है ना, जूम का नहीं वो उसमें था शायद.
Sorry. ये जब
तो बेटर ये
I think visible है छोटी स्क्रीन पे भी. In the lectures, we have done plenty of questions which are similar to this question. And I think जिसने progressions chapter एक बार किया उसने इस type के questions
पक्का ही किया होगा.
Not exactly this type. ये थोड़ा सा different है, but still.
I'm sure you are able to see all the numbers. If you are not, let me just repeat it for you. 1/3 plus 2/21 plus 3/91 plus 4/273. The sum is up to 10 terms. Can we have some answers? Saral sir, mind is not working from 3 days because of Heartbreak World Cup. Mohan, you have to come out of it. Of course, it was a heartbreak for everyone. But ultimately, it's a game. Whoever plays better wins the game. Simple.
And I tell them to focus on their game, which is on
Absolutely.
26th of November. They are participating in that game. So please don't lose that game.
Yes, Krish Modi, you are right. Absolutely correct. Shweta Singh has given the first answer. That's good, Shweta. Very good. Jayant also have given an answer. Very good, Jayant. Keep one thing in mind. This topic is the second most important topic in CAT, algebra. And this is something that we have been just neglecting like anything. Probably we do not like it much, because of that we do so. But this is the opportunity for us to learn all these things. Let's start doing it then. So now, 1/3, 2/21, 3/91, 4/273. I'll have to break these, otherwise I won't be able to get this sum, right? So, 3 is 3, but what is 21? When you look at 21, the first thing that comes to our mind is 3 into 7. Similarly, when you look at 91, the first thing that comes to our mind is 7 into 13. 7 into 13 is 91. And if you would have seen an AGP series, you must have seen that in an AGP series, the sum can always be calculated only when one of the terms from here is common in the next one. So this 7 is common with this term, that 3 is common with this term, This 13 must be common with this 273, and you will see that 273 is nothing but 13 into 21. So ultimately you can say it is 1 by 1 into 3 plus 2 by 3 into 7 plus 3 by 7 into 13 plus 4 by 13 into 21, and that ways we have to go up to 10 terms. We have to find the sum of a total of 10 terms. What next? How do we deal with these kind of questions? If you would have seen it before, 1 by a into a plus k, it can be written as 1 by a minus 1 by a plus k. The only thing is the difference of a and k comes outside. Okay, you can of course do this. If you take an LCM, it comes a into a plus k, and in the numerator you'll be having a plus k minus a. So ultimately it becomes k by a into a plus k. So k cancels out with 1 by k, and you get ultimately this. That's what we have to do here as well. 1 by 1 into 3, it can be written as 1 by 1 minus 1 by 3, but the difference of 1 and 3, that is 2, will come outside. 1 by 3 into 7 is 1 by 3 minus 1 by 7, but difference of 3 and 7, 4 will come outside, but I also have 2 in the numerator. Ultimately it will become 2 by 4. In the third term, 1 by 7 into 13 is 1 by 7 minus 1 by 13. 6 would come outside, the difference of the 2, but 3 is there in the numerator, and that way this series would go on. Now there is 1 by 2, 2 by 4 is again 1 by 2, 3 by 6 is again 1 by 2. So ultimately it's like 1 by 2 into 1 by 1 minus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3 minus 1 by 7 plus 1 by 7 minus 1 by 13, and so on and so forth. This is how the series would go on up to 10 terms. Now the next challenge is, what is the 10th term? Right? Agla challenge है 10th term मिली और काम खत्म हुआ. So how would we get the 10th term? Let's have a look at this as well. To get the 10th term, I'm saying, let's start from here. 1, and then the next term has 3 in it. Then the next term has 7 in it. Next term has 13 in it. So it is like a series of 1, 3, 7, 13, and they all differ by even numbers. 2, 4, 6, next would be 21, that is 8. So वैसे तो 10 ही terms हैं. मैं सीधा बोलूंगा लिख दो यार, कितना टाइम लगता है उसमें. 1, 3, 7, 13, 21, 8 ऐड हुआ था, 10 ऐड होगा, 31 होगा, 12 ऐड होगा, 43 होगा, 14 ऐड होगा, 57 होगा, 16 ऐड होगा, 73 होगा, 18 ऐड होगा, इसमें 91 बनेगा. So this would be the 10th term. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes sir. लिख ही डालो. और अगर नहीं लिखना चाह रहे हो, मान लीजिए 50 terms होती तो क्या करते? So 1 is being added with 2, 4, 6, 8. So 1 में आप 2 ऐड करोगे तो second term आएगी. 2 plus 4 ऐड करोगे तो third term आएगी. 2 plus 4 plus 6 is added, it gives you fourth term. So basically if you add n minus 1 terms of this series in 1, you get the nth term of this series. And what are these? These are all even numbers. What is the sum of first n even numbers? N into n plus 1. N into n plus 1. तो अगर 2, 4, 6 सेट करके मैं 9 टर्म्स ऐड करूंगा, वो बनेगा 9 into 9 plus 1, 90. 90 plus 1 is 91. मान लीजिए मुझे 20th टर्म चाहिए थी, तो मुझे इस सीरीज की 19 टर्म्स ऐड करनी पड़ती. 19 terms would be 19 into 20, 380. 380 plus 1 would be 381. So I can straight away say that this would be the 20th term of the series. This is the 10th term of the series. कोई भी चाहिए वो मिल जाएगी. Now at the end, what will be the term now? This 10th term is going to be, अब 1, 2, 3, 4 चल रहा है तो 10th term में ऊपर 10 आएगा. नीचे 10th term में पहला term 91 आएगा, and you will always see the difference between them is double of it. Difference between them is double of it. तो 10 का double 20 का difference, that means it is going to be 111. Our 10th term is going to be 10 by 91 into 111. So ये बन जाएगा आपका 1 by 91 minus 1 by 111. All of them would cancel out. I'll just be left with 1 by 2 into 1 by 1 minus 1 by 111, which is 55 by 111. I already see that 2 people have given the right answer for this, Sthita and Harshindal, which is brilliant, guys. I would say it's not an easy question to do, but still, if you have got the right answer, this is very, very good. 55 by 111 is the right answer for this question. Things to learn. As I again say, it's not important that what is this question, are we able to do this question or not. ये important नहीं है. सीखने की चीज क्या है? एक तो ये 1 by a into a plus k is 1 by k times of 1 by a minus 1 by a plus k. Second, when you write terms like these, they all would cancel out. This gives you the first term minus the last term only, which makes your question easy. Third, how do I get the nth term of this series? This is also something that you have to learn. These are 2-3 things that we have to learn here. Through that, you can understand the question. Okay? I'm sure now it is clear to all of you. Yes, Anu, I'm sure it is understood. Yes, Hitansh, as I said, not the question. Question important नहीं. Concept. वो सीखना है, वो हम लोगों ने सीख लिया है. I'll move on to the next question. Question number 3 on your screen is here. Let's try and answer this question. The easy one.
Easy one.
Third one. Two. Easiest.
ये मैंने orally किया था. Try. ये तो हो ही गया.
But that's a very common mistake what you did now. मतलब
बिल्कुल.
बहुत common होती
देखते हैं अभी
है.
कितने लोग करते हैं. कम ही लोग करेंगे.
करोगे? आओ. आपको
Up till now, nobody has answered. I believe the last two questions, question number 1 and question number 2, were like much more difficult than this one. I'm expecting an answer of this question from like at least some of you. Sthita, Harsh, Sonali, Angela, Satyanshu, Bhagat Singh. Okay, so Sthita says answer is 0. स्थिता एक बार दोबारा चेक करो. Shashank Pratap Singh, 2 is the answer. Samruddhi says 4 is the answer. Sonali says 0 is the answer. So now we are getting some answers. Now you are given an equation, x square plus y square minus 4x plus 6y minus 48 is equal to 0, and x and y are integers. Now one small mistake probably you would have done is you would have considered probably x and y as positive integers. Okay, so just check your mistake. So a lot of you are giving 2 as the answer. Then how many values of x into y are possible? So basically I have to find out different pairs of values for x and y, and that probably will give me my answer. Now looking at this equation, x square plus y square minus 4x plus 6y minus 48, the first step that that will come into our mind is making this or converting this expression on the left hand side in terms of perfect square. So I'll combine x square and minus 4x. So I can write it as x square minus 4x. To make it a perfect square, I will need plus 4 and I'll subtract 4. All right. Okay. So x square minus 4x is taken care of. Next is y square plus 6y. So next part, y square plus 6y. Now to convert it into a perfect square, coefficient of y is 6, half of 6 is 3. So add 3 square, which is 9, and subtract the same number. Okay, and then minus 48 as it is, equal to 0. So the first part, it will become x plus 4, x square plus 4 minus 4x, that is x minus 2, whole square, that is this part. Then this part will be y plus 3 whole square. And then minus 4, minus 9 and minus 48. Now minus 4, minus 9 and minus 48 will become minus 61. So I'll take it on the right hand side and I'll equate it to 61. Okay. Now this is a perfect square. This is a perfect square because x and y both are integers. The sum of two perfect squares, I need it to be 61. So I'll write some perfect squares starting from 1. So 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49. I'll not go beyond, I'll not write 64 because I need the sum which is less than 64. So I'll stop here. Now select any two random numbers from these 7 numbers such that their sum is 61. Okay. Now this can be done only in one way. 25 and 36. Right? 25 and 36. So 61 can be written as 25 plus 36, or I can write it the other way around as well, as in 36 plus 25. Now what is 25? 25 is the square of 5, 36 is the square of 6. So I can say that this number x minus 2 can be 5 and this number y plus 3 can be 6. And I can interchange them, right? And I'll get the answer. So this is one small mistake that some of you have done. Now 25 is not the square of 5 only, but it is also the square of minus 5. Okay? So 25 is the square of 5 as well as minus 5. 36 is the square of 6 as well as minus 6. So how many cases can I make? So I can say that if x minus 2 is 5, y plus 3 can be 6. Okay, one case. Then corresponding to 5 and 6, I can make 4 cases with the help of positive and negative signs. So both positive. One of them, that is this part is positive, the other part is negative. So x minus 2 is 5, x plus 3 is 6. X minus 2 can be 5. X plus 3 can be minus 6. Then x minus 2 can be minus 5. This can be plus 6 and minus 5 minus 6. Okay. Now corresponding to these values, these 4 cases, we will have 4 different set of values of x and y. Okay. Now I need how many possible x into y will be there. ठीक है. So randomly लिख सकते हो. Fine. बट यहाँ पे x और y की वैल्यू कैलकुलेट कर लेते हैं. x minus 2 अगर 5 होगा, then in that case x will be equal to 7. Then if x plus 3 is 6, sorry, y plus 3 is 6, so the value of y will be equal to 3. So these are the first set of values of x and y. Then next, for this case, let's write the values. It will be 7 minus 9. For the next one, minus 3 comma 3, and then for the next one it will be minus 3 and minus 9. So these are 4 set of values of x and y. Correspondingly you can calculate the values of x multiply y. Now apart from this, if I'll interchange these two, then it will all again give me a sum of 61. So I can say that x minus 2, I can start this with plus 6 and y plus 3 with plus 5. Okay, so let's make 4 more cases. So x minus 2 and y plus 3. So I'm saying that x minus 2 can be 6 and y plus 3 can be 5. Then 6 minus 5, minus 6 plus 5, minus 6 minus 5. Correspondingly, you will get again another 4 different set of values. So 4 and 4, there will be 8 different set of values for x and y. That will give me 8 possible values for the product of x and y. All right. So the correct answer is 8 now. Now, after I have told you, some of you have changed your answer. Shahbaz, Munawar, C, Vikas and Vijay. You all have made a correction. But before that, most of you are getting 2 as the answer or maximum 4 as the answer, but actually the answer will be 8. Okay, a lot of you have committed this mistake. So there will be 8 different values. The correct answer will be 8. Let's move on to question number 4. A very easy question. You must have done this type of question a lot of times. Question number 4, read it carefully. इसमें सम चेंज किया है।
हाँ, ये लेस देन 2000 हो गया ना।
ये क्या था?
पहले it was
कुछ फाइनाइट वैल्यू
448 something.
A upon 1 minus R वही करना है ना, लेस देन 2000 सबसे पहले तो R का वैल्यू क्या है 1/4 फिर A upon 3 होगा तो A का वैल्यू पता लग जाएगा बट चले से आएगा it will be less than 1500. एक तरीके से पूरा तरीके करना है less than 1500
मैं वैसे तो सीरियस देखा
आप लिख दो what can be the maximum number of terms. ठीक है, फिर तो हो जाएगा. Sarji, is it necessary to write cat? Oh, people, you must have seen Naveen sir now. So, encourage Naveen sir to write cat this year.
If you want, you may kill cat.
But, who was it? To write cat this year. Lipin has given the answer as 124. Vikas, you are partially correct, but we want what can be the maximum number of terms in the series which are integers. Sir, form fill किया है तो जरूर अटेम्प्ट करो. हाँ नवीन सर, पैसे वेस्ट हो जाएंगे. चलिए स्टार्ट करें. Anyone would like to give an answer for this? Lipin, 124 तो बहुत ज्यादा है. भगत सिंह लिख दे भाई, जिंदगी बदल जाएगी. लिपिन, नवीन सर की जिंदगी हर साल बदलती है. Okay, चलिए, people, come back to this question. Now, every term in an infinite GP, so it's an infinite GP, so I can write it as AR square. So AR square, AR cube, and so on up till infinity. Now, this is an infinite series. And they're talking about the sum. Now, do you all remember the sum of infinite number of terms in a GP? So sum till infinity, I'm writing it as A will be the first term divided by 1 minus R, where R is the common ratio. A will be the first term. Okay. So they are saying that every term in an infinite GP, let's consider this term. Every term in an infinite GP is 3 times the sum of all the terms, is 3 times the sum of all the terms that follow it. Okay. So the first term will be equal to 3 times the sum of all the remaining terms. Now, what are these remaining terms? These remaining terms also form a GP, where the first term is AR. Okay, so use this formula, first term, which is AR upon 1 minus R. Okay, simplify this, and A will get cancelled. The value of R you will get as 1 by 4. So R will be equal to 1 by 4. Done? Now, the question is, what can be the maximum number of terms in the series which are integers if the sum of the series is less than 2000? Now, sum of the series, which is A upon 1 minus R, I have the value of R, 1 minus 1 upon 4. This is given as less than 2000. Okay, so I can say that A will be less than 2000 into 3 by 4, that is 1500. So A is less than 1500. A का value 1500 से कम होगा, right? I hope all of you must have solved it up till this part. Answers आए हैं किसी के? स्थिता says 6, 6, 7, 5 यही answers हैं. Okay, so most common answer is I think 6 given by 2 people. नवीन सर कुछ अपना ही आंसर दे रहे हैं, n+1 स्टार. अब वो क्या है?
नहीं, वो उससे पहले कुछ लिखा है उन्होंने.
अच्छा नवीन सर
चेंज कर रहे हैं.
ओके, सो A is less than 1500. इतना समझ में आ गया हमें. ओके, नाउ वी हैव टू फाइंड आउट व्हाट कैन बी द मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ टर्म्स इन द सीरीज व्हिच आर इंटीजर्स. नाउ फर्स्ट टर्म इज लेस देन 1500. Second term will be first term divided by 4 because R is 1 by 4. The third term will be the first term divided by 16, that is 4 square. Next term will be first term divided by 4 cube, first term divided by 4 raised to the power 4, and so on. Okay, so this is how we'll be getting the terms. Now, less than 1500, if I'll get a number which is either a highest power of 4, a higher power of 4, or a multiple of that, okay, then we can say that the maximum number of terms in this case will be integers. So below 1500, what is the number having the highest power of 4? So let's check it out. 4 raised to the power 1 is 4, 4 square is 16, then 64, 4 cube, 4 raised to the power 4 is 256, 4 raised to the power 5 is 1024, 4 raised to the power 6 will be 4096, right? So I cannot go beyond 1500, so I'll stop here. So I can say that the first term of this series, can be 4 raised to the power 5. So 4 raised to the power 5 first term अगर मैं assume कर लेता हूं, then second term 4 raised to the power 5 divided by 4, that is 4 raised to the power 4. Next term will be 4 raised to the power 3, then 4 raised to the power 2, 4 raised to the power 1, 4 raised to the power 0, and then 1 upon 4, 1 upon 4 square, and so on. What was my question? It was, what can be the maximum number of terms in the series which are integers? So how many of these terms are integers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 6 terms are integers in this case, after which the 7th term will be a fraction. So answer here will be 6, or answer here should be 6, and 6 I believe सबने ही mostly लोगों ने यही आंसर दिया है. Okay, 6 is the correct answer. All right, so yes, 6 is the correct answer for this. Saral sir, any different method for this?
Okay, so what Gaurav sir did is the most, generic method of doing this question. Actually, any student should be trying with this method only. So
We'll say conventional method
of doing this question. Okay, so I'll try something now to just discuss something else. See, the point is, he says every term in infinite GP is equal to thrice the sum of all the terms. So we have first term of the series, second term of the series, third term of the series, fourth term of the series, fifth term, sixth term, seventh term, and we have a complete series over here. Every term is equal to thrice the sum of all the terms ahead, right? So my point is, let us say all these terms add up to a. So can I say this first term is 3a? If every term is thrice the sum of all the terms ahead. So first term के आगे जितनी भी terms हैं, let's say they all add up to a. So can I say first term will be thrice of that, which is equal to 3a, and sum of all the terms is equal to 4a, which should be less than 2000. So from here I can say a is less than 500. This is the first thing. Got it everyone? अगर इन सबका सम में a मान लेता हूं तो ये 3a बन जाएगा, 3a plus a 4a बन गया, 4a is less than 2000, which means a is less than 500. This is the first thing. Now what does it tell us? ये बता रहे हैं कि अगर मतलब पूरी सीरीज का सम 4a है तो फर्स्ट टर्म उसका 3/4 है और बाकियों का सम उसका 1/4 है, राइट? टोटल सम ऑफ द सीरीज इज 4a, so first term is 3a, that is 3/4 of 4a. So if sum of all these terms is a, ये भी तो इनफाइनाइट जीपी है जो बची हुई टर्म्स है, इनका सम अगर ये है तो पहली टर्म क्या आएगी इसकी 3/4 of that is 3a/4. तो जो बाकी बच जाएगा वो कितना बच जाएगा? That will be a/4. आई होप यू आर गेटिंग माई पॉइंट. वो फिर 1/4 हो जाएगा बार बार. तो यहां से दिख रहा है 1/4 हो रहा है. तो पहली टर्म 3 है, दूसरी क्या बनी 3a/4, तीसरी क्या बनेगी उसका भी 3/4 दैट इज इक्वल, सॉरी 1/4 दैट इज 3a/16. नेक्स्ट उसका भी 1/4 विच इज 3a/64. फिर उसका 1/4 दैट इज 3a/256. फिर उसका 1/4 दैट इज 3a डिवाइडेड बाय कितना आ जाएगा 1024. एंड दैट वेज द सीरीज वुड गो ऑन. एंड द क्वेश्चन इज आस्किंग यू कि कौन सी वैल्यू पे मेरे पास फाइनली जो है इट वुड बी एन इंटीजर. नाउ a शुड बी लेस देन 500, राइट? तो 3a शुड बी लेस देन 1500 और 3a अगर 1500 से कम है तो कब तक वो ऐसा रहेगा सच दैट दिस बिकम्स एन इंटीजर. सो टिल दिस पॉइंट दिस बिकम्स एन इंटीजर बिकॉज इफ आई टेक a एज अ मल्टीपल ऑफ 4. ठीक है सर, 5 आ रहे, 6 आ रही, 5 आ रही है,
6 तो है आपके सामने, 6 लिखी है.
1 2 3 4 5 6.
3a को अगर आप 1024 बना दो,
नहीं वो बनेगा नहीं ना.
हाँ वो बनेगा नहीं.
3 into 256 तक जाएगा ये. आई थिंक द आंसर शुड बी 5 या 6.
वहां पे 6 कैसे आया?
3 into a is integral 3a/4. तो बेसिकली a should be a multiple of 4. Sum of the series is less than 2000. Sum of the series 4a है, 4a should be, तो 5 नहीं आ रही है. I am getting 5.
5 आ रहा है.
Am I making some mistake here?
नहीं, अभी तक तो कोई मिस्टेक नहीं है.
Oh, 4a should be less than 2000.
a is less than 500.
Oh, I'm sorry. तो हम तो यहाँ तो फ्रैक्शन भी ले सकते हैं ना, एक तो
हाँ, a को हम फ्रैक्शन भी तो ले सकते हैं.
इस तरह का फ्रैक्शन भी ले सकते हैं ना जिससे कैंसिल आउट हो जाए मेरा. 3a should be less than 50. हाँ फ्रैक्शन ले सकता. ठीक है 6 है
3a 1024 होना
because 3a should be less than 1500, so 3a can be taken as 1024. I'm sorry, क्योंकि मैं सोच रहा हूं बार बार इंटीजर ही लेना मैं. So 3a can be equal to 1024. If 3a is 1024, all of these terms would be in integers and I would have 6 terms which are in integers. 6 is the correct answer. ठीक है. तो कहीं ना कहीं दिमाग में यही रहा कि a जो है वो इंटीजर होना चाहिए, which is not necessary. He never said this कि a का इंटीजर होना जरूरी है. Ultimately 3a should become an integer, so 6 is the answer. But I think ये थोड़ा सा छोटा तो हो जाता है उससे कम से करने की बजाय थोड़ा सा आसान काम हो जाता है.
और let's say अगर ये लास्ट वाला पार्ट अगर मुझे समझ में नहीं आया, let's say, but सर ने जो ये चीज डिराइव की है, a is less than 500 and 3a is less than 1500, that means the first term is less than 1500. Okay, so basically just reaching to this point that the first term is less than 1500. So I took around 1 minute and sir has taken less than 30 seconds. So you can save at least good amount of time in finding out the range of the first term. Okay, right? चलिए, so आगे चलते हैं.
नवीन सर बता भी रहे थे 1024 पर. हाँ नहीं दिया हमारा आदमी हमारी हेल्प कर रहा है.
चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ये यहां से हट सकता है, ये
आप इधर टैप कर दो. कोई नहीं, वैसे दिख तो रहा है. Easy.
In this question, it's the process that you'll have to follow, nothing more than that. Jayant says 2.5. Okay.
Easily down. D 3.5. When I got E or 2. ऐसे तो तीन चार
Okay. So most common answer is option D. And some of you are saying 2.5. I don't know why they are saying 2.5. Navya has said 2 as the answer. Okay, answer. Find out karte hain. Now there are some very small words that you'll have to be taking care of in this question. Let's understand. ABC are 3 positive real numbers in a geometric progression. So I'll consider these numbers as A. So A is A. Let's say B is A into R and C is AR square. Okay. These 3 numbers are in geometric progression and R is the common ratio which we'll have to find out. All right. Also given that 20A, 9B and 4C, these 3 numbers are in increasing arithmetic progression. These 3 numbers are in increasing arithmetic progression. Krish, you have assumed A upon R, A and AR. It's absolutely fine. Koi farak nahi padega. ठीक है? Now, since these 3 numbers are in arithmetic progression, I can say that twice the middle number should be the sum of the extremes, right? So, twice of 9B, that is 18B, is equal to 20A plus 4C. All right, this is already given in the book. Now I'll put the values of A, B and C. So this is A, this is B and this is C. I'll put it here. So 18B, that is 18AR is equal to 20A plus 4. कुछ गड़बड़ किया मैंने. Okay, this is C. Okay, so 18AR is equal to 20A plus 4AR square. A will get cancelled, right? I can cancel out A easily because A is a positive real number. कोई problem नहीं है. A को cancel कर सकते हैं. So I will get a quadratic in terms of R. I can cancel 2A as well. Okay. So the quadratic will become 2R square minus 9R plus 10 is equal to 0. Okay. Now simplify this quadratic. So 2R square minus 4R minus 5R plus 10 equal to 0. Factorize it. So it will be 2R minus 5 R minus 2 equal to 0. So from here you will get the values of R as 5 by 2 or 2. Okay. As soon as we get this answer, we tend to mark option D as our answer, which is incorrect. Okay. Now, why it is incorrect? Because we have ignored one very important word, this increasing. So this is an increasing arithmetic progression. If I'll consider R as 2, अगर मैं R को 2 consider करता हूं, so understand what will this AP be. So 20A, 9B, 9B, that means 9 into AR, and then 4C, 4AR square. So for R equal to 2, this will become 20A, 18A, and 16A. Now if A is positive, then this series is not an increasing but decreasing series. Okay, so I'll have to eliminate this value of R, and the only value of R will be 5 by 2. 5 by 2 put karke dekho, you will get an increasing series. So if I'll consider R as 5 by 2, so this series will be 20A, 22.5A, and 25A. If A is positive, this will be an increasing arithmetic progression. All right. So common mistake. A lot of you have done this. Please don't repeat such things in examination. Increasing का एक definitely relevance था यहाँ पे लिखने का. That will eliminate one of the options. So option A definitely is not the answer. Option B, 2.5 is the correct answer. Okay. So assumed A as 1, no problem at all. You can take 1 R and R square. It will also be fine. Does not change the answer. Okay. चलिए next question पे चलते हैं जल्दी से.
Options का use इसमें अच्छा है.
हाँ, options.
इसमें जैसे
हाँ. एक second. Erase कर दूँ.
See, in this question, actually using options would have become very easy for you. Let me tell you how. See, let us say I try with option 2, because if 2 is eliminated, of course, option D would also be eliminated, which is saying A or B. If I take common ratio as 2, they'll become A, 2A, and 4A. And if B is 2A, this becomes 20A and 18A, which is not increasing. 20A, 18A is not increasing. So straight away, I'm eliminating option A and option D. So two options are anyways gone. We are left with only two options now. Try any one of them. If that satisfies, that is the answer. If it does not satisfy, the other one is the answer. And of course, out of these two, if I have to try one, I would try 3. Why would I try 2.5? 3 को try करके देख लो. तो numbers हो गए A, 3A, and 9A. Put them there. So they become 20A. 9 into 3A is 27A. 4 into 9A is 36A. And this is not AP. ये difference 7A का है. यहाँ difference हमारा 9A का है. So this is not an AP. So this is also gone. And that gives me the answer as 2.5 by the region. ठीक?
Okay. Next question.
Is it wise to go through? Yes. Thita is asking the same.
Yes. Why not go through the options? So, in my method, I've told you what mistake you people have done. So friends, I believe all of you are liking the tricks and techniques and the questions that we are covering up in this session, right? So why not you are liking this session? Now we are helping you just 3 days before CAT in providing you with these questions. What we need is just your like for this session. So please do press the like button. Another easy question on your way. इजी बोल सकते हैं सर इसे?
एक तो लॉग, एक ग्रेटेस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन,
फंक्शन, सो डबल इजी हो गया.
ऊपर से नंबर लाइक 1538.
हाँ, लॉगरिथम ग्रेटेस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन 1538, बहुत इजी क्वेश्चन है. वीरेंद्र सिंह, ऊपर से टीटा क्वेश्चन. ओके रोहित, 255. Oop,
Okay, Sonali, Sahil, they all have got.
255, nice. Okay, so Sonali, Sahil and Hitansh. So 3 same answers. If these answers are correct, so I can say that easy tha ye, bahut easy. 4 correct answers, 4 same answers, 5 same answers. So Hitansh and Angela, Rohit, Sonali, Sahil, all of you are getting same answer. Okay, start karte hain. Now, important things that we must know in this question. The value or the range of value of log 1 to the base 2, log 2 to the base 2, log 3 to the base 2, log 4 to the base 2, or log any random number to the base 2. इसका वैल्यू, एग्जैक्ट वैल्यू पता लग जाए या फिर अप्रोक्सीमेट वैल्यू पता लग जाए तो काम बन जाएगा इस क्वेश्चन में. ओके, सो फॉर दैट यू मस्ट नो log 0 तो कुछ होता ही नहीं है. log 0 is not defined. Fine. Now, log of 2 to the base 2 is equal to 1. Log of 4 to the base 2 कितना होता है ये? This is 2. Okay. 4 is 2 square. 2 will come in front. Fine. Similarly, log of 2 cube to the base 2. That means log of 8 to the base 2 is equal to 3. Log of 16 to the base 2 will be equal to 4, and so on. So first thing, we must know these numbers, right? Now, log of 1 to the base 2. I'm not asking you about the value of this. Obviously, you know the value. Log 1 तो 0 होता ही है, ठीक है? But the value of this number, अगर ऐसा कोई number है, so the value will be less than 1. log 2 to the base 2 से तो कम ही होगी value. I know that this value is 0. Let it be. Now log of 2 to the base 2, the value is 1. Log of 3 to the base 2, the value will be less than this value. Okay, less than this. So log of 3 to the base 2, log of 3 to the base 2 का जो value होगा, that will be 1 point something. Okay. Now, if I look at the greatest integer function of any of these values, log of 3 to the base 2, log of 2 to the base 2 is exactly 1. Log of 3 to the base 2, the value will be 1 point something. The greatest integer function of both these values will be 1. Okay, so we have 2 such terms. So I'll multiply it by 2 to find out their sum. Similarly, for all the values starting from log of 4 to the base 2 up till log of 7 to the base 2. So the values will be either 2 or 2 point something. Fine. So their greatest integer function will become 2. How many terms are there? 4, 5, 6 and 7. These are 4 terms. So their sum will be 2 multiplied by 4. Right? Now starting from log of 8 to the base 2, whose value will be 3, up till log of 15 to the base 2. So all these values will be 3 or 3 point something. The greatest integer function will be 3 And how many such values will be there? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There will be 8 such numbers. All right. So now you can make a pattern out of it. Okay. So 0, 1 into 2, 2 into 2 square, 3 into 2 cube, 4 into 4 raised to the power 2 raised to the power 4, and so on, right? And this will add up to 1538. अब ये इतना भी बड़ा number नहीं है. If I'll keep on writing these terms, I can easily get the value. Okay, so let's find out the number of terms. So next जो भी sum आएगा वो कितना होगा? It will be equal to 4 multiplied by 16. Then 5 multiplied by 32. 6 multiplied by 64. 7 multiplied by 128, and so on. Okay, the sum will keep increasing like this. So you'll have to find out at what point the sum will become 1538. 1538 कब बनेगा? So this is 1 into 2, that is 2. This is 8. This is 24. This is 64. This is 160. 6 into 64, 360, 384. 7 into 128, 700, 840, 896. Okay, I think sum इसके आसपास तो पहुंच जाना चाहिए. So 896, 384 इन सबको add करेंगे and let's check the sum of these numbers. So checking the sum, 900, 960, 1060, 1120, 1130, 1430, and this is 1538. So exact 1538 is the sum that we are getting up till this point. Okay, so now we just need to check or count the number of terms. So one term was there, 2 terms, 4 terms, 8 terms, 16 terms, 32 terms, 64 terms, and 128 terms. So these are the number of terms in every case. Just add all these terms and that will be the value of n. So 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 plus 128. You can use the formula 2 raised to the power 0 plus 2 raised to the power 1 plus 2 raised to the power 2 up till 2 raised to the power n. This sum is equal to the next power of 2 minus 1. Okay, so you can use this formula and get the value of n. Okay, so the sum of all these terms will be 256 minus 1, that is 255. So 255 will be the answer of this question. All right, so this is correctly given by a lot of you. 255. Some of you have given 257, 271. So 271 is not the answer. 255 correct answer, and I can say that this one was easy. Most of you have given a correct answer. Wonderful. Next question. So another easy question. Find the minimum possible value of fx. Straight line and a parabola. Any other method, Saral sir? Previous question.
No, कोई
No, Satyanshu, no other method.
Krish Modi answered, Rohit Kumar answered. Okay.
Option C. Yes, Krish. You will get certainly get questions of arithmetic. All of you are giving 8 as the answer.
So everyone is saying 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, C, 8, 8, 8, 8, and everyone says 8. So let's start doing this question. Okay. It says fx is maximum of the two where x is any positive real number. We have to find out the minimum possible value of fx. I want to minimize fx. Okay. X is a positive real number. If x is a positive real number, can I say that this 4x will always be greater than or equal to 0? I hope it is correct. If x is a positive real, actually, equal to 0 भी नहीं होगा, है ना? It will be always
greater than 0.
Greater than 0, right? So 4x will always be greater than 0. Right? 4x is always going to be greater than 0 in this case. I mean, it can be very close to 0, 0.000. You can say it is limiting to 0. And 3x square minus 4, it can be negative, it can be positive, but I always have to take the maximum of the two. इन दोनों में से जो भी बड़ा है मुझे वो लेना. If one value is never negative, so of course maximum of the two would always be positive. Maximum of the two, because if it is negative, then this would be maximum because ये तो positive है ही है. But sometimes this might be more than this, right? Now the simple point is if I put x is equal to 0, x is equal to 0 पे ये मुझे 0 देता है. ये मुझे -4 देता है. दोनों का मैक्सिमम जो आएगा वो 0 आएगा. 0 इज माय आंसर. जब 0 आ सकता है तो दो द आंसर इज वेरी क्लोज टू 0. आई शुड हैव रिटन इट x इज एनी नॉन नेगेटिव रियल नंबर दैट विल मेक द आंसर 0. ये गलत है पॉजिटिव लिखना. नॉन नेगेटिव लिखा होना चाहिए. सीधा इतना सा आंसर है 0. वाई 8? x इज इक्वल टू 0 पे तो ये 0 आ ही रहा है ना, वो तो दिख ही रहा है. So therefore 0 is my answer. Okay, if positive is written, still I would say my answer is very close to 0. It is limiting to 0, right? If I take x as 0.00000 something, so this would be equal to 4x is 0.0000 something. It will be a negative number. Among those two, which is maximum? 0.00 something is maximum. So therefore my answer would be that only. That's all. Nothing else is to be done in this case. Okay. Though what is the general method of solving वो भी बात कर लेते हैं. You'll make a graph of this x-axis, y-axis. Make a graph of 4x. 4x would be a straight line, something like this. This will be the graph of 4x. What about the other one now? The graph of 3x square minus 4. 3x square minus 4 का ग्राफ जो एक पैराबोला बनेगा, उसके दो रूट्स होंगे, square root of 4/3. So something like this would be the parabola 3x square minus 4. Okay. I have to take maximum of the two. If I talk about maximum of the two, my graph would look like this picture. यहां तक ये मैक्सिमम है, उसके बाद ये लाइन मैक्सिमम है, और उसके बाद फिर से ये ग्राफ मैक्सिमम है. सो अल्टीमेटली दिस कर्व्ड फिगर, ये नूडल जैसा जो आपको दिख रहा है, ये अल्टीमेटली ग्राफ बनेगा इस फंक्शन का. ठीक है. The graph of the function would be this. But because the question is saying that x is a non-negative real number, we just be looking at this graph जो यहां से चल रहा है ना आगे की तरफ. हमें सिर्फ इस ग्राफ से मतलब है. और इस ग्राफ का मिनिमा कहां पे लाई कर रहा है? At this point which is equal to 0. So as I said, पॉजिटिव लिखना शायद गलत था, नॉन नेगेटिव लिख देना चाहिए था. अगर नॉन नेगेटिव बोल दूंगा तो मेरा आंसर एग्जैक्ट 0 आएगा. बट इफ आई एम कॉलिंग इट पॉजिटिव, इट इज वेरी क्लोज टू 0. लिमिटिंग टू 0, might not be 0, but still अगर इन चारों में से मुझे आंसर देना होगा तो मैं 0 ही दूंगा, because it is so much close to 0 that I would be giving the answer as 0. Sahil, you are right. 0 is not a positive real number and therefore I am saying उसको नॉन नेगेटिव लिख देना ज्यादा बेहतर रहता. बट स्टिल आई वुड से कि आंसर कम से कम 4, 6 या 8 तो नहीं हो सकते. माय आंसर वुड बी दिस ओनली.
सो पीपल, व्हाट मिस्टेक यू हैव डन इज, आपने क्या किया, जो एक कन्वेंशनल मेथड होता है उसको यूज किया. ठीक है. And you have forgotten this particular part. इसको भूल गए, आपने क्या किया, इन दोनों को इक्वेट कर दिया जो नॉर्मली करते हैं शॉर्टकट यूज करने के लिए. 4x is equal to 3x square minus 4. So you have calculated the point where these two graphs are intersecting each other. Okay, intersection निकाल लिया. So you have given answer as this part,
एक ये पॉइंट,
ये वाला पॉइंट
दो
और एक
point
ये
आएंगे,
वाला
ये
पॉइंट. फाइन, ये दो पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरसेक्शन है एंड यू हैव गिवन योर आंसर एज दिस पॉइंट. ओके, विच इज इनकरेक्ट. फाइन, because we have to find out the minimum possible value of fx. So here this part, यहां पे आपने क्या किया, x equal to 2, आई थिंक x equal to 2 आया होगा, x equal to 2 पुट किया और आंसर दे दिया. ठीक है, हमें इसका मिनिमम पॉसिबल वैल्यू फाइंड आउट करनी है. तो लुक एट like also know how to draw the graph of these cases. Initially I have told you at the beginning, one is a straight line, one is a parabola, and it is very easy to draw this kind of parabola. Fine, 3x square, so x square का slope increase कर दिया, you will get 3x square and shift it downwards by 4 units. So this is the graph of 3x square minus 4. y equal to 4x का graph बहुत easy होगा. Find out their intersection point and consider the value of x as non-negative like sir ने बोला, या फिर positive भी consider कर लेते. Then it was clear that answer will be tending towards 0 or it will be 0.
ओके ऐसे क्वेश्चंस को हमेशा ग्राफ से करना बेटर रहेगा क्या? और एज आई सेड, ग्राफ इज द कन्वेंशनल वे ऑफ डूइंग दीस थिंग्स. सी, बट इन द एग्जाम टाइम नो वन इज लुकिंग एट योर सॉल्यूशन. दे आर नॉट आस्किंग यू टू गो बाय द कन्वेंशनल मेथड शोज द कंप्लीट सॉल्यूशन एंड डू इट. वो सही नहीं है मेरे ख्याल. जैसे यहां पर था, लॉजिकली मुझे दिख रहा है अगर मैं एक वैल्यू पुट करके आई कैन गेट समथिंग विच इज लेसर देन 468. सो व्हाई शुड आई गो विद 468 एंड व्हाई शुड आई मेक द ग्राफ? स्ट्रेट अवे आई कैन डू इट, राइट? उससे भी पता लग ही जाएगा. नॉन नेगेटिव से तो डायरेक्ट 0 आ जाता. नहीं ऋषभ, ये जरूरी नहीं है. देखिए अगर यहां 3x स्क्वायर प्लस 4 होता ना तो आपका पैराबोला इस तरह का बन जाता,
तो 0 नहीं आता.
तो ये वैल्यू कहीं और जा सकती थी, ये 0 पे नहीं आती, कुछ और भी आ सकता था. सो प्लीज कीप दैट इन माइंड. हाँ, तो उस केस में आपका आंसर कुछ और बन जाएगा. सो गौरव सर सेज कि 4 आ जाएगा ऐसे में, बट जरूरी नहीं है कि नॉन नेगेटिव है तो हमेशा 0 ही बनेगा. आप सीधा बजदा बोल दो, दैट्स नॉट राइट. ओके,
ऑल्सो मिनिमम वैल्यू फाइंड आउट करनी है तो व्हाई नॉट स्टार्ट विद द मिनिमम वैल्यू अमंग द ऑप्शंस.
Absolutely.
ट्राई करके देखो, 0 आ सकता है.
Why 468? Why it's something like this? ठीक है जी. I'll move ahead now to the next question. आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. So the next one is this. I think after this we start with LRD, right?
Yes, yes. So one more question of quant, question number 8, and then you will get LRDI. Wrong question के 3 marks मिल गए.
So Krish Modi is the first person to answer. He says C. Bhagat Singh also has got the answer as C. Okay. 2 people are saying C this time. Okay, I think we can start with this now. Once again, as I said before, please do not look at these questions as one specific question. I mean, as a difficult or a moderate or an easy question. What all we can learn from that question, that is also important, because that can be used in further other questions as well. So he says if A and B are integers such that there is a quadratic which is greater than 0. Now, how do we deal with this? If it is given that a quadratic is greater than 0, and then another quadratic which is greater than or equal to 0. So just to give you the concept, when I make a graph of a quadratic function, of course, the first thing that you look at is the coefficient of x square, whether it is positive or negative. So if a coefficient of x square is positive, we have 3 cases. The graph can be like this, the graph can be like this, or the graph can be like this. That means either it intersects the x-axis at 2 distinct points, or it touches the x-axis at one point, or it does not even touch the x-axis. These are the 3 cases. So in the case when it intersects as 2 points, that means the discriminant is greater than 0, and the 2 points where it intersects, they are called the roots, which we popularly know as alpha beta. When it touches the x-axis, it happens when discriminant is equal to 0, and this happens when we have one single root, or you can say both the roots are equal. They both lie at the same point. And the third scenario, when it does not even touch, that is when the discriminant is less than 0. Now, when the whole graph is above x-axis, that means the quadratic will always be positive for all values of x. But when the quadratic touches, the graph touches the x-axis, that means it is always positive, but at one point it is 0. That's what we mean by greater than or equal to 0. And in the third scenario, it says that it becomes negative between the roots, right? This graph is negative between the roots. Otherwise, outside the roots, it is positive. So when he says there is a quadratic, it is always positive. This must be the scenario. And if the quadratic is always positive, that means the discriminant must be less than 0. So what is discriminant? It is b square minus 4 into a into c should be less than 0, or a square should be less than 36, which means a should be less than 6 or greater than minus 6. This is the first solution in terms of a that we have got. The other one now, this is greater than or equal to 0. So what did I tell about this? This happens when your discriminant is either less than 0 or it is equal to 0, right? It is less than 0 or equal to 0. So in this case, my discriminant is b square minus 4 into a into c should be less than or equal to 0, or b square is less than or equal to 20.
Equal to
right?
0.
क्या था?
Equal to, discriminant equal to 0.
अच्छा, discriminant is equal to 0, less than equal to 0 होगा ना. It is always greater than or equal to 0. ऊपर है ना, तो discriminant equal होगा इस point पे, otherwise ऊपर होगा. बोल दो ना किसी से. So b should be less than equal to root 20 and greater than equal to minus root 20. b is less than equal to root 20, greater than equal to, see, equal to 0 पे वो सिर्फ आपका पूरा quadratic equal to 0 बनेगा, वो अलग कहानी. अगर ऊपर जा रहा है तो इसका मतलब discriminant should be less than 0 as well. So अच्छा, कुछ नवीन सर क्या कह रहे हैं? वो कुछ कहा था, हटा दिया फिर उन्होंने. चलिए. So a is in this range, b is in this range. Question is saying the largest possible value of 3a minus 5b. Of course, ये largest तब बनेगा when this is largest possible, which is अगर मैं integer ले रहा हूं तो 6 से छोटा सबसे बड़ा integer 5, 3 into 5 is 15 minus 5 into, अगर b की बात यहां मैं कर रहा हूं तो b में क्या ले सकता हूं? Of course I would try to take it as negative because negative into negative will make it a positive value which is the maximum possible. तो यहां नेगेटिव में सबसे छोटा इंटीजर माइनस रूट 20 से ऊपर इज माइनस रूट 16 which is minus 4. So ultimately I have 20 plus 15 as 35. So 35 is the correct answer, which is option C for this question. C is the right answer then. Okay. I hope you all have understood here. So just keep this in mind that this graph becomes when your discriminant is equal to 0. Here he says this quadratic is always greater than or equal to 0. If this quadratic is greater than 0, that means discriminant is negative. If this quadratic is equal to 0, that means discriminant equal to 0. So both possibilities exist. This quadratic whole can be greater than 0 as well. So both the possibilities would exist here. VARC में स्कोर बढ़ाने की स्ट्रेटेजी दे दीजिए, LRDI क्यों मैनेज हो जा रहा है. अभी आएंगे थोड़ी देर में विक्रांत सर, वो बताएंगे. अगर मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी सुनोगे तो घट जाएगा बढ़ने की बजाय. तो विक्रांत सर से स्ट्रेटेजी लेना VARC के बारे में. तो Okay, so that was the concept that I wanted to discuss. As I said कि ultimately question नहीं, ये important है कि हम लोग ग्राफ वगैरह बहुत अच्छे से समझ जाएं, because generally what I have seen students doing that in a quadratic function, जैसे उनको दिखता है greater than 0 तो वो वैसे ही करते हैं normally, उसको break करके x minus alpha into x minus beta, फिर दोनों को एक एक करके x minus alpha is greater than 0, x minus beta is greater than 0 और range निकाल देते हैं, which is wrong. So just keep that in mind. That was the last question that we had today on today nahi, abhi in this first part of the session, and now we are going to start with LRDI as well. After that there would be a session of VARC by Vikrant sir. उसके बाद हम लोग वापस आएंगे and then we'll be discussing questions on arithmetic, we'll be discussing questions on geometry, and we'll also be discussing then LRDI again at the end of the session. So some LRDI will be doing now, right? And after that more would be done later. Start with this. Please have a look at this. पढ़ लीजिए एक बार इसको अच्छे से. शुरू करते हैं फिर. 90% के लिए क्वांट में 6 क्वेश्चन इज सफिशिएंट विद 100% एक्यूरेसी. 90 परसेंटाइल के लिए 6 क्वेश्चंस पे 18. लास्ट ईयर शायद पॉसिबल था हितांश, लेकिन आप हमेशा नहीं कह सकते बिकॉज वी डू नॉट नो व्हाट काइंड ऑफ एग्जाम इट इज गोइंग टू बी देयर दिस ईयर. हेलो जेटिट्यूड. गुरुजी 2020 से कैट दे रहे हैं, नहीं हो रहा क्लियर. किंग ओनली. मैं 2002 से दे रहा हूं, मेरा ही नहीं हुआ अभी तक. अभी भी दे रहे हैं, इस साल भी देंगे. किंग ओनली चेक वेयर आर यू गोइंग रॉन्ग. आई मीन एनी मिस्टेक इन द strategy or something. There must be something wrong then that you are not able to find out.
Analysis properly नहीं कर रहा है.
कुछ तो मिस्टेक है ना.
हाँ.
ऐसा तो जनरली नहीं होता इतना लंबे टाइम में.
इन्फॉर्मेशन एक और पेज पे है ना.
हाँ और भी है. There is more information after this as well.
Bar graph.
To protest against the latest discriminating policy of the government, 3 organizations of protesters, namely Youth, Equality and Justice, decided to take a car rally with a fleet of 3, 4 and 5 cars, not necessarily in the same order. Please keep that in mind. So there are 3 groups. They have 3, 4 or 5 cars in any order. And they are going via the route of Delhi, Jaipur, Goa, Chennai, Delhi. Delhi is the home city, whereas Jaipur, Goa and Chennai are intermediate cities. Their route is as shown below. So this graph is giving you all the distances. Delhi to Jaipur is 1000 km. Jaipur to Goa is 2000. Goa to Chennai is 500. And Chennai to Delhi is 1000 kilometers. Okay. So there is more information after this. I'm sure all of you have read it now. So I'll move ahead to the next one. There is the graph. Please have a look at this as well. ज्योग्राफिकली बहुत ही इनएक्यूरेट है.
साहिल फोकस करो क्वेश्चन पे, क्वेश्चन की इंपॉर्टेंस पे, ज्योग्राफी भूल जाओ अभी.
So the following graph shows the average odometer reading of the cars used by these organizations at the given cities just before their departure for the next city. It is known that the agitated protesters of each organization burnt one of their cars, but the mentioned three organizations had done so in three distinct intermediate cities. So they have burnt a car each, right? The burnt car was always noted to show above 50,000 kilometers, but not more than 70,000 kilometers on its odometer. Also, one of the protesters exchanged one of their old cars with a brand new car at one of the intermediate cities. No other case of exclusion or inclusion of car was reported. So basically you can say that 4 instances have happened over here. Thrice a car has been burnt having a reading of 50,000 to 70,000, and once a car was exchanged, right, with one of the old cars with a brand new car at one of the intermediate cities.
So hint is, एक पुरानी कार हट गई, उसकी ओडोमीटर रीडिंग जो न्यू कार आई उसकी 0 थी.
0 थी, तो डिक्रीज हुआ होगा टोटल में. द पॉइंट इज व्हेन ए कार इज बर्न्ड, ठीक है, जिसकी 50,000 से 70,000 तक की रीडिंग है. इफ यू लुक एट ऑल द एवरेज रीडिंग्स हियर, दे ऑल आर बिलो 40,000. देयर इज नो वन अबव 40,000. सो व्हेन द ओडोमीटर रीडिंग, average odometer reading of a group is below 40,000 and a car having a reading of above 50,000 is burnt, can I say the total average will drop down at that case? I hope you're getting my point. I mean, there are people with an average age of 40 years. A guy with an age of more than 50 years dies. So the average will drop down because the total will decrease. So that means one of the cars which was burnt here will decrease the average suddenly. Similarly here, the average is going to decrease whenever the car is burnt. Plus, there is a car exchanged as well. When a car is exchanged, a new car comes in place of that old car. So once again, the total drops because the old car, let us say the old car were driven for even 2,000 kilometers. It is exchanged with a new car, brand new car with a 0 reading. The total will again drop. So again there would be a decrease. So ultimately whenever a car would be burnt, suddenly the average would drop. Whenever a car is exchanged, suddenly the average would drop. But the point is, we see a drop only thrice. Once, twice and thrice. इसका सीधा सीधा मतलब ये है that the car, one car that was exchanged, it was exchanged in that very city when a car was burnt as well. जहां पे बर्न हुई वहीं पे एक्सचेंज हुआ होगा. अदरवाइज इफ द एक्सचेंज वाज डन इन अ डिफरेंट सिटी एंड द बर्निंग वाज डन इन अ डिफरेंट सिटी, तो उन दोनों जगह पे ड्रॉप आया होता ना मेरी एवरेज में. लेकिन मेरी एवरेज में ड्रॉप हर जगह एक ही बार आ रहा है. अब हर जगह एक तो कार बर्न होनी ही है, राइट? सो उसकी वजह से ड्रॉप आ रहा है, बट देयर इज नो अदर ड्रॉप. दैट मीन्स दैट द कार एक्सचेंज्ड वाज डन in exactly the same city in which car was burnt. That's what is there. Okay, so I'll put all this information on one single page and we shall start discussing it then. So on this one page I have put up the information. I should have put it here. तो चलो अब यहाँ लिख दे, कोई बात नहीं. So these are some of the distances which are given to us, and currently we do not even know that what is the total number of cars in a particular fleet, in a particular group.
10 seconds में हो जाएगा.
हाँ, कर लेते हैं ना. ठीक.
Correct.
एडिट नहीं हो रहा है क्या? चलो छोड़ दो, कोई बात नहीं, टाइम लेगा उसमें, छोड़ो. हाँ जी. So let's start doing it now. There is equal to, why don't you take root 20? I think Lakshmi is talking about previous question. Acha, previous question. Lakshmi, see, he was not saying that that's quadratic was equal to 0. He was saying that quadratic is greater than or equal to 0.
नहीं सर ये बोल रही हैं जो b का रेंज आया था b was between -√20 and +√20.
अच्छा तो √20 क्यों नहीं लिया? इंटीजर लेना था ना हम लोगों को. लक्ष्मी
b was given
they asked for an integer, so therefore we had to take it.
a and b were integers.
ठीक है जी, अब यहां आते हम लोग इस पे बात करते हैं. Just look at this. First of all, I talk about youth here. Their fleet started from Delhi with an average of 34,500. The average odometer reading in Delhi was 34,500. When they reached Jaipur, now Delhi to Jaipur is 1,000 kilometers, so all cars traveled 1,000 kilometers. The average odometer reading also increased by that. नहीं 2000 बढ़ा है, कहाँ गए?
नहीं हजार पड़ा है सर. नहीं एक सेकंड, दिल्ली से जयपुर कुछ गड़बड़ है.
नहीं ये गलत लिखा होगा शायद, इसमें 35 आना था. ये कोई मिस्टेक है मेरे ख्याल से. So it should have increased by 1000. पर हमने तो आंसर भी उसी के हिसाब से किया होगा यार.
वेट नहीं मैंने चेक किया था.
I solved it because
प्रीवियस स्लाइड पे जाओ आप.
मैं एक बार देखता हूँ. कोई तो मिस्टेक, एक सेकंड रुको यार, कोई होना तो नहीं चाहिए. यहाँ भी ये 34 से 36 दे रखा है, जबकि दिल्ली से जयपुर
1000 है.
1000. Do not check it. क्योंकि यहाँ भी 1000 का इंक्रीज है, 1000 ही होना चाहिए.
हाँ,
Some
1000
mistake.
ही होना चाहिए.
कोई मिस्टेक है क्या इसमें? क्योंकि सारा सॉल्यूशन तो उसी के हिसाब से किया हुआ है मेरे क्वेश्चन.
35 के हिसाब से ना.
हाँ 35 के हिसाब से.
हाँ 35 ही है.
एक सेकंड में ट्राई करके देखो जरा. 35. ये रुको, एक काम करते हैं, लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द नेक्स्ट सेट, है ना. कोई तो मिस्टेक है इसमें यहाँ पे, तब तक हम लोग उसको चेक कर लेते हैं मिस्टेक को. लेट्स गो टू द सेकंड सेट.
डोंट वरी एट ऑल.
हाँ तो अभी सेकंड सेट पे आते हैं. चलिए जी, इससे स्टार्ट करते हैं. बाय द टाइम विल जस्ट चेक दैट अदर सेट. Start with the second set. By the time we'll check the other one. कोई मिस्टेक तो थी उसमें.
सर वो 35,400 and 36,400.
35,436.
अच्छा अच्छा.
मेरे पास ओरिजिनल है, मतलब जो आपने भेजा था मेरे को. Was I solved it and there was no problem at all. 35,400, 36,400.
अच्छा हाँ भाई कुछ करते हैं. और उसमें वो मेरे ख्याल से 4 और 5 भी
हाँ वो अंजलि मैम ने ग्राफ बनाया ना, एक्सेल पे बनाया था, तो इसीलिए
हो गई. ठीक है. बताने के लिए. Move on to the next one. That's the true strategy for exam. There is no doubt about it, Rohan Yadav. And it's not easy actually to move on. Whether it is set or whether it is people. Sir, how much percentage with 54 marks fetch me? I mean, 54 marks in the total exam, or you are talking about any particular section, Titya?
54 मार्क्स.
I think overall पता नहीं.
लेकिन ऐसा 54 कहाँ से कैलकुलेट किया बच्चे ने?
Probably might be getting in some other exam, some mock or something.
I think 6 questions. No, 3.
हाँ, possibly.
Tirthya.
I'm sure all of you are trying this question now. Bhagat Singh got 93. 93 for what, Bhagat Singh? Are you talking about percentile? 54 marks पर 93 percentile.
को हम रख लेते हैं एज अ परसेंटाइल प्रेडिक्टर.
percentile करें भगत सिंह 93. Yeah, it will be close to 90, but 93 exactly तो कहना मुश्किल है. But yes, it will be close to 90.
So last year overall 48.5 if the score was then it was 90 percentile. 48.5 पे 90 percentile last year.
But last to last year it must have been around
59
है ना?
59 so in CAT 2022 90 percentile was achieved at 48.5 and in CAT 2021 90 percentile was achieved at a score of 59. So like Saral sir said, you cannot predict your percentile based on the score before the examination.
बायजूस के मॉक में 54 आ रहे हैं, तो तीर्थया ये मान के चलो, मतलब in the actual exam there will be a positive swing from that, so that means you are very close to I think 95
percentile. Yes. So Sita, you have good chances of getting 96 percentile.
Yes, Tita, that's correct. Last year at 54 it might have been around 93, but last to last year it was at around 63, 64. It must have been around that. So it changes according to the exam. Okay, so I think we can start doing this set now. So here is all the data that we have. 8 temples of 8 different deities: Shiva, Krishna, Durga, Ganesha, Hanuman, Saraswati, Ram and Lakshmi are located in the Himalayan range of 8 out of the 10 points P1 to P10 as shown in the road network diagram given below. So you see some of the points here. So this point is P1, then we have a point P2 here, we have a point P3 here, P4 is here, P5 is here, P6 is here, P7 is here, P8 is here, P9 is here and P10 is here. So these are the 10 points. And out of these 10 points, he is saying at 8 of the points, we have these 8 temples of Shiva, Krishna, Durga, Ganesha, Hanuman, Saraswati, Ram and Lakshmi. Okay. Now, he says the number given along the road connecting any two points is the distance between them. For example, if I talk about P4 and P2, they differ by 10 kilometers. The distance between them is 10 kilometers. P2 to P3, the distance is 30 kilometers. P2 to P1, the distance is again 30 kilometers. So between them, these distances are mentioned. That's what he's saying. And after that, there is a lot of information that's given to us on this page. Let's start filling it up now. करना शुरू करते हैं, क्या क्या information है और उसके हिसाब से बनाते हैं सेट पे क्या क्या आता है. Let's start. First of all, the Hanuman temple is nearer to Ganesh temple than Ram temple. Hanuman temple is nearer to Ganesh temple than Ram temple. Can you put it here? There are various possibilities for it. One temple is closer to another temple than the third temple. So that way you can make thousands of possibilities. As I have always told you before, always start with the information which gives you the most specific info, which you can straight away put in, right? So do not look at it currently. Next, the distance between the distance between the Shiva and Lakshmi temples is 80 and between Durga and Hanuman is 30. There are 2 temples which differ by 30. There are 2 temples which differ by 80. Now, 2 temples differ by 30. They can be these 2. 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 Once again, I have various possibilities for it. And 2 temples are there which differ by 80. So how can I get 80? From here, 30 plus 10, 40, 50, 60. I can't get 80. 30 and then 10 इधर भी नहीं आएगा. So वो आ ही नहीं रहा 80 किसी भी तरफ से. ठीक है. Similarly यहाँ से भी नहीं आएगा. The chances are extremely less कि यहाँ से भी कहीं से 80 आ जाए, because 20 plus 10 ये रास्ता ही है कि 30. और यहाँ आने के बाद you can't make 40. Right? The only way is you can go to this direction. That can make 40. So from here you can go to this point. Right? 30 plus 10 नहीं, वो भी नहीं बन रहा. 30 plus 10, 40 plus 30, 70 बन जा रहा है. 30 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, 60 होने के बाद 20 नहीं आ रहा है. उधर से आओगे तो भी नहीं बनेगा. तो अभी उसके चांस नहीं नजर आ रहे हैं. अभी के लिए मैं इसको भी छोड़ दे रहा हूं. 80 probably अभी नहीं दिखाई दे रहा.
We cannot start with P10, P8 और P7.
किसी से भी वो दिख ही नहीं रहा. मुझे 80 नहीं नजर आ रहा है. The only way that I can see 80 is, एक तो यहां से चल के I can get 30, 10, 10, 30. That's a possibility. 30, 10, 10 and 30. And the other possibilities from here 30, 10, 10 and 30. So I think P6 and P3 or P6 and P1 आर दी ओनली टू पॉसिबिलिटीज. ठीक है, अब मेरे पास जो है एक कम से कम I got lesser number of cases. Probably I can start with that. I did not get 80 from here. I did not get 80 from here. From here, if I try, I can't get 80 anywhere. So ban hi nahi raha hai. The only way 80 can be formed is P6, P1 and P6, P3. That means I can probably use it. It says Shiva and Lakshmi temples, the distance between them is 80 kilometers. So that means this is Shiva or Lakshmi temple. And the other one is P1 or P3. Shiva or Lakshmi temple is P1 or P3. Rather, I see P1 and P3 are exactly similar in every way. ये बिल्कुल एक जैसे हैं. ये तो कभी भी आप इंटरचेंज करोगे तो बिल्कुल एक तरह की चीजें देंगे. I'll just keep that in my mind.
Symmetrical diagram.
Right? चलिए, दुर्गा एंड हनुमान इज 30. अभी नहीं यूज कर पाएंगे, आगे चलते हैं. All the temples except the Hanuman temple are equidistant from both Ram and Ganesh temples. There are two temples from whom every other temple is equidistant except one temple. So Ram and Ganesh, there are these two temples from whom all of them are equidistant. But the problem is कोई एक भी नहीं है जो इन दोनों से, मतलब सभी equidistant हैं. Whereas I am looking for a temple, Hanuman temple, which is not equidistant from them. But I see all of them are equidistant from them. I'm not getting anyone which is not equidistant. So the other ones are P10 and P7. Now P10 and P7 are equidistant from all of them because after this point, right, they both are 30 kilometers away. After that, they all will be equidistant with them except this temple. So once again, I can say from here, the temples except Hanuman temple are equidistant from Ram and Ganesh. So this temple is Ram temple or Ganesh temple. This temple is Ram temple or Ganesh temple. And this temple would surely be Hanuman temple. Only then it is possible that from these two temples, all of them are equidistant except Hanuman temple because this is closer to them. ये इनके नजदीक है. बाकी के सभी जो हैं, they all are equidistant from them. I hope you are getting it, guys. So now we know Ram or Ganesh temples are these two. Hanuman temple is surely this temple. Shiva and Lakshmi temples are either these two or these two. इन दोनों में से कुछ पॉसिबिलिटीज हैं. आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. लेट्स टॉक अबाउट दिस नाउ. अब ये शायद मैं पहले वाली एक इंफॉर्मेशन आई थी वो यूज कर सकता हूं. दी हनुमान टेम्पल इज नियरर टू गणेश टेम्पल देन राम टेम्पल. हनुमान टेम्पल इज नियरर टू गणेश टेम्पल देन राम टेम्पल. इसका मतलब ये है दैट अब मुझे यहां से ये पता लग गया है दैट दिस इज अ गणेश टेम्पल एंड दिस इज अ राम टेम्पल. आई हैव गणेश टेम्पल हियर. I have Ram temple over here. I have Hanuman temple over here. 3 temples का तो पक्का पता लग गया. I got to know Shiva और Lakshmi. One of them is here. And Shiva and Lakshmi, इनमें से एक जो है ये इन दोनों में से होने वाला है. What else is there? The distance between Durga and Hanuman temple is 30. The distance between Durga and Hanuman temple is 30. ये रहा Hanuman temple. So what can be Durga temple? Durga temple must be P4. अगर हनुमान टेम्पल ये है यहां से 30 के डिस्टेंस पे 10 plus 10 plus 10 is the only way through which you can get it. So Durga temple is surely P4. ये भी पता लग गया है. What next? Then we have the Krishna temple is equidistant from both Lakshmi and Saraswati. Krishna temple is equidistant from both Lakshmi and Saraswati. Okay. For a moment, let us say this temple is Lakshmi temple. मैं 1 मिनट के लिए मान लेता हूं. Let us say this is Lakshmi temple. If this is Lakshmi temple, Krishna temple is equidistant from Saraswati and Lakshmi temple. Is there any temple which can be equidistant from this temple and one more temple which can be the other temple? Saraswati temple मान लीजिए ये है. क्या इन दोनों से equidistant कोई temple है? There is no such temple. Let us say this is Saraswati temple. क्या इन दोनों से कोई equidistant temple है? कोई भी नहीं है. Let us say this is Saraswati temple. Can there be a temple equidistant from them? कोई भी नहीं है. Let us say this is the Saraswati temple. Can there be a temple equidistant from them? है, लेकिन वो दुर्गा टेम्पल है. It is already Durga temple. You can't make them Krishna temple. Same is from here. That means my assumption is wrong. अगर मैं इसको लक्ष्मी टेम्पल ले रहा हूं, द ओनली पॉसिबिलिटी इज कि इन दोनों में से एक सरस्वती टेम्पल लिया जाए, देन दिस टेम्पल वुड बिकम कृष्णा टेम्पल, which is already Durga temple. So by that logic, I would say that this is eliminated.
This is not Lakshmi.
दिस इज नॉट लक्ष्मी टेम्पल.
This is Shiva.
और अगर ये लक्ष्मी टेम्पल नहीं है, दैट मीन्स दिस इज शिवा टेम्पल. दिस इज शिवा टेम्पल. So Shiva temple, Ganesh temple, Hanuman temple, Ram temple, Durga temple. 5 temples we already know, right? Lakshmi temple, Saraswati temple and Krishna temple. They are left. So what can we do? We can take Lakshmi and Saraswati at these two. That is one of the possibilities. Then Krishna temple can be this temple. Krishna temple can be this temple. Krishna temple can be this temple, because all of them will be equidistant from them. That's one of the possibilities. There is another possibility that I'll show you now. There is also a possibility that Saraswati temple is this temple. If Saraswati temple is this temple, then Krishna temple can be this as well. अगर ये लक्ष्मी है और तो देखिए सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी दोनों से it is 30 kilometers away. From here it is 30. From here it is 30. And as I said before, ये लक्ष्मी टेम्पल हो सकता है, तो ये तो पक्का ही हो सकता है. They both are equidistant. Even the Krishna temple can be this as well. That is Lakshmi temple, this is Krishna temple. So from there it is 60 away. From here also it is 60 away. So ultimately Krishna temple probably can go at many other places, but the point is Lakshmi temple would surely be one of these two. Or the other possibility is that one of them is Saraswati, one of them is Lakshmi. The second possibility is one of them is Lakshmi and this one is Saraswati. These are the two cases that I have to go ahead with. Now all the questions would be based upon these two solutions. So दोनों solution मैंने लिख दिए, आगे मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा. But these are the two solutions on which it is based. और दो solution मैं बात कर रहा हूँ लक्ष्मी और सरस्वती के basis पे only. Of course Krishna temple can go to many other places. बहुत जगह जा सकते हैं.
लक्ष्मी सरस्वती, लक्ष्मी सरस्वती, लक्ष्मी सरस्वती.
नहीं, लक्ष्मी यहाँ नहीं जा सकते.
नहीं, लक्ष्मी सरस्वती.
अब मतलब वो उन दोनों को तो मैं एक ही मान के चल रहा हूँ कि आई भाई दोनों. अगर इफ द क्वेश्चन आस्क यू दैट हाउ मेनी केसेस आर पॉसिबल, तो बहुत सारे बन जाएंगे.
P1, P3 का अगर लेना पड़ेगा.
चलिए जी. सो व्हाट आई हैव डन, आई हैव रिटन द इंफॉर्मेशन लाइक दिस. ठीक है, पहले से पेन से लिखा हुआ मैंने. सो दिस इज वन केस, लक्ष्मी एंड सरस्वती टेम्पल्स. लक्ष्मी टेम्पल इज हियर, सरस्वती टेम्पल इज हियर. कृष्णा टेम्पल कैन बी हियर, कृष्णा टेम्पल कैन बी हियर. अगर लक्ष्मी सरस्वती वहां चला जाएगा, लक्ष्मी यहां आ जाएगा, तो कृष्णा वहां जा सकता है. दैट्स वन ऑफ द केसेस. Second case is when Lakshmi and Saraswati temple are these two. Krishna temple can be this, Krishna temple can be this, and Krishna temple can be this. All three possibilities are there as well. Let's have a look at the questions. First question: if none of the temples is located at P3, यहाँ कोई भी नहीं है, then which of the temples is located at P1? तो यहाँ कौन होगा? Of course, if no one is here, then Lakshmi temple has to be here. My answer for this question is B option. इसमें तो श्योर है कि लक्ष्मी टेम्पल को तो इन दोनों में से एक जगह आना ही आना है ना. द रीजन वॉज शिवा टेम्पल एंड लक्ष्मी टेम्पल दैट डिफर बाय 80 किलोमीटर्स. बाय दैट लॉजिक लक्ष्मी टेम्पल हैज टू बी वन ऑफ दीज टू. यहां नहीं होगा तो यहां होगा, दैट हैज टू बी देयर, राइट. नेक्स्ट, व्हाट इज द डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द गणेश एंड दुर्गा टेम्पल? गणेश और दुर्गा टेम्पल के बीच का डिस्टेंस पूछ रहा है. ये गणेश टेम्पल, ये दुर्गा टेम्पल. सो 10 + 10 + 10 + 20, दैट मेक्स इट 50 kilometers. So my answer for this question is option C, which is 50 kilometers. Third, the location of how many temples can definitely be determined? Ganesh temple, Hanuman temple, Ram temple, Durga temple, and Shiva temple. Apart from that, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Krishna temple, they can vary. So my answer for this question will be equal to 5. And finally, distance between Hanuman temple and Lakshmi temple. Hanuman temple and Lakshmi temple, wherever it is, the distance between them, it is going to be 10, 10, 10, 10 and 30, that is equal to 70. Is more than the distance between Ram and Ganesh temple. 60. Ram and Ganesh temple, the distance is 60. By how much? It is more than them by 10 kilometers. So these are the 4 questions on this first set. Okay guys, I am sure that you all have understood this set now. So we'll go back to that previous set. We have got there are some mistake in the data and उसको अभी ठीक ही कर देंगे साथ साथ ही. So Gaurav sir will be here to tell you about that.
Mistake?
ये
35,400 and 36,400.
बट ये मैं कैसे करूँगा?
34 को 35 कर दो बस. नहीं वो तो सही था सर.
क्या चीज?
सेकंड वाला तो सही था. एक सेकंड, पूरा ही गलत कर दिया इन्होंने. 35,400 and 36,400. ये ओरिजिनल डेटा है,
अच्छा,
मतलब करेक्ट डेटा है।
ठीक है। So these are the two datas. Now please start doing it. मतलब बल्कि मैं अगले पेज पे
चेक
लिख
अदर
दूंगा।
वैल्यूज। वेट सर, हाँ आप नेक्स्ट पेज पे लिख लो, एंड मीनवाइल आई विल चेक अदर वैल्यूज एज वेल। इरेज कर दीजिए आप पूरा डेटा।
Yes, this figure is 35,400, right?
हाँ, एंड 36,400
And this is 36,400. ठीक है जी, let's start doing it then.
लेकिन ठीक है, वैल्यू
वो दिख जाएगा वैसे।
23,200।
सर ये क्वेश्चन क्लास में कॉम्प्रीहेंड हो जाते हैं पर एग्जाम में मुश्किल हो जाती है बहुत ज्यादा। रोहन यादव, दैट्स अ कॉमन प्रॉब्लम विद एवरीवन। एग्जाम टाइम पे यू ऑलवेज हैव दैट प्रेशर, यू ऑलवेज फील अ लिटिल डिफिकल्ट, ठीक है, लेकिन वो सबके साथ होता है, ये हमेशा दिमाग में रखिए। वॉट एवर हैपन्स, इट हैपन्स विद एवरीवन। LOD of temple set, I think I would keep this between easy and moderate.
Yes,
Definitely not above moderate,
below moderate.
है ना, below moderate. Okay, start doing it now. You all have read it, so please. So let me just once again give you the data. He was telling us that in 3 intermediate cities, a car was burnt with a reading between 50,000 and 70,000. That's what he has told us. And in one of the cities, a car was exchanged with a brand new car. These are the two informations. So you have to look at them and then start doing it. The fleet of cars is of 3 cars or 4 cars or 5 cars. Where is GB sir? GB sir would be at home. He won't be a part of the marathon today.
HR marketing is average age.
बट काफी अच्छा बना दिया इसको। Algebra King is here in front of me. सर बुला रहे हैं आप?
फोटो आपके साथ।
नहीं भगत सिंह बुला रहे हैं, Algebra King।
जीबी सर को बोल।
I'm sure you all are trying this. After that, we'll be doing it together. 35,400 हो गया है।
35,400. It is 35,400.
हाँ 400।
35,400. Okay, हमने गड़बड़ कर दी। Thank you, Shubham. By 4,000. 3,54,000.
It is a nice set. मतलब उस तरह का सेट अगर आप इसको खुद कर लोगे तो you will feel a lot of confidence in LRDI that yes, we can do this set, we can do anything.
Consuming है। ट्रायल थोड़ा सा स्टार्टिंग में।
हाँ है।
3, 3, 3
4, 5,
3 उन दोनों का नहीं आएगा, फर्स्ट वाले का।
सर गलती से गलत सेट उल्टा लिया तो मूव ऑन कितना जल्दी
उठा
करें?
लिया सर।
अच्छा उठा लिया, गलती से गलत सेट उठा लिया तो मूव ऑन कितना जल्दी करें?
जितनी जल्दी पता लग जाए कि गलत सेट उठा लिया। और भगत सिंह, मैं मतलब हर बार शुरू से ही स्टूडेंट्स को समझाता हूँ कि एक ना थ्रेशोल्ड टाइम होना चाहिए फॉर एवरी टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन. थ्रेशोल्ड मतलब एक ऐसा टाइम कि जब हमें पता है वी आर स्टक इन द क्वेश्चन. हाँ, अ लॉट ऑफ अस डोंट एक्सेप्ट दैट वी आर स्टक. हमें लालच आता है कि 1 मिनट लगा लिया तो 2 मिनट और लगा दो, 2 मिनट लगा दिए 2 मिनट और लगा दो, ऐसे लालच आता है. So as soon as you understand, you get to know कि you are nowhere in that question, immediately come out of that question. क्वांट में वो थ्रेशोल्ड कम होता है, 30 सेकेंड्स 45 सेकेंड्स के अंदर पता लग जाता है हम कर पाएंगे या फिर नहीं. LRDI में थोड़ा ज्यादा होता है, 2 या 3 मिनट के बाद समझ में आ जाता है कि हम कर पाएंगे या फिर नहीं. सो कम आउट ऑफ दैट क्वेश्चन इमीडिएटली.
सिली मिस्टेक कर करके अब सिली मिस्टेक दिख जाती है. In real CAT exam, how much time an average student will take?
Which set? Which question?
Probably this set you are talking about, Lakshmi. Let's first do it, then probably this question would be more important. Ego में लगता है.
बाहर नहीं आ पाते ना क्वेश्चन से.
Same with relationship.
अबे कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
टूटा हुआ आशिक. Let's start doing it now, okay? Let's do it because it's a little difficult question. So let's start doing it. So I'm starting with the first one, which is youth group. I do not know how many cars are there in the youth group. So I'm taking the number of cars as n. Now just have a look at this. Their average odometer reading when they started from Delhi was 35,400. And by the time they reach Jaipur, it increased by 1,000, of course, because it is 1,000 kilometers away. So 35,400 plus 1,000 is 36,400. Now from there, they went to Goa. Can I say when they went to Goa, their average odometer reading must have increased by 2,000, right? 36,400 plus 2,000, it should have become 38,400. So the total reading should have been 38,400 into n. If there are n cars, their total odometer reading should have been 38,400 into n. But they might have, burnt a car at this stage. Along with that, they might have exchanged the car as well. I do not know whether they exchanged or not. But the point is, if you are burning a car, the total number of cars will reduce by 1. If you exchange a car, that does not change the number of cars. So can I surely say that when they reach this point, which is Goa, the number of cars must have become n-1? Whether you burn only or you burn and exchange, in both the cases, the number of cars is going to decrease by 1. So here, the reading is 26,000 and 26,000 is the reading for n-1 car. So the total is 26,000 into n-1. If I subtract them, what do I get? 38,400 n minus 26,000 n, which is 12,400 n minus, sorry, minus करेंगे तो plus आ जाएगा, plus 26,000. That means the total reading of that car which was burnt, or the car which was burnt plus the car which was exchanged, should have been equal to 12,400 n plus 26,000. Is that okay, guys? ये सबको समझ आ रही है मेरी बात? ये सबको समझ आ रही है ना? Total reading of the car that was exchanged plus the car which was burnt. अगर दोनों है तो भी और कोई एक है सिर्फ बर्न हुई है तो भी, in any case उसकी रीडिंग इतनी होनी चाहिए. Exactly in a similar way, if I talk about the second group, which is equality, equality के लिए this figure was 26,200 in Goa. Then they went to Chennai. It would have become 26,700. It would have become 26,700. So the total should have been 26,700 into n. But it became 15,400 into n-1. माइनस करोगे तो ये आ जाएगा आपके पास 11,300 n plus 15,400. That is for the second group, which is equality. माइनस क्यों किया? विश्वास माइनस करके ही तो पता लगेगा ना कि जो कार बर्न हुई है उसकी क्या रीडिंग थी. Let us say मेरी 4 कार्स हैं, उनका टोटल रीडिंग है 1 लाख किलोमीटर. आई बर्न अ कार and now the total reading is 70,000. So the car which was burnt, उसकी क्या रीडिंग रही होगी? 1 lakh minus 70,000. वो माइनस करके तो पता लगेगा. And therefore I am subtracting them, right? Similarly, when I talk about the third group, which is the justice group, अब justice group के बारे में बात करते हैं. The reading was 28,300 when they started from Delhi. When they reached Jaipur, it should have increased by 1,000. It should have become 29,300 into n, but it became 19,000. That is 19,000 into n minus 1. Subtract करके आ रहा है 10,300 n plus 19,000. 10,300 n plus 19,000. N is the number of cars which can be 3 or 4 or 5. So I'm just doing one thing. If there are 3 cars, if there are 4 cars, if there are 5 cars, what all figures would these be? उनको एक एक करके चेक करते हैं कि क्या क्या बनेगा if I take 3, 4 or 5. If the cars are burnt and exchanged, wouldn't it become the same number of cars? No, Neeraj. When the car is burnt, the total number of cars reduced by 1. And if a car is exchanged, the total number of cars does not change. If both the things are happening, ultimately the number of cars will decrease by 1. If only a car is being burnt, the number of cars will again decrease by 1. In any case, कार तो एक ही कम होगी. बर्न करोगे तो एक कम होगी, बर्न करके एक्सचेंज करोगे तो भी एक ही कम होगी, क्योंकि एक बर्न करने से कम हो गई. तो एक्सचेंज का मतलब ये है बर्न करने के बाद जो कार्स है उनमें से एक दे के और आपने दूसरी ले ली. सो नंबर ऑफ कार्स वुड एनी केस विल डिक्रीज बाय 3, 4, 5. जरा यहां पुट करता हूं मैं. 12,400 into 3 is 37,200. So this becomes 63,200. This will become 75,600. And this will become 88,000. सेकंड पे आते हैं. अगर 3 कार्स होती तो कितना बनेगा ये? 3 कार्स के केस में बनेगा ये 33,900 plus 15,400. तो 33 plus 15 is 48, 49,300. ठीक है, यही है ना? हाँ. फिर ये बनेगा 5,600 और नहीं सॉरी 60, और फिर ये बनेगा 71,900, और यहाँ पे 3 पुट करने पे आएगा ये 30,900 और 49,900, और ये फिर बन जाएगा 61,200 या 6,200, 6,200 और ये 70. एक बार आप भी देख लेना. 7,500. How n minus 1 is 26,000. N minus 1. Dhruvjan, 26,000 is the reading here. See, the average odometer reading is given as 26,000. So 26,000 is the average reading of n minus 1 car. So what is the total reading?
ध्रुव को समझाओ कि वो
26,000 into n minus 1.
नहीं. ध्रुव, basically this portion is the difference of this entire and this entire value. So 38,400 multiply n minus 26,000 into n minus 1. The difference of these two is this part. Okay?
I hope it is understood, Dhruv. अगर यही क्वेश्चन था आपका, गौरव सर ने जो बताया है, if you are asking about कि ये कहां से आ गया 26,000 suddenly, so this minus this is this total thing. और ऐसे ही है, ऐसे ही है. So can you all just say is it clear or not in the chat box, so that I also get to know that you have got it or not. A little difficult, but anyways we have to understand this. So what I have done in this table, I have assumed that if there are 3 cars तो क्या क्या रीडिंग्स होती, 4 cars तो क्या क्या रीडिंग्स होती, और 5 cars तो क्या क्या रीडिंग होती. That all possibilities I have taken here. So just write it in the comment box once if it is clear to all of you, so that we also know that you are listening to us. Yes, Arnav says clear, Sonali says clear, good. Shashank also says got it, Karthik, Bhagat Singh, that's great, very good guys, thank you. Okay, Ashish, Sushri, Sweta. Sir, in equality it should be 26,200 n. यहाँ पे अच्छा, in equality tech byte 26,200 was the reading when they were in Goa. When they would have gone in Chennai, it would have further increased by 500. So therefore it is taken as 26,700. And that's the case with all of them. It is 38,400 because it must have increased by 2,000. That is 29,300 is basically 28,300 plus 1,000 because it would have increased by 1,000. So that way it has been taken. Okay? चलिए जी, आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. Now Now the question clearly told us that the car which was burnt had an odometer reading of 50,000 to 70,000, right? And if a car is exchanged, it will further decrease by more. So how can a reading of 49,300 और 49,900 appear? Because इसका मतलब ये है अगर कार जो बर्न किया आपने उसकी रीडिंग 49,300 है और यहां ये कह रहा है जो कार आपने बर्न किया उसकी रीडिंग 49,900 है, बट द रीडिंग ऑफ द कार शुड बी 50,000 और मोर. और ये तो तब है जब मैं अज्यूम कर रहा हूं सिर्फ बर्न की है. इफ दे हैव एक्सचेंज्ड एज वेल तो ये और भी कम हो जाएगी, बट दैट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. सो बाय दैट लॉजिक दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल. This is not possible. The fleet with 3 cars can only be youth. This is the only possibility. Of course, then these 2 are gone. Yeah. 3 cars वाला अगर कोई ग्रुप हो सकता है तो वो यूथ ही हो सकता है. मैं फिर से एक बार रिपीट कर दूं मैं ऐसा क्यों कह रहा हूं. In equality and justice, if the car is only burnt there, then the reading of that car should be above 50,000, but these are below 50,000. If a car is burnt as well as a car is exchanged, right, then the total reading of those 2 cars, the car which is burnt plus the car which is actually exchanged, उन दोनों की टोटल रीडिंग हमारे पास ये होनी चाहिए. और दोनों की टोटल ये है तो जो कार बर्न की उसकी तो और भी कम हो जाएगी. We wanted it more than 50,000, so that's not possible. How 3 values, sir? Kota, we just have put 3, 4 and 5 here. 3, 4 and 5 here and 3, 4 and 5 here as the values of n. From there we got these 3 values.
It was given in the beginning that the number of cars can be either 3, 4 or 5.
On the very first page it was given, Kota Harish, that the number of cars can be 3, 4 or 5 in any group. So now we can surely say that the car which was there in youth, right, the car burnt or the car burnt plus exchange must have 63,200 as its reading. उसकी रीडिंग तो पक्का यही होनी चाहिए. There is no other possibility. If you guys have understood, I'm sure this is clear. Okay?
But less भी हो सकती है अगर यहाँ पे.
हाँ उससे possible है, कम नहीं हो सकता. Now we come to the next point, which is equality and justice. Okay? अब ये जो दोनों रीडिंग्स है मेरे पास, one of these readings can be of the car where it is burnt. I mean, one of them can have 4 cars, one of them can have 5 cars. 4 cars वाला ये हो सकता है, 5 car वाला ये हो सकता है, या 4 cars वाला ये हो सकता है, 5 cars वाला ये हो सकता है. Both the possibilities exist for them. अभी नहीं पता हम लोगों को कौन सा 4 है कौन सा 5 है, but both of them are possible. Cars were burnt by all 3 groups in 3 different cities. Yes, Arnav, that's correct. So जैसे एक ने आपने यहां बर्न किया है इस सिटी में which is गोवा.
नहीं डिफरेंट में बर्न किया.
नहीं उसने लिखा हुआ था शुरू में
डिफरेंट. ठीक.
हाँ कि 3 इंटरमीडिएट सिटीज में बोला उसने डिफरेंट में. तो अगर यहाँ पे एक है तो ये गोवा में बर्न कर रहा है और यहाँ पे ये जो है चेन्नई में बर्न कर रहा है और ये जो है जयपुर में बर्न कर रहा है. सो दैट्स राइट. आई मीन दैट्स नॉट ए प्रॉब्लम आई थिंक.
अच्छा एक चीज हम बोल सकते हैं, अगर यहाँ पे 4 कार्स है तो यहाँ पे 5 कार्स होंगी.
बिल्कुल.
और एक्सचेंज यहाँ पे होगा.
हाँ.
बिकॉज ये
70 से ऊपर
बड़ा है. अगर ये 4 है तो ये 5 होगा और एक्सचेंज यहाँ पे
होगा. Absolutely.
तो जहां पे भी 5 कार्स हैं वहां पे एक्सचेंज हुआ है.
So Gaurav sir is saying that it was not only given that 50,000 is the minimum reading of that car which was burned. There was an upper limit as well, which was 70,000. So whichever group is having 5 cars, out of these two, अब उसका अगर कार बर्न का रीडिंग 70 से ऊपर चला जाएगा, that is also a problem. So that means the group having 5 cars also have that car exchanged. Because if their car was burnt only, then the reading of that car would be above 70,000, which is not possible because there was a upper limit on the reading of the car which was burnt. Is it clear guys? ये सबको समझ आया तो मुझे बताओ एक बार, फिर हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे इससे. If this all is clear till this point, please tell me fast. Is it understood? There was an upper limit as well of 70,000. तो अगर कार बर्न हमारी 70,000 से ऊपर चली जाएगी, that's not possible. That means that must be the car, a group having a car exchanged as well. सिर्फ बर्न करते हैं अगर तो वो 70 से ऊपर जा रही है फिगर, वो पॉसिबल नहीं है किसी भी कार के लिए. यस. Satyanshu saying yes, clear. Karthik is saying yes, it is clear. ऋषभ ऑल्सो सेज इट इज क्लियर. क्लियर हो रहा है सर, बट अब कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लग रहा है. कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है अर्नब, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट, बट कोई बात नहीं, शुरू में लगेगा, 2 बार करेंगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा. सुश्री गॉट इट, शशांक गॉट इट. सो दिस इज द ओनली डेटा नाउ वी नीड टू आंसर एनी ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस. car 4 in equality because odometer reading ranging between 50 and 70. Okay, Ayushi देखिए, if car 4 is here, right, then car 5 वाला ग्रुप ये हो जाएगा, right? But why can't this be possible, Ayushi, कि ये car 4 वाला हो और ये 5 वाला हो? ये भी तो possibility है. Why are you saying that there must be 4 cars in equality because odometer reading is between 50 and 70? वो तो यहाँ भी 50 और 70 के बीच में, even that is a possibility. This is the first thing. Secondly, जहां 5 cars जिसके पास भी हैं, the reading goes above 70 और reading 70 से ऊपर भी नहीं जा सकती. तो इसका मतलब उन्होंने कार एक्सचेंज भी की होगी, तभी वो 70 से ऊपर जा रहा है. By that logic we are saying so.
So that means car 4 can be for equality, car 5 for justice, okay, or vice versa. 4 cars can be for justice, 5 for equality.
Both of them are possible. सर ये सेट तो डुएबल नहीं लग रहा, बहुत कंफ्यूज. विश्वास, डुएबल ऑफ कोर्स एग्जाम टाइम पे करने का सेट नहीं है. एज आई सेड बिफोर, इन ऑल दीज सेट्स आवर पर्पस इज नॉट दैट सेट ओनली. पर्पस है उन चीजों के थ्रू बाकी चीजें समझना, ठीक है, बाकी चीजों को सीख जाना. दैट इज द मेन पर्पस, दैट्स व्हाट वी आर डूइंग हियर. चलिए जी, सो अब इस टेबल के थ्रू वी विल गो टू सम ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस नाउ. सो आई हैव ऑलरेडी मेड दिस टेबल. वी ऑलरेडी नो कि ये जो 3 कार्स वाली हैं यूथ ग्रुप, ठीक है, देयर कार विच वाज बर्न्ट हैड ए रीडिंग ऑफ 63,200 और यहां पे कहीं भी जा सकती है फिगर. सो करंटली वी डू नॉट नो विच वन वुड बी राइट, इसके बारे में नहीं कह सकते. नेक्स्ट, हाउ मेनी कार्स डिड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यूथ स्टार्ट विद? ये तो पक्का आंसर आ जा रहा है 3. यूथ मस्ट हैव स्टार्टेड विद 3. ये तो वी हैव ऑलरेडी गॉट इट. आई एम श्योर इट इज क्लियर. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, हाउ मेनी कार्स डिड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हुज प्रोटेस्टर एक्सचेंज्ड द कार स्टार्ट विद? सो वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिसाइडेड कि जो भी कार एक्सचेंज करेगा वो पक्का 5 कार्स वाला ही होगा, इधर दे और देम. वी डू नॉट नो अबाउट द ग्रुप, लेकिन उनके पास पक्का कार्स 5 रही होंगी. सो माय आंसर इज सी फॉर दिस सेकंड क्वेश्चन. नेक्स्ट कम थर्ड. What was the odometer reading of the car burnt in Goa when it started the rally? This is the car which was burnt in Goa. मैंने लिख दिया यहाँ पे. Their car was burnt in Goa. They're in Chennai. They're in Jaipur. So this is the group for which the car was burnt in Goa, and their odometer reading was 63,200. But the question says when it started the rally. This was the reading in Goa, right? और गोवा में रीडिंग थी 2000 plus 1000 चलने के बाद. After running for 3000 kilometers, there was this. So 3000 इसमें से माइनस कीजिए, माइनस करके you will get the answer as 60,200, which is none of this, not given over here. My answer is going to be 63,200 minus 3000, that is 60,200. So none of the above is the right answer, क्योंकि वो कोई भी ऑप्शन में आपको नहीं दे रखा है. The best question I think in this set was this: in which city was the new car exchanged with the old car? Right? In which city was the new car exchanged with the old car? नहीं, ये नहीं, इससे अगला क्वेश्चन है. So new car was exchanged with the old car either here, that is in Chennai, or here, that is in Jaipur. So Chennai और जयपुर मतलब A और C. A और C का मतलब है, my answer is option D. Either 1 or 3 is the right answer. And that brings us to the last question, which is the best question among all. I would say spend 2 minutes on this question. Try to answer. कोई बात नहीं, हमने पूरा सेट नहीं करा, डिफिकल्ट था, हमने पूरा नहीं बनाया है. But this is definitely important for us. And after this last question, we will start with our VARC session as well. So I'll ask all of you to try this question and get ready for VARC after this. Take 2 minutes. TechBite has given an answer. Ajay Chaudhary, Anjana Devi. Okay, Vishwas Mehta as well. Karthik has got an answer.
Second.
Rishabh also. Chaliye, let's start doing it. It's a good question. I actually found it very good. So therefore I asked you to do it by yourself. Given that one of the cars burnt had 69,200 kilometers at its odometer reading, what was the odometer reading of the old car that was exchanged with the new car at the time of exchange? Now there are two possibilities. The car which was burnt, right, along with the car which was of course exchanged as well. Now that car which was burnt, either it was here or it was here, because the car which was burnt over here, it has a reading of 63,200. वो तो ये नहीं है. 69,200 वाली कार अगर burn हुई है, either here or here. Let's first talk about this. If 69,200 was the reading of the car that was burnt, and 71,900 was the reduction in our total reading, then 71,900 minus this, it gives me how much? It gives me 1,900 plus 800, that is 2,700. 27 kilometers was the reading of the car which was exchanged. I repeat, 71,900 was the reduction in 71,900 was the reduction in the total reading. Out of that, 69,200 was the reading of that car which was burnt. So 71,900 minus 69,200, 2,700 kilometers is the reading of the car which was exchanged. Now a car which is exchanged in Chennai, a car which was exchanged in Chennai, this car has already driven 1,000 plus 2,000 plus 500. So it must have had a reading of more than 3,500. वो चल के आई है 3,500 kilometers, तो उसकी reading 2,700 कैसे हो सकती है? So by that logic, the car was not exchanged in Chennai. Car was exchanged in Jaipur. And if it was exchanged in Jaipur, then the reading of this car must be 70,500 minus 69,200, that is 1,300. Is that possible? Yes. If a car comes from Delhi to Jaipur, तो उसकी रीडिंग बस 1,000 से ज्यादा होनी चाहिए. तो अगर 1,300 है, तो ये तो पॉसिबल है ही. So therefore 1,300 kilometers is the right answer for this question.
आपको एक ऑप्शन 2,700 भी रखना चाहिए.
इसमें अच्छा इसकी वजह से
रखना चाहिए था. Because पहला चेक किया 2,700.
इसके बाद आ ही जाता है. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Absolutely correct. So I'm sure that you would have liked this set as well. Now very soon we are going to start with our VARC session as well. But before that, yeah. So something that I want to tell all of you, that is, yes. So you all know now, you all are waiting for this day, that is 26th of November. Not only you, we are also waiting for that day, 26th of November. तो जल्दी हम लोग 26 नवंबर को मिल भी रहे हैं. I'll be having my exam. Gaurav sir is also writing the exam. Vikrant sir is also writing the exam. We all would be meeting you throughout the day on 26th of November at 12:30. That is after the first slot का analysis. At 4:30 after the second slot का analysis में. At 8:30 after the third slot with all 3 slots combined. ठीक है? तीनों का combined analysis के लिए उस दिन मिलने वाले हम लोग. और गौरव सर तो बहुत दूर से आने वाले, मेरे ख्याल से आप तो मेरठ जा रहे हैं.
The other end of Merit.
हाँ, so what we have got to know this time that people have got very far off centers. काफी लोगों को मिला है. First choice किसी को नहीं मिला. Last year गौरव सर and I we both were at Noida center only.
Same centers.
हाँ, इस बार सर को दूर भेज दिया, मेरे को वही मिल गया. Fortunately same slot. Now Not only this, there is another important thing that we have for all of you, that is CAT score calculator and the percentile predictor. So what we are having on our app, you go to the app, so you just put in your answer sheet, your response sheet, or whatever scores you have got, and you put them there. It will immediately calculate your score and will tell you that how much are you going to score, plus a percentile predictor as well. As someone was currently saying कि सर 84 के 54 के स्कोर पे कितना परसेंटाइल आएगा, I would say put it there. तो वो आपको ओवरऑल ही नहीं, सेक्शनल परसेंटाइल का भी एक आइडिया दे देगा कि अप्रोक्सीमेटली दिस वुड बी योर ओवरऑल परसेंटाइल और सेक्शनल परसेंटाइल, दैट ऑल वुड बी देयर. So just stay with us on the exam day as well, right? As I said, जैसे first slot अगर खत्म हो रहा है हमारा 10 o'clock पे, so we'll be having a first look of it at around 11:30 and a complete analysis with the memory based questions at 12:30. Similarly, for the second slot, just after 1 hour, we'll be having the first look of it, and after that, we'll be talking about a detailed analysis और फिर एक तीनों का combined analysis at the end of it. This all we are going to do on that day. So throughout the day, we'll be here. ठीक है? I have my center very close to our office, so it's just I think half an hour away. So पेपर दे के सीधा यहाँ आना है और आप ही लोगों से बात करनी है. It will be very useful for especially for those guys who are in their third slot. थर्ड स्लॉट में काफी आइडिया मिल जाएगा, फर्स्ट स्लॉट में क्या हो रहा है, सेकंड स्लॉट में क्या हो रहा है. यू कैन गेट एन आइडिया कि अच्छा ठीक है, इसके आसपास काम करना है, इस तरह से काम करना है. यू गेट सम आइडिया अबाउट इट. सर डी डे पे एनालिसिस एटसेट्रा देखें या नहीं बिफोर एग्जाम? डी डे पे यस जादव, देखो वैसा ना, इट्स वेरी पर्सन स्पेसिफिक. ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन गेट बेनिफिट आउट ऑफ इट because you'll get an idea that what is happening in these slots. Almost of the same kind can happen in the third slot as well. लेकिन कई बार ना लोग उसको बहुत specific ले लेते हैं. There were 3 questions on time, speed and distance in slot 1, so मेरे में भी 3 ही आएंगे. ज्योमेट्री पे वहां क्वेश्चन नहीं आ रहे तो मेरे पास भी नहीं आएंगे. वहां पे DI का सेट आया है तो एक तो DI का सेट मेरे में भी आएगा. उसके हिसाब से स्ट्रेटेजाइज कर लेते हैं. I'll go and straight away do first the DI set because वो आसान आएगा, और पता लगे जाने के बाद DI आया ही नहीं. उनका LRDI बहुत आसान था तो मेरा भी आसान आएगा, उनका डिफिकल्ट था तो मेरा भी. सो डू नॉट टेक दिस इन माइंड. सो दैट्स समथिंग दैट यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ, क्योंकि कई बार बहुत स्पेसिफिकली हम सोचते हैं ना, जो फर्स्ट और सेकंड स्लॉट में हुआ है वही थर्ड में होगा. इट डज नॉट हैपन लाइक दैट, एंड देयरफॉर दे हैव टू डू नॉर्मलाइजेशन, बिकॉज इन सम ऑफ द स्लॉट्स क्वांट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, इन सम ऑफ देम क्वांट इज वेरी इजी. किसी में LRDI इजी है, किसी में LRDI डिफिकल्ट, किसी में DI आता है, किसी में नहीं आता है. ठीक है, नॉर्मलाइजेशन इसीलिए तो वो करते हैं. आई थिंक इट इज गुड इनफ टू जस्ट नो 1 or 2 थिंग्स. फर्स्ट, नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट इज गोइंग टू रिमेन द सेम इन ऑल द 3 स्लॉट्स. तो वो आपको पता लग जाए तो वो आपको थोड़ा सा फायदा दे सकता है. उसके हिसाब से यू कैन जस्ट डू समथिंग अराउंड इट. प्लस द सेकेंड थिंग दैट यू कैन डू इज की you'll get an idea that okay, the composition of questions, it has remained almost the same as it has been in the previous years. वो बहुत ज्यादा चेंज नहीं होती. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि एक स्लॉट में 8 क्वेश्चन अर्थमेटिक है तो दूसरे में 2 हैं. दैट डज नॉट हैपन.
लास्ट ईयर ऐसा हो गया था. अलजेब्रा एक में 4 थे, एक में 9 थे.
हाँ, इतना फर्क आया है जो गौरव सर बता रहे हैं कि मतलब जनरली वैसे उतना ज्यादा नहीं होता, लेकिन इवन दैट इज पॉसिबल.
जनरली नहीं होता.
अगर वो हो जाए तो फिर तो एकदम टेंशन हो जाती है.
लास्ट ईयर हो गया था. सो सरल सर ने अभी जो आपको बताया वो एकदम सही बताया. लाइक डोंट लुक एट द क्वेश्चंस बहुत ज्यादा, मतलब लाइक इफ यू हैव एन एग्जामिनेशन इन सेकंड स्लॉट, सो फर्स्ट स्लॉट का एनालिसिस बहुत सारे लोग देंगे आपको. ओके, so just go for the composition and the number of questions, have a fair bit of idea कि पेपर कैसा चल रहा है. Okay, it might be possible that the difficulty level may vary, it may also not vary.
सर एग्जाम डे पे बैग लेके जाए क्या? ध्रुव ले जा सकते हो, लेकिन वहाँ सब सेंटर्स पे ना रखने की जगह भी नहीं होती है, तो थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. प्लस कई बार जगह होती है तो वो इतना ज्यादा भीड़ हो जाती है, आपको सामान रखना निकालना मुश्किल हो जाता है. कोशिश करो मत लेके जाओ.
जिन सेंटर्स पे जगह भी होती है तो वहां पे एक कॉमन एरिया होता है बैग रखने के लिए. तो सबसे पहले तो रखते वक्त आपका थोड़ा हैसल्स में आओगे, और फिर वापस लेते वक्त तो आपको बैग आपका मिलेगा ही नहीं. फिर किसी एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर पे क्या होता है कि देयर आर सम प्राइवेट वेंडर्स जो बाहर एक छोटा सा रूम, टेम्पररी रूम अरेंजमेंट कर लेते हैं और वो वहां पे रख लेते हैं चीजें. सो आई वुड सजेस्ट कि एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर पे कोई भी ऐसी चीज मत लेके जाओ जो आपको डिपॉजिट करानी पड़े या फिर जिसकी वजह से आपके पास हैसल्स क्रिएट हो. जनरली हम क्या करते हैं कि हमारे पास कार कीज होती है. ओके, सो लिसन दिस केयरफुली. कार कीज आर आल्सो नॉट अलाउड इनसाइड द एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर, सो you'll have to leave your car keys outside. So I would suggest don't go alone if you are driving there. Okay, so take your friend, take your parent, take your sibling, take someone who can take care of your car, because it has seen that at bigger centers parking की बहुत ज़्यादा problem होती है.
So better is take a cab then.
हाँ,
वो सबसे
better is take a cab. So if you are driving to the center, so hassles क्या होंगे? गाड़ी को park करने का hassle होगा. So just before your examination, just before such an important examination, you are like into a hassle of a traffic jam or parking your car. So it will basically disrupt your state of mind before the examination.
Absolutely.
So कुछ भी chance मत लो. Public conveyance use करो. Take a cab, take metro, take a bus, take a auto rickshaw, whatever you can. Do that. If you will have to take your car, then take a driver, like hire a driver for that particular day also. Okay, so do all these.
And so many of you are asking what documents we should take. So first of all, we'll be having small sessions on that. I mean, day before as well. Keep watching BYJU'S exam prep YT channel for that. But yes, अभी के लिए भी बता देते हैं कि generally you just need your ID card, which can be Aadhaar card or passport or something. Apart from that, you can keep some cash with you. That might be needed. Do not keep anything else, because pen, pencils, they all would be given to you. Admit card, हाँ, एक admit card तो चाहिए. Forgot that. तो ये चीजें बस आपको चाहिए. लेकिन हाँ, कोई बैग्स, इवन वॉचेस, कई बार जिनके पास स्मार्ट वॉच है भूल जाते हैं कि स्मार्ट वॉच पहन रखे, क्योंकि आदत है, नहाते हुए भी पहनते हैं वो, तो नहीं याद रहता कि इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ आवर बॉडी नाउ. तो वो ध्यान रखिएगा. इट्स नॉट अलाउड एट मेनी ऑफ द प्लेसेस. इवन द ईयर रिंग्स एंड नोज रिंग्स, इवन दोस आर नॉट अलाउड. नोज पिन्स एंड ऑल.
So I would suggest all the girls, especially the girls, to remove their earrings and pendants and nose rings, all the jewelry that you are wearing. You can leave it at home, and no need to carry any stationery, no need to carry pen, any paper.
Rather, at some places I have seen that people who took water bottles with them, तो उसका जो रैपर होता है वो रैपर भी उतार देते हैं कि that's not allowed. So keep a plain bottle there. So I mean it also depends from center to center. कई बार कुछ लोग करते हैं प्रॉब्लम ज़्यादा क्रिएट, कई जगह नहीं भी करते हैं. It depends. लेकिन वही आप रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहोगे ना कि आपके सेंटर पे क्या होने वाला है. How about phone? I mean, how can you ask this question?
Obviously, phone is not allowed.
So if
inside.
nose pins are not allowed, how can they allow the phone inside it? Now, don't ask, can we take some bomb there?
Cash is needed. No, cash is not needed. Nobody will ask you for a bribe there. But Saral sir ने cash रखने के लिए बोला. So just it will help you in commuting. आने जाने में आसानी होती है.
And at every, see, in case you carrying a bag, or for that matter, I generally drive, so even the keys of your vehicles, they are supposed to be deposited outside, and normally the place where you deposit at, they end up charging you money. Last year it was 20 rupees. Considering inflation, who knows, they may charge 30 this time around. So at least keep 30-40 rupees in loose change. Definitely carry that, otherwise you won't even be able to deposit it.
Center, they were charging 100 rupees.
My God. Okay, so a 100 rupee note, some 30-40 rupees in change.
Priya, you are asking Xerox or original ID. Obviously original. So you are carrying your identification proof. It should be original passport or original Aadhaar card. These two are the best ID proofs.
Okay? My standard kit is, I have a transparent folder where I carry 2 valid government ID cards. I carry 2 passport size photographs, the ones that I've sent to that form. I carry 2 pens just in case they don't have it there. I carry 1 20 rupee note, 2 10 rupee notes, and then of course some bigger currency notes. Currency notes you can take it in, but then you require that 20-30 rupees, or in the case of Gaurav sir, 100 rupees at times. So make sure that you at least carry this one. So this is my standard kit, and then on the day of the exam I obviously put 2 copies of the admit card there. I have some different reasons for carrying 2 copies. We talk about it later. You can make do with only 1 copy.
Yeah.
And that generally, and anything which is made of metal, please don't carry.
Don't carry. And Kush is asking, sir, colored print of admit card will allow? No, they won't allow.
Saral seems to be itching to take his wedding band off right now, but
I actually forget sometimes because I wear it and
so
go inside.
Anything that is of metal, leave it at home.
तो ring भी निकालनी होती है. Even belts are not allowed many times.
Chains, rings, belt. Some centers allow it, some do not. So it is best not to wear it.
Don't.
Some don't even allow the hankies. I mean, ठंड के मौसम में
Any
आपकी
loose
जरूरत होती है.
object
This
will
has
not
also
be allowed.
happened.
So anything which is necessary, that will be allowed.
For
Any
that,
loose
for that
objects.
matter, I don't even wear jackets because they spend extra time frisking it. So I'd rather wear a sweatshirt and then turn.
And one important thing, you need a passport size photograph, which is same as it was
one that you
uploaded in the
Yes.
CAT form that you uploaded. So please keep that with you. If you don't have it, so take a picture. Nowadays you can even get a printout by taking a picture in your mobile itself. तो अगर आपके पास नहीं है तो picture exactly वही लेके which was uploaded in the CAT form, go to the photographer today and take a printout of that और print लेके आइए. एडमिट कार्ड का कलर्ड प्रिंट आउट भी लोगे तो भी चलेगा. ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट इज ऑल्सो ओके. दैट्स नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. दोनों ही अलाउड है.
चलिए अब फालतू के क्वेश्चन
ठीक है. हाँ, तो आप
से
Thankfully, they allowed clothes. Huh? You've heard of some government exams where they allowed only the bare minimum of clothes? So yeah. I mean, lucky
So
that
over
they
to
allowed
now
clothes.
Vikrant sir for next few hours. He'll be there with you. ठीक है sir.
Oh yeah. So here we are with VARC. So any questions before we start? Any concept related issues that you want me to address? If yes, then let's settle them right now before we move on. Although we will get more opportunities to work together on these things, talk about these things, because I am taking a session with you at 7 p.m. tomorrow. So whatever you forget, tune into that and ask. And then maybe I'll once again pop up on 12 a day after. We can talk about some more things there. But whatever it is, shoot. And in case you see me at the examination center, at least, come say hi, introduce yourself. I barely otherwise get to see you. My center is someplace here in Noida, so if you have a Noida center, maybe. Satyanshu, bahut vadiya. A1. Shamvi says dress code, whatever you are comfortable with, yaar. See, I will come to the studio, so I am going to put on some formals. If I don't have to come to studios, I'll probably wear my favorite sweatpants, my favorite sweatshirt. Then my favorite basically here is comfortable. Turn up, come back. Anything which you feel most comfortable in. भगत सिंह लंच अबे ऑनलाइन में कौन सा लंच ब्रेक खाना लेके बैठ जाना साथ में खाता रहे साथ साथ काम करता रहे. Tarun, I definitely have. Okay, so Tarun says some parajumbles, we'll have parajumbles. So see, essentially what I've done is that I've made an even split between RC and VA. Equal number of questions for both of them. So there are exactly 13 RC questions, 13 VA questions, and I've tried to essentially cover every variety. Ashish says, let's summarize all important points for all important question types. Yaar, I mean, there are very few. There are, 19 odd RC question types, out of which we can definitely term 6 or 7 as important, and then 3 or 4. In fact, 4 VA question types. So we've already covered with all of this. KKF says, please start with RC. No, the PPT is already decided. So I am going ahead in the order in which I attempt the paper. So let us start. So I normally start my exam by diving into the summary. So I am going to start you with this. So the first 3 questions are para-summary questions. They practically warm up in the lead up to RCs. Thereafter, we'll dive into RCs and all these things about talking about important questions, inference, increasing accuracy. We'll just cover it the moment we see any of those question types right here. Shambhavi, by now, I assume that you have finalized or fine-tuned what works best for you. But I think I've already told what. So I'm in fact taking you through the sequence in which I go ahead and attempt the paper. Kalyani, whatever you are more comfortable with, they typically help you with that there as well. So as I said, I carry 2 copies with me. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. So here is your question number 1. Please go through this, share your answer with me, and then let's take it up from there. Let me also mirror the screen so that I get to read it a little more easily. actually eating into your screen space. So Shubham, for such cases, mark that question for review and then move on. Mark it for review and then move on. Okay, so absolutely correct, yaar. The right answer here is indeed option A. And if you look at it, B happens to have a bit of a deletion there. So B talks only about depression and nothing else. Similarly, if I talk about C, it happens to have a bit of an addition when it says hypocrisy. Not something that has been stated as hypocrisy here. It is inconsistent with the tone as well. It's a serious problem. People need to realize that it increases problems which can be easily dealt with. So there is also a distortion of the main idea. No mention of mental health at all. So easy to eliminate. And finally, if I look at D, deletion as it mentions only India, whereas the paragraph talks about the entire world and not only in India, although the rest of the paragraph from second sentence onwards does focus on that. And additionally, when you say interaction, see, the paragraph talks about talking about these things openly. So can I say interaction is equal to talking openly? We go through so many interactions in our day-to-day life where we are not transparent, where we do not talk openly. So there is this distortion there as well. And that is why I think B, C and D should have been eliminated, which I think most of you have successfully managed to do. Okay, here is the next one. Okay, so we're getting A, B, C. Anybody who's going to adopt D? ले लो यार, कोई D को भी गोद ले लो, फिर एक ही साथ देख लेंगे. Okay, so let's start. Now, A and D, both of these answer choices state only the negatives of small parties. They do not talk about the positives. So can I say that both A and D suffer from deletion? They're missing out on something or the other. Then if I compare B with C, you're saying some parties are thought of as a threat to the democratic setup. Where is this in the paragraph? Where does the paragraph say threat to setup? So remember, one of the things that I have taught you is that We cannot afford to distort the tone. One way of bringing in that distortion is tone. So this is an extreme conclusion drawn on the basis of the information given. The paragraph is not going to be consistent with the tone here. Right? So Hitansh, I hope we have looked at why we are choosing, why we are ruling out A, B and D and thus choosing C, whichever other option that you had this confusion with. Hopefully this helps. So in case you are confused between A and C, you notice A talks about only this part, and even there is a distortion of the tone, just like B. A misses out on the first half completely. But C gets it right. In case you have any issues with C, something that you find disconcerting, let me know and I can definitely dive deeper. Here is the next one now. Okay, Neeraj, that's your answer to question number 3. Oh, lack of adequate representation. Arnav, you can actually comprehend it on the basis of the last sentence of the paragraph. So remember the last sentence of the paragraph talked about, let me just look at the copy right here and I'd read it out for you. The last sentence talked about that cautious about the fragmentation between the idea of representation and of public interest. So representation versus public interest. You may have a member in the legislative, but that member may not be enough to get the job done. So what you want to achieve versus wanting to just get represented, so that fragmentation can be captured using representation in governance. Yeah, I expected this to be an easy one. So it is. Any issue with any of these other answer choices? If yes, then let me know. So basically, the core idea here is the Syrian issue is not just a local issue. Different international players are also involved in it. And therefore, we have it right here. Fair enough. Moving on to now what? So now that we have warmed up, we have managed that shift. Let's go ahead and look at a passage. So ready for it? So I'm going to take you through the passage paragraph by paragraph. The moment you're done reading whatever is on the slide, let me know so that I can take you over to the next one. So there you go. Oh, and for today, in case you're not able to understand a sentence, a word, please ask and I'll answer it straight away. Okay, Tanvi, absolutely. So here you go. Next. Fabulous. Okay, so here is the next one. There, okay, all right. So let's move. Somebody said wit. Is there a question behind that? Vishwas says this is kind of like EG. EG is what? For example, example of what? Okay, so let's dive into the questions. Here is the very first. Which of the following statements is true according to the passage? So the very first questions of RC. Straight off the bat, we are diving into inference. Creative Kida, illiquid in economy means something that cannot be converted into cash easily. So if I have currency, that's absolutely liquid. If I have gold, that can be fairly easily converted into currency. But if I have a property, if I have an art piece, you cannot convert them into currency that easily. Okay, Hital, just try to take a pic. Okay, A says distribution via aviation makes up around 3% of the global carbon emissions. Is there a specific mention in the passage about distribution via aviation? The passage, in fact, if I were to look at it, we need to essentially refer to the third paragraph, which says, and I'll just read it out. You can go back and look at the third paragraph. It says, reliable estimates are scarce, but industry studies reckon that clothing manufacture and distribution account for between 2% and 8% of global emissions. The fashion industry probably emits more carbon than aviation, 3% of emission, or shipping, which is 2% of emission. So we know that aviation contributes around 3% of emissions. Now within the 3% emissions caused by aviation, there is of course going to be some part that can be attributed to distribution. How much is that part? Is that around 3%? I don't know. This could be true, this could be false. So there is not enough data to base a definitive answer or to arrive at a definitive answer. Therefore, I'd say I'd have to look at A and say this is can't say. Nobody has picked up B, so I'm skipping that. How about C? C says fashion industry could account for around 8% of the global carbon emissions. Now look at this carefully. Now we know that according to the passage, it contributes to 2% to 8% of the emissions. Is it 2%? We don't know. Is it 8%? We don't know. Can it be 2%? Yes. Can it be 8%? Yes. So we do not have we cannot pick up an absolute number and say this is true, but we know that these and anything in between is a possibility. So the third conclusion says fashion industry could account for around 8%. Yeah, is there a possibility of it accounting for around 8%? Yes. So there is a possibility, and therefore this is true. Then some of us have also picked up D. Technology is reducing friction in trade of all kinds. Go to fourth paragraph and read out the first sentence. Fourth paragraph, first sentence starts with yet. And after that yet, you will see this. Written as it is, there is not a difference of even the period, even the full stop. So when you look at D, what do we say? It is a verbatim reproduction of the passage. Anything which is a verbatim reproduction cannot be an inference. By definition, it is going to be a premise. Therefore, we'd have an issue accepting it as an inference. Okay, so taking you over to, and that is what makes C the best answer for us. Okay, here is the next one. So if you are looking for the quote, this is mentioned at the end of the second paragraph. And what do you understand by this? That desirability can be fleeting. It basically means that we are fickle when it comes to desirability. So something that we find desirable today, we may not find it desirable tomorrow. And we are looking for something that can strengthen this, support the fact that desirability is fleeting. Let's look at A. People have abandoned the idea of owning durable clothes. Now, if I assume that somebody who is not thinking of buying durable clothes means that that person keeps on changing his mind about what is desirable and what is not, then this is going to be the right answer. But then, can we interpret that from A? If I do not buy durable clothes, it could simply be that I'm poor. So I buy a few pieces, but they're cheap because I don't have money. Or maybe because I am cheap. Right? But whatever I buy, I keep it. And the next time around when I buy something, it is along the same lines. Similar design, similar pattern. So A will not support this. Some of us have also chosen B. So let's look at B. Any relation of this with desirability can be fleeting. So some XYZ happens to have access to a larger collection of clothes. So desirability is fleeting or not? You notice I am not much into clothes, frankly. But I do follow technology. I do follow automotives, those kind of things a lot. So even in technology, you'd notice some of your favorite YouTube reviewers will have access to a larger range of phones. Does that mean that every day he picks up a new phone? Maybe that reviewer still uses one or two phones as his daily driver. He keeps returning to those one or two phones once he reviews something else. And he sticks to that for a long time. So not necessarily something that gets connected to desirability can be fleeting. How about C? People are fickle when it comes to their choice of clothing. If this is true, then yes, desirability can be fleeting. Fickle means you're not able to make up your mind on what you like. So you like a particular style today and then you like a particular style tomorrow. So if this is true, this definitely supports it. And nobody has chosen D, I guess. So let's skip it. So the answer to question number 5 should be option C. Here is the next one. So please go through the 6th paragraph. Then go ahead and check for each one of these. So first up, what do we mean by an assumption? So you know that we have something called an argument. In that argument, you typically have some premises. Premises is a formal way of saying reasons, and those reasons go on to support a conclusion, right? But then it is not necessary for a person to state all his reasons, state all his premises. So along with these two things, you may also have some unstated premises, which are known as assumptions. So every assumption goes on to support a conclusion, and that conclusion is impossible to arrive at with certainty if that assumption, that unstated premise, is not present. Okay, so for example, right now when I offer you a piece of advice, then there is an unstated premise behind it, and that unstated premise is you may listen to my advice. You may follow what I advise. If I believe that hey, you are somebody who's not going to listen to me, why would I go ahead and spend some time putting some sense into your mind? So you realize you always have some basis, but then you may not state that basis all the time. So I think the different options that we have picked up are, I think I missed out on reading the chat while writing all of this down, but a lot of us have picked up A. Then earlier I remember some of us had also picked up D. So let us start evaluating. So the 6th paragraph, technology has put pawn shops out of business. Is there any relation between this and the 6th paragraph? Let's go back to the 6th ones. So there you go. Oh, let me check. Which one was 6th? This one, right? This one right here. That's your 6th. So technology has put something out of pawn shops out of business. I mean, it is not even mentioned here. So this is going to be irrelevant. It is definitely not an assumption involved in anything that is stated there. Let's have a quick look at D. Some people desire high value items and are willing to buy them second hand. Now let us take the opposite of it to be true. Okay, so some people do not desire high value items, and so some would become no. So nobody desires high value items and is not willing to buy them second hand. If this is true, then the entire paragraph becomes impossible. Then you can no longer justify the fabulous growth that is being talked about in this paragraph. So because there is more money being spent here, there are people who value those things and are willing to spend money. Otherwise, how would you arrive at it? So my favorite way of eliminating options in assumption questions is negation. Take the opposite of that option to be true and then see whether you can make that argument or not. So in this case, the moment I negate D, we can no longer make this argument, which tells me that, hey, D is definitely an assumption involved. Then research produced by global data can be relied upon. Let us see. The author has cited a research by global data to support his point, which means that the author believes that a research conducted by global data has some credibility. Otherwise, why would the author mention it here? So this is also an assumption needed. And therefore, I'd say that we should arrive at A as our answer through that process of elimination. So if you negate C, if you negate D, we do end up harming whatever is stated in the 6th paragraph, but A has no business, no relation whatsoever with things that are stated in the 6th paragraph. And hopefully this approach will help you deal with assumption-based questions better moving forward. So here is your last question based on the passage. It's a main idea question. Go ahead and tell me what you think. Rohit, negate option B and then see whether it's possible for us to state whatever has been stated in the paragraph. So, I mean, the session is live, but there is a tiny bit of time lag, around 12 to 16 seconds. So there are times when you send a message immediately, but then you realize by then I may have moved on. So पीछे जाते रहेंगे तो यार सेशन ही खत्म नहीं हो पाएगा, फिर आज 8 घंटे की जगह 10-12 घंटे बैठना पड़ेगा सबको. तो चेक करके देखो, नेगेट करके देखो, and then we'll see. So question number 7, I think almost everybody, in fact everybody, why almost, is saying C. So C it is. Let's mark that as an answer and move over to our next set of questions. No surprises for guessing that it is once again ANRC passage for you. So here you go. Let's start reading. जॉब एस्पिरेंट सीकर, यार 8 घंटे का है मैराथन. 11 बजे शुरू किया था, तो मान के चलो कि 7 बजे तक तो डेफिनेटली. और अगर कुछ क्वेश्चंस में ज़्यादा टाइम लगा, आपके क्वेरीज हुए, तो सब रिजॉल्व करके जाएंगे. जो टाइम लगेगा देखा जाएगा, बट डेफिनेटली अंटिल 7. यस. ओके, नेक्स्ट. ओके, नेक्स्ट. Job aspirant seeker, yeah, my sympathies are with you, but then you're already thinking along the right direction. Yes. Okay, next. Gobsmacking. Gobsmacking simply means something that is very astonishing, amazing. It's an informal word. So basically means that you're so surprised that you can't even speak. Hitansh, the easy and difficult are all very subjective in RCR. Life is very subjective. Easy and difficult are mostly defined by whether we have that ability or not. So वो जिंदगी यही है यार, ऑक्सीटोसिन, डोपामीन, सेरोटोनिन. Done? Shweta is done. Right. Okay, here is the next. So, beginning the questions now. What do you think should the answer be? Which one of the following is the author most likely to agree with? Sunny is saying melatonin. No. Melatonin is of course needed for sleep and some other functions, but most of us seek what? Happiness. So there are 4 hormones that are related to happiness: oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, and endorphins. Melatonin is not one of those happy hormones. There are different things that produce these different. Vishwas, Pasha means a special liking. So once again, the pronunciation, the British pronunciation of the word is Pasha. It's a word of French origin, so you have that nasal twang here. The American pronunciation is rather straightforward, penchant. So it basically means a special liking for something. Okay, so humans have a pasha for considering themselves superior to all the species around the world. This is something that is not mentioned in the passage and therefore should not be chosen. B, we underestimate the impact of our biological and physical experiences. Yes, that is what is given in the last 2 to 3 paragraphs. Then C, humans are nowhere near to animals when it comes to accepting their bodily flaws. The passage does not focus just on bodily flaws, and B, it does not compare humans with animals along this trait. So C can be ruled out. D, people do not like the idea of human being considered different from their animalistic selves. Yeah, this actually goes on to contradict the passage. People like to think of them as more than just this body. So it's just a shell, we are somewhere else, we are someone else, we are something else. So this contradicts the passage and therefore can definitely not be an answer, and therefore I think the best answer for us should be option B for question number 8. Here is what else? Yes sir, but sleeping makes many people happy. Sunny, it does make me happy, but I don't know. When I was your age, sleep was the last thing on my mind. I'd rather go out with friends, roam around, have fun, party. Sleep was just a necessity. Of course, later on I did my master's in psychology, and then even thereafter I started applying all of these things to my life, and I realized how important sleep can be. And most recently, I read this fabulous little book called Why We Sleep. Man, after that I've started taking my sleep even more seriously. But So B for question number 8, and here is question number 9. How does the author highlight the importance of our bodies? Okay, so let's go ahead and check. A, no mention of balance. B, importance of human bodies in shaping the future of Earth and Earthlings, not mentioned in the passage. C, by utilizing our bodies to temper. When you use temper as a verb, it means to make something less extreme in this particular context. This is once again something that is not mentioned. So if you are somebody who solves it through the process of elimination, you would have found this question very easy and would have quickly arrived at C as our answer, which I think most of you have gone on to do. Okay, here is the next one. Question number 10. Vikram, it's very easy. You just look at the answers that people give. If majority of the answers are right, it is easy. If majority of the answers are wrong, it is difficult. If it falls in between, then you know that the difficulty level is moderate. That's the ultimate test. Mohan, Earthlings are entities from Earth. We are Earthlings. Okay, so I see loads of bees. I don't know, Vinayak, that was an answer to this question. Question number 10 or question number 9? Okay, I have a C. I have an A as well. Okay, now if you look at A can work as an inference. If I ask you for which of the following can be inferred, chances are that we can pick up A. But then we are being asked for the central idea. And what is the central idea? I'm just reading out some excerpts from the passage. The trouble for us is that this story, that we are not really our bodies but some special separate thing, has made a muddle of reality. Problems flow from the notion that we are split between a superior human half and the inferior mortal body of an animal. And then in the final paragraph too, the author talks about the need to let go of thinking of ourselves as special, as not animals, and accept yourself as an animal. And if you do that, you stand a chance of getting something from our evolutionary legacies. So if you look at A talks about only half of it. Whereas B, the first half captures whatever is given in A, and then it also adds this notion that we should accept it. We should not just accept the fact. We should accept. In fact, if you leave it to me to design the answer choice, I'd probably say embrace will be even closer to the tone. embrace the fact that we are animals, embrace the fact that we are not superior to other animals, we just like them, and that takes us forward. And that is where I'd say B comes closer. Then if I look at C, human exceptionalism is a myth. See, it is not a myth. A lot of people believe in it. So it is a reality. So that's one problem with C. Then additionally, planet-threatening problems are not discussed in the passage. So that's another bit of an issue. Right. D, I'm sure all of you must have eliminated, so I don't need to look at it. I mean, you ask me about why D is wrong, I'd only say, go back to the passage, read it. So it's that easy to eliminate. So let's not spend time on this. Here is the next one. Itansh, pick up one, make up your mind, choose one. Do you find anything in the passage that supports this? Can you call this true? We work continually. What is continually? And how is it different from continuously? If you know that, then you can actually raise a question on this as well. So A can't say, cannot be determined. B, humans do not like to confront anything that disturbs their individual experience. I want you to go to the second paragraph, and there is a part that says, these end-of-life stages prick our imagination. When something pricks a feeling, when something pricks your imagination, it basically means that it makes you more imaginative. Okay? They confront us with some unsettling ideas. We do not like to face the possibility that irreversible biological processes in our bodies can snuff out the stunning light of our individual experience. From that sentence, I can infer B, so I can label it as true. See, humans are obsessed with the idea of escaping death. Do we have enough in the passage to justify the use of the word obsessed? Check that. D, humans have ambivalent feelings. If you are ambivalent, then it basically means you're not sure. You're not sure whether it is good or bad. But according to the passage, we are not ambivalent. We are very clear that we are not animals. So we have no ambivalence. The author, on the other hand, has a different take. He says embrace it. He says we are pushing it away. We are not embracing it. We are not recognizing it. We believe that we are a superior, there is a superior self and an inferior shell. So no ambivalence there. And therefore this is actually false on the basis of the information supplied. And that is why our answer here should be B. Mark it here. Prashant, if we go back and check, there would be more accurate in... Yeah, VVs, you don't go back to the passage. If you don't, it'll end up taking a lot of time reading it. So please do not spend more than 2 minutes reading the passage for sure. Okay, so finish the passage in 2 minutes, and your goal in those 2 minutes is to get an overview of the passage, and then you head over to the questions. Right, so that takes care of our passage number 2, and with that, okay, Shabas, continually. Okay, what is continuous? Continuous is something that happens without any interruption, without any intermission, without any break. So continual, on the other hand, means something that happens at a regular interval. Something that happens every, so it is not continuous. You do have breaks, but then it does happen after breaks. So for example, I can say it has been raining continuously since morning. Continuously is without any break. But if I say it has been raining continually since morning, it means that बारिश सुबह से रुक रुक के लगातार हो रहे हैं. So there are breaks in between, but then those breaks are interspersed with bouts of rain. So for instance, I update my class notes, class presentations continually. So I sit down once every 6 months and see I've learned something new in those 6 months, so I need to, so all that gets captured in my notes. Mohan, I think I've just, how much time do I take? I normally take around a minute. But then there are 2 reasons. Number one, I am a significantly faster reader. I mean, compared to an average individual, I read a lot faster because I've practiced a lot along those lines. And number 2, I don't have as much pressure as you have, right? So I am chilled out. I am relaxed. So that also enables me to go through it faster. So if you are somebody who handles pressure well, if you're somebody who soaks in that pressure and thrives like Sehwag, I'm sure you can also make yourself go faster. Okay, so there you go. Next passage, 5 questions this time around, and let's start. So Mohan, if it takes you 2.5, 3 minutes today, it's absolutely all right. Give it 2.5, 3 minutes today. Don't worry about it now. Okay. But once you step out, you have more exams. ZAT, Maharashtra CET. So we can definitely come up with a strategy that helps you shave off that time moving forward. Gokul, absolutely all right. But my guess is that if you shift from reading for detail to reading for overview, you'll automatically start spending less time. Okay, that in itself is going to make you faster. The Aztec historians, creators of a genre called Shupavali. Oh, that makes me think of CMAT. Sorry, CMAT to kisi aur ne likha. That makes me think of Pushpa. Teri jhalak ka sharaf Shrivalli. So it's Shupavalli, but then I'm thinking of Shrivalli. Damn. That's how we lose concentration. Hitansh, of course, yeah. If you're writing CMAT, then CMAT as well. Yes. Done. Here is next. So in case you are worried, he was the founder of Aztecs. So in case this bothers you. Ready for the next? Gokul, in that case, do not take out a lot of time for parajumbles. Identify, I mean, at the end of the day, unless you read all the 5 sentences, all the 4 sentences, you wouldn't even know what is easy and what is difficult. So do read them, and thankfully there is no negative marking. So just guess. And then GB has shared a way to guess. In case you missed out on that, ask GB and he'll tell you what kind of guesses have a higher probability of being right. So use that formula that he so very often shares and then see where that takes you. Okay, next. Ready for the next? Yash, in that case, take out maybe 90 seconds for parajumbles and then move over to solving a passage, if it is easy. And then you said 2 questions of 4th RC. Yeah, 2 questions of 4th RC. If I were you, if that's the kind of equation that I get, I think in 5 minutes I can actually solve all the 4 questions of the RC. So I'd go there and do that. Okay. And here is the last paragraph. So, ready for the questions now? Here you go. Question number 12. Okay, so we know that the purpose of an example is to explain or support a point or an idea. Right. So if you refer to the first paragraph, there is this line that says the pictographic texts that Itzcoatl burned were only a part of the Aztec way of keeping history. And then you have all these examples. So these are basically there as an elaboration. These are basically to explain to you that, see, that's how they kept history. Now, if you look at A, to highlight the fact that Aztecs had pictographic texts, no. It was to highlight the fact that this is how they kept history. To highlight the fact that it was the way the Aztecs kept history, that's good. C, to describe the fact that it was the way Aztecs kept memories alive. If you look at the passage, it is not about keeping memories alive. It is about keeping the satisfying memories alive. Not all the memories. So that makes it broad. It's not about memories, it's about a particular kind of memories. So that's where C deviates. To give some examples of the, what was that? Shrivalli, Shupavalli. Genre created by Aztec historians? No. These were examples of their pictographic text. In fact, they've used the synonym here, glyph, and not D, so it can be ruled out. So the problem with C was add satisfying and we can still consider it. Otherwise, B remains our best answer choice. Okay, next. Okay, so if I use the process of elimination, I think B and D can straight away be eliminated because these are obviously contrary to the Aztecs. So A and C are both consistent, but which one of these is closest to that of the classical Aztec? When it comes to pictographic script, I'm sure there can be a lot of other tribes as well that had pictographic scripts. In fact, you realize all the different civilizations of the world. We had 6 major civilizations in the past. All of them grew, evolved, developed independently. Initially, there were no connections between the 6, yet all the 6 went on to develop 2 ideas. One is language, other is God. So it somehow tells you that our brain is wired to come up with these things. Right? So it's possible a lot of others also did it. So it is not going to be a distinctive characteristics of Aztecs. C, on the other hand, can be a distinctive characteristic or is closer to being a distinctive characteristics, and therefore we should go ahead and prefer C over A. So C for question number 13, and here comes question 14. So what do you understand by counterintuitively? So there are some things that our intuition tells us. But when the reality goes against that intuition, we say counterintuitively. For example, there is a play school. I read about this instance in one of the books. So there was a school where parents had to pick up their students once the school got over, and they were young children. Okay, it was a play school. So whenever a parent got delayed, some teacher had to stay back, be with the child until the parent comes to pick that child up. And that was undesirable for the school, obviously. So what did the school do? They decided to impose a penalty on the parents when they came late. So now that the school has decided to impose a penalty, what is likely to happen? Moving forward, what will happen? Parents will start turning more promptly or not? What's your guess? So I'll repeat. Now that the school will impose a penalty for a parent coming in late, what is likely to happen? Parents will turn up more promptly or not? Tell me. So our intuition says that, okay, now that there is a penalty, the parents should come on time, but what they noticed shocked them. In fact, now more parents started coming in late, the frequency increased. So what happened was that earlier parents had this moral pressure on them. They knew that here there is somebody waiting for them to pick up the child. That person will have to stay back if they don't reach on time. So they tried to be on time. The moment they imposed the penalty, and remember it's a play school, the parents said that, okay, I know that somebody is staying back, but then we are at least paying that penalty, so we'll pay the penalty. So that moral pressure went off, and apparently that moral pressure was a bigger factor than the punishment, than the penalty, and therefore the delays increase. So that's what we mean by counterintuitively. Okay, so their narrations counterintuitively in some ways have been preserved because of the Spanish conquest. So here the use of counterintuitively can only be justified if we say that, okay, whenever a conquest happens, whenever tribe A wins over tribe B, then all the history of tribe B gets erased. But here it's the exact opposite that happened. It is because of them that their history got preserved. They did not have a well-developed written script. So Spaniards brought in the script, and therefore they started writing their history. So let us go ahead and look at it. A, had the Spanish not conquered them, the Aztecs would have retained their historical narrations. This is the opposite of what happened, right? There is nothing counterintuitive here. So let's eliminate A. B, the Spanish worked hard to keep Aztec storytelling alive in written alphabet form. It was not storytelling but history. C, the Spanish conquest, instead of erasing, perversely helped to preserve it. Absolutely yes. That's counterintuitive, and therefore our answer to question number 14 should be option C. And here let's dive into the 15th question, which is basically a tone-based question for you. Yeah, Satyanshu, absolutely. School shock, parents rock. Yeah. हाँ, यही होने वाला इस संडे को भी. हाँ, cat shocks, you rock. So this is one of those tone-based questions that occasionally gets asked in the exam. So whenever they ask you for the author's emotions, author's attitude, tone. So how do we attempt it? We think of, first up, the author was positive, negative, or neutral. So the author's attitude towards the Aztec way of keeping history is positive, negative, neutral. Positive. If it is positive, we can eliminate option A and option C. That leaves you with, or for that matter, even option B. That's also negative. So that leaves you with D. There you go. Admiration. Author likes it. Notice, just to read one of the sentences from the passage, the Aztec historians, creator of a genre called the Shupawali, developed a highly effective way of keeping satisfying memories alive. Highly effective. Positive, right? The very first sentence. Okay, just to look at the meanings quickly. Skepticism, when you are doubtful, when you're wary, when you're not sure whether something will work or not, but you're leaning more towards the negative. Then incredulity. Incredulity is when you refuse to believe something. Now imagine if somebody comes to a class late and then says that, oh, I got late because, when I left my house, my car got punctured. So I tried to fix it, but then I realized that my spare tire was also punctured. Then I hailed an auto and then that auto met with an accident. I eventually decided to walk my way through a shortcut. The shortcut involved a forest. When I entered that forest, I was abducted by the aliens. So I was enjoying their company for a while. But then I suddenly realized that, I'm supposed to go to a class, so I had to fight off those aliens. I somehow escaped from their spaceship, and then I came to the class. That is why I am late by 15 minutes. That's an incredulous story. The kind of story that you would never believe. The author is not neutral. He is in favor. He likes their way of keeping history, so C is also ruled out. So you remember this word called incredible. Incredible is unbelievably true. Incredulous just means unbelievable. Nobody will think it is true. So it's quite close to it. So that's question number 15. And here is the last question based on the passage. What's your take? Okay, so let's see. What are we getting? B and D. B says Aztec history is often repetitive and that was considered normal. Are we sure that it was considered normal? Yeah, it was not thought of as a quirk or a bug. You are right. How about A? Aztec history is available both in pictographic text as well as alphabet form. Yeah. They had pictographic texts, and then thanks to Spaniards, they also have these alphabet forms. And there are definitely some pictographic texts that remain. Otherwise, how would this author be able to give us those specific examples that are mentioned in the first paragraph? So A is true, B is true. Aztecs believed that in case of history, truth was singular. No, this contradicts the passage. Look at the second last paragraph, which very clearly says that for them, truth was not singular. So C is definitely false. And therefore, I'd say that we should pick up D. A and B are both right. There is a sentence, remember, it has become clear to those who study these Aztec annals that repetition is a feature, not a quirk or a bug. So it's a feature. It's normal for Aztec history. And therefore, D. So that concludes our third passage, after which we go ahead and look at what happened. Some questions of verbal ability specifically. So you've been given 5 sentences, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, marked marked using these 5 letters. 4 of them can come together to form a meaningful paragraph. 1 does not. Your job is to pick up that one. So, those of you who keep joining in, I'll just write it on top that this is a paragraph odd one out question. So please answer it accordingly. Shoot. So I think if we read all the sentences and try to come up with a theme, we notice that 2, 3, and 4 are very clearly talking about the impact of warming on some marine species. That leaves you with 1 and 5. Which one of these two can be linked? Which one of these two can be connected to warming? So I think when fifth says various changes afoot in the sea, then this definitely makes it broader than warming. So if there are 3 sentences that talk just about warming, one that becomes broad, goes beyond, then that makes fifth a suspect. First can still be linked with this. You can arrange them as, I think, if I were to look at it as a para-jumble, I can say 4, 2, 3, and then we can put in 1. 1 can still be connected, fifth cannot be connected, and therefore the best answer choice for us will actually be 5. So it all boils down to what can be connected with what else. So if I purely go by the theme, the specific aspect that the passage chooses to focus itself on, fifth. Then I think, yes, if you purely look at it as a para-jumble, we can always go ahead and connect. But then, you know what a paragraph is? It's a group of sentences that are designed to deal with one specific issue. So if there is one sentence that talks about various issues and then the rest of them talk about just the impact of warming, not any other issue, then it will be difficult for us to transition from that various things to warming without any other sentence. Okay, let's try it. Let's try out the next one. Here is 18th. Go ahead, give this a shot. Now, Sneha, there is no direct relationship between the other 3 and 1. I'm saying that when I look at 2, 3 and 4, I know that we are talking specifically about impact of warming. Now, between 1 and 5, 5 is definitely not talking about warming as it goes beyond warming. The very first part says that. First, at least does not tell you that it definitely goes beyond warming. It can be fit into within that subtext. Okay, so we are getting 1 or we are getting 2 so far. Let us see. Let me highlight one part of 2. Just think when we use this. When do we use in the sense? Okay, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5. So when I read all these sentences, I realize that these are essentially about neutron stars, and third explains neutron stars. It introduces neutron stars. Now, if I were to think of it as a parajumble, four and 5 are a mandatory pair. So if I were to solve, we have 3, 4 and a 5 talk about the mechanism in which they develop, but with at least the mass of our sun. These stars which spin rapidly are the most compact objects outside of black holes. Okay, so I think 3, 4, 5 should definitely remain. That once again leaves us with 1 and 2. Now I can put 1 here if I want to. The problem with 2 is that we use in the sense to explain something that has already been stated. So I can say, hey, XYZ is a friend of mine. He's a friend in the sense that he has been my neighbors for 10 years and we have known each other and we are acquainted with each other. But it does not really mean that we actually share a very close bond that goes right to our childhood. So you notice, in the sense always follows a sentence that introduces that idea. And the idea that is talked about in 2 is neutron stars are dead in the sense, whereas 4 and 5 talk about their creation. They do not talk about their death. So if we put 2 here, we will not be able to justify dead in the sense anywhere. So which means that 1 can still be accommodated as a descriptive. I can probably put 1 here or at the end. I don't know, I haven't really looked at it that closely, but 2 cannot come before 3, and it cannot follow any of the other sentences. And therefore our answer here should be sentence 2. Is 5th talking about death? Look at 4. They form, explode. Though the outer layers get blasted, its core collapses inward and forms a sphere. Once again, formation. That's how neutron stars are formed. That's part of their process. And thus 2 it is. And with that, let's dive into our last paragraph, odd one out question. Let's see. Vaibhav, some of these are, some of these aren't. Yashish, that is why they removed these. Acha, arre. They kept at them for quite a few years, remember? They are not going to take out a question type merely because it is ambiguous. Man, there are years when I think that people who design CAT paper are sadists. Look at CAT 2006, CAT 2007. And in between, I can show you some questions that cannot be answered logically, especially paragraph-based questions. Okay, this I personally found it easy because I could very easily connect these to form a paragraph. The moment your paragraph has a narrative structure, it becomes easy, no? So Austin Russell. So you notice the lanky 22-year-old CEO. So plenty of clues. So second is connected to the other four sentences in the sense that what is needed for a self-driving car, but the other four are talking about one specific instance. One specific, shouldn't even say instance, one specific event. And therefore, second sticks out. And thus should be the answer. Connect करके दो. And in case you're not sure, this is an idiom. When you tool around, it basically means that you drive going from place to place without any specific direction or goal. And you don't have to drive, you can just even jaunt about in the same manner. Okay. अच्छा, Karthik says, करके बताओ connect. Okay, करके बता देता हूँ भाई. Austin Russell hops in a motorized cart and goes whizzing through a cavernous building on the edge of San Francisco that is normally used to disembark cruise ship passengers. And that's just tools around. So yeah. So the CEO and then tooling around, this is what connects. Then he passes through a mannequin, a tire, and a co-worker. Those shapes of these appear there. All of it what? Driving around and those shape appearing, all of these are a result of laser beam shooting out of a black box and bouncing off more than 1 million times. So all of them connect, talk about 4153, talk about this event. And thus too. Okay, but then we will get opportunities to connect in the next one out. Prashant, can we? I don't know. If they feel, if the admission committee feels that, oh, we missed odd one outs, they may bring it back. They may not. I don't like playing that game. All I know is let's become better at working with paragraphs. Once we've sorted that out, once we've become good at English, no matter what they throw at us, we can always deal with it. Right? So 20 to 23 are parajumbles. Here is the first one. Okay, so we are getting answers 1, 3, 2, 4, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay. So, I think if we were to start connecting, so when I look at third, when his widowed mother was reportedly on the verge of giving up on it all, a martial arts coach descended on the stage like a Deus ex machina. Deus ex machina is what? It's a Latin expression which basically means God from the machine. So, in the olden times, in those plays, whenever the story reached a situation where no solution looked possible, looked apparent, suddenly a God would appear on the sky and solve the problem, solve the matter. But then, in that drama, in order to show that the actor is playing a god and is in the sky, they used machines to raise him to the height. So, God from the machine. So, basically, Deus ex machina means a person that appears suddenly in a situation and provides you with an artificial or contrived solution to the problem. So, when you look at this, the mentor, it can only come after a martial arts coach. So that's how 3 and 2 are connected. And when you look at fourth, the controversy, and the controversy is mentioned in 2. What did I do? So 4 comes afterwards. Now the problem with 1 is it says overcoming the handicap of crushing poverty. He has had a phenomenal run thus far. Where do I put it? It is a way of introducing someone's journey. Imagine if we were to talk about Virat Kohli's performance in the World Cup. You'd say, oh, he had a great run in the World Cup so far or thus far, and then you will describe various innings. It's then that you'd start describing the past. That's where one becomes more appropriate at the beginning of this person's story rather than the end. That's why it goes here. So I think 3 to 4 arrange themselves. 1 was the only issue. So this thus far basically tilts the balance towards putting it at the beginning. So thus far is not your conventional conclusion marker. It's a very popular, very common way of beginning someone's journey. So with that, let's move over to the next one. Let's see. I think there is only one sentence which can pose a challenge, but even there, if your vocabulary is good, you should be able to place it correctly. Let's see. Works with me. One works with me. I think I will go with this. So you notice to put 4 before 1, I belong to the choir of St. George's Chapel and we sang services for the royal family on occasion. Then I met Princess Diana in 1991. If you put 1 after 4, you will have to introduce a pronoun to refer to the church as well. You will not just mention the time, now that the place is already mentioned. Okay, so Kunal, Sneha, Hitansh. You say I met, then you would say something like I met Princess Diana there in 1991. So it will be absurd otherwise to write it. Then if you write 1 after 4, you won't find any connection. So that's the only catch. The other thing that I was thinking of was this. So if you know the meaning of cloister, cloister is a covered passage on the side of a building. It can be a court, a church, where one side is covered, one side has a wall and the other side is usually open, and you are able to see a colonnade, a park or something. That's called a cloister. So cloister needs to come after mentioning a chapel or a church. So that's why 4-3. Okay. Let's dive into the next one. Oh, thick skin, since I got all the answers all the answers were similar with the exception of 1 versus 4's placement. I just focused on that. Is there something else that you specifically want me to look at? Why don't you take a screenshot, drop it in our Telegram group, and maybe add a voice note talking about the specific issue that you have. We can look at it. Alfaz, are you sure? He will have to go out before he investigates. So this is going to be, let's just go with this. Why would we put 3 before 1? I mean, see, sorry, it was not even as tricky. Why would I put 3 before 1 here? हाँ, हितांश है ना, मतलब सही बोल रहा है यार. ये तो मतलब ये गलत नहीं करना यार. ये गलत किया तो इसमें था नहीं यार ज्यादा कुछ. नैरेटिव स्ट्रक्चर, प्लेंटी ऑफ क्लूज. ऐसे नहीं करते यार. Huh? So 4132, which I think almost everybody has shared. So let's check. So you notice 4th says heard something terrifying on the radio. What is the terrifying thing? Yeah, it's only when you hear the terrifying thing that you do something about it. Okay, next. So, इसमें मैंने सैंडविच किया था. सैंडविच पहला क्वेश्चन थोड़ा ट्रिकी था, बीच वाले थोड़े आसान थे. इसको देखते हैं. Let's see how this turns out. Prasanna, Kunal, think again. Satyanshu. Okay, it's all right. See, one of the things that we need to do here is, notice third starts with therefore. Therefore is a conclusion indicator, so you need to put a premise, a reason, the basis right before 3. Otherwise, 3 cannot be justified. Then another clue that I see here is, when you say the process, which process are we talking about? And you are given the characteristics of the process. It's a process that relies on events and analysis, unlike something which is data-based and deduction, where analysis dominates. So the process can only come after 2. Notice macroeconomic analytic frameworks change with events they are unable to explain. So you have a framework, but there is an event that cannot be explained by this framework. So what do? You change the framework. So this framework is looking at the data as well as the actual empirical evidence, events. So this is where, for that matter, even abductive reasoning is getting introduced. And that helps us link 2 and 4 together. And then you can actually go ahead and add 1, because this elaborates upon what abduction or abductive reasoning really stands for. And then when you look at third, therefore it is useful to study how macroeconomic conceptual frameworks evolve after anomalous outcomes such as crises. Third can be put at the end. So the problem is, you can put third somewhere in between. You can definitely put 3 after 2. No harm done. But then once you've put in 3, how would you justify the shift from 3 to 4? Then we lose the reference for the process. So 2 and 4 cannot be separated. So if I put 3 after 2 and 4, so let's say 2, 4, 3, then first, why are we defining abduction now that we've introduced abductive reasoning in 4? Why are we defining it after 3 suddenly? So 3 and 1 will have no connection, and that is why the only place you can put 3 is at the end. So moving from here to either 4 or 1 will become very difficult. So 2, 4, 1, 3. Creative Kida, always no. There have been TETA questions ever since TETA questions have been introduced in the CAT exam. Prior to that, they were multiple choice questions. So can I say they've always been TETA? No. Will they be TETA this year? I don't know, but in all probability, yes. Okay. And with that, now let us dive into our last segment. What do we see here? There is a sentence that is missing in the paragraph below. Below as in sentence, then below you'd find a paragraph. Look at the paragraph and decide in which blank the shouldn't say following, should say preceding. Let's just remove. The sentence would best fit. So this is basically going to be a para completion question of the type that got asked in CAT 22. Creative Gida, in the previous question, if I put 1 at the beginning, then the rest of the paragraph should actually talk about abduction. But the rest of the paragraph is not about abduction. It is actually about how macroeconomic frameworks change. So putting it at the beginning will not really work, because then it will become a topic sentence. Okay. So, absolutely yes. Satyanshu, this sentence, I end up calling it the lost sentence, in order to avoid any confusion during our discussions. So here is the first one for you. Why don't you go ahead and give it a shot? Let's see. So once again, just a quick reminder, I do not want you to start here. No, don't do it. Start here. Start here. There are times when you'd be able to see a gap. There are times when you won't, but then that's okay. So start here and then see how it evolves from. Okay, so I want you to focus on the so. When I was reading this paragraph, I noticed this. Now I know that so is a conclusion indicator. So after that, the sentence says, today more and more of us are opening the other eye, the eye of the heart. But then prior to that, we are just talking about living one-eyed lives. We are looking at eye of the mind, not eye of the heart. So suddenly, how can I arrive at this conclusion? Where does this shift happen? So I need to have some justification for this shift from the eye of the mind to the eye of the heart. And that justification can be provided by this sentence. That is why the ideal location would be 2. Otherwise, the so and whatever comes after can never be justified. So this requires the lost sentence. And then third can act as a continuation of that theme. So it's not necessary for you to put the lost sentence on location 3, but it is necessary for you to introduce something that questions the eye of mind, something that tells you that there is something wrong with looking at the world only through the eye of the mind. And thus location 2. Here is the next one. Okay. So absolutely right. I think if you've spotted this clue, you would opt for 2 as your answer to this particular question. What is the meaning of the word recrimination, by the way? Just a bonus ask. Each other or one another, of course, right? So, you know, and here comes the last one from me today. Yup. So when you pick this up, real life is a lot less complicated. You know that you need to talk about some complexity before, and that complexity is actually being created by a combination of all these sentences that start from here. The part that starts from here. Why am I not able to? Okay, I cannot really draw any further apparently. So right from here to here. And that is why fourth is going to be the best possible answer. Otherwise, when you say real life is a lot less complicated, you notice less is a comparative degree compared to what? So that comparison has to be implicit, and that is why it cannot come before. It has to come afterwards, right? So that's what I had brought for you. Now, if you happen to have any question that bothers you in English, please go ahead and ask. The right answer to this is fourth. And please don't forget that you are supposed to join us on 26th for a detailed discussion of your CAT slot. Not only that, we'll also take you through a score calculator and a percentile predictor, which will tell you some of those things that you're probably going to be most keen to know. So anything else, any other question, all yours. Otherwise, just a quick recap. When it comes to RC, you need to be absolutely sure of dealing with main idea questions, inference questions, strengthening and weakening questions, right? And then, of course, all the paragraph-based questions. Help for fluctuating scores. Sati, just rely on your reasoning instead of relying on your intuition, and that will take care of the fluctuating scores. Thank you, Satyanshu. Thanks a lot. How to do RC selection? Shivam, we basically look at two things, right? Or I at least look at, in fact, I look at just one thing, and that is my level of familiarity with the subject matter and the language used by the author. So that's essentially it. And if you do think of any other question, any other concern, you can always tune in tomorrow at 7 or a day after at 12. I'd still be there, and I'd love to address more and more queries. And with that, let's move back to Quant DILR. How do I erase this? Suddenly this has become permanent. Okay, there you go. Yup. And let me pass on the baton literally to Saral sir once again. There you go, man. Sir, leaving you in the hands of Saral sir now.
Hi guys, so from the chats I can definitely say that it was a brilliant session for all of you.
In case I don't see you, all the best.
So as always, Vikrant sir must have been at his best during this session as well. So we'll be again continuing with QA and DILR once again. So I'm just giving you a 2 minutes break at this point of time. So take some water, go for whatever important things are there. So we'll be just joining back within 2 minutes. And for those 2 minutes, just grab your snacks or something. Okay. Start कर दे
कुछ पानी वानी पीने का मौका दे देते हैं बच्चों को. सर ने तो
Is it the same?
पानी पीने नहीं दिया होगा.
PPT.
नहीं, डिफरेंट होनी चाहिए.
और आपको कैसे करनी है क्या? Must have sent it somewhere, no?
या इसमें क्या है आगे?
वो LRDIs are here only. तो उसमें भी होंगे वो.
What is this?
नहीं ये वो है. कहाँ डाउनलोड हुई वो?
क्या हो रहा है? What is this?
Sign in or create account.
चीटिंग. शिवम हो जाएगा. LRDI भी हो जाएगा. सब कुछ हो जाएगा. महंगी है भाई, स्नैक कर खाओ. Okay, so all of you, are you all ready? Shall we start with the third session of the day? Again, coming back to Quant and LRDI. So last 2.5 hours to 3 hours, we'll be taking on questions of Quant and LRDI. So post yes in the chat box as soon as you all are ready. Again, sir, same questions. Bhai. How many questions to solve to get at least 90 percentile? At least 90 percentile. तो सारे क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करके आओ.
At least 90.
गारंटी, मतलब करेक्टली सॉल्व करते हैं. Okay, so Shabaz, you're asking what's coming next. So in the first session, we have seen some questions on algebra and 2 sets of DILR. Now we'll be looking at some questions of geometry, modern mathematics, arithmetic, of course, and then there will be some sets of DILR for the next 3 hours. Okay, so let's begin. The first question will appear on your screen in a few moments. I hope all of you are have taken some refreshment. You are sitting at home, so must have had your lunch. Okay, so start करते हैं. First question on your screen now. The number of points in the shaded region, green in color, given in the figure, including the boundary, having the integral coordinates. Come on, all 100 plus students who are watching this session. And last 3 hours of dedication, last 3 hours of giving your 100% towards this session. Believe me, these 3 hours will make a lot of difference. Okay, so try and solve each and every question that we are covering here with the most carefulness. Okay, so be attentive. अगर किसी को नींद आ रही है, थक गया है, so quickly have an espresso shot, coffee, black coffee. In case you don't like black coffee, have a milk coffee, but you'll have to be alert for the next 3 hours. Okay, so Shivam has given the first answer. Shivam, very good. Number of points having integral coordinates in this shaded region, including the boundary. Okay, so option B, option A. 2 answers, only 2 students. Come on. There are more than 100 students who are watching this. Now, the things that you will have to be careful about while counting the number of points having integral coordinates in this kind of question is, do you have to consider the points which are on the boundary or not? This is the first thing. Okay, so including the boundary, it is clearly mentioned. Okay, so we'll have to include the boundary. It is clearly mentioned in the question. Okay, the second thing that you'll have to be careful about is, let's say you're counting the points in the first quadrant. Okay, you're counting the points in the first quadrant. So while counting these points, are you considering, are you counting, are you including the points which are lying on x-axis and y-axis? If you are counting them, if you are including them, then don't do it when you are looking for the second quadrant. So basically what I'm saying is duplication, like counting any particular point twice or thrice, should not happen. So be very clear in whatever you are doing. Okay, so which points you are counting, which points you are not counting, which points do you have to count. Okay, so consider all these things, be careful about all these things, right? So how I treat these kind of questions. So first of all, I'll count all the points which are lying strictly in a quadrant, not lying on coordinate axis. So x-axis pe lie nahi kar raha, y-axis pe lie nahi kar raha. I'll count those points first of all. Okay, right? Then I will count all the points which are lying on positive side of the x-axis, negative side of x-axis, positive y and negative y. And finally, I'll count origin. Okay, so I always follow this direction. So in that case, I'll not miss any point and I'll not consider any point more than once. Okay, so let's first of all start with the quadrants. Now this figure is symmetrical about this figure is symmetrical about y-axis. So number of points which are strictly lying in first quadrant will be equal to number of points which are strictly lying in second quadrant. Similar thing can be said about third and fourth quadrant. ठीक है? तो first quadrant के points count कर लेते हैं. Now look at this point. This is 6,0. Okay. So if I look at x-axis, there will be 6 points on the x-axis excluding origin. तो उसके ऊपर जो line होगी यहाँ पे, there will be 5 points, then 4 points, then 3 points, then 2 points, and then 1 point. So the number of points which will be strictly lying in the first quadrant will be 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. Okay. Now 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 इनको add कर लो. This will come out to be 15. So 15 points strictly in the first quadrant. Similarly, 15 points strictly in the second quadrant, right? 15 plus 15, let's keep it aside. Now let's talk about the third or the fourth quadrant. Now the third or fourth quadrant, they both are rectangles. So here, यहाँ पे, this point is -6 और यहाँ से अगर start करोगे, so this length is -6. So -6, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1. 6 points will be there, okay, which are lying in the third quadrant, not on the coordinate axis. Look at this line. This is length 7. So points will be -7, -6, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1. So 7 points like this, 6 points like this. 7 into 6 is 42. So 42 points in the third quadrant, same 42 points in the fourth quadrant. So 42 plus 42. Okay, right? Now checking the points which are lying on the coordinate axis. I'm sorry. So 15 plus 15 plus 42 plus 42. इतना हो गया अभी तक. Now the points which are lying on the positive side of x-axis. So there will be 6 points here, 6 points here, 6 points on the positive side of y-axis, and 7 points on the negative side of y-axis. So 6, 6, 6 and 7. This will be 25. And then one more point, which is origin. Okay. So follow a particular direction and you will not miss anything. Add all these numbers and that will be your answer. ठीक है? कितना आ रहा है sum? 84, 114,
140.
140. So 140, that is option B is the correct answer for this question. Okay. Now symmetrical figure है. You could have divided this entire figure in two parts. Right वाले points count करके double कर सकते थे. So this is another method. But this is the method that I personally follow. Quadrant wise check करेंगे. First quadrant, second quadrant, then third and fourth symmetrical है. Add कर दिया. Then x axis, y axis, negative, positive side, and then finally the origin. Okay. So that should be the answer for this question. Right. So let's move ahead and look at the next question, question number 2. Arnav is asking, area of the graph will give the same result always or not? Definitely not. हर बार same result नहीं देगा. Like last question में area was not 140. Area was not 140 in the last question. No, Rohit, not always it will be a multiple of 4. Okay. Now, Rohit, I can tell you, chalo, I'll take you back. Now we have done this question. Now, generally, you must have seen a question in which you will have to find out, like these are the coordinate axes. And there is a circle given to you whose center is origin. Okay, circle whose center is origin, and then here you'll have to find out the number of points having integral coordinates. So I can generalize the final result. In this question, the final answer will always be in the form of 4k plus 1. Okay, because this is a circle, all the quadrants are equal, having equal number of points. So multiple of 4. Then equal number of points on positive x-axis, positive y, negative x, negative y. So again a multiple of 4 plus 1, that is for origin. So any figure which is symmetrical both about x-axis and y-axis, you can say that in that figure the answer will come in the form of 4k plus 1, not in any other figure necessarily. Sorry. Okay, so that was this is question number 2. Again, Kunal is asking one question, sir. Symmetrical है तो multiply में 2 होगा. अगेन चलो मैं दोबारा से वापस जाता हूं. Not necessarily answer will be an even number. ठीक है. y एक्सिस के along सिमेट्रिकल है. अगर मैं यहां से ये वाला पॉइंट हटा के ऊपर कर देता हूं थोड़ा सा, ओके, -6 से 0,7, राइट. सो इन दैट केस it might not be the case that it will have an even answer. Okay, right? It may also have an odd answer. But if it is symmetrical both about x axis and y axis, then we can say that answer will be in the form of 4k plus 1. Now, while traveling at a certain speed, the consumption of petrol in liters per kilometer by a car increases by 1/4. A very important word. During uphill journey and decreases by half during downhill journey as compared on the level surface and at the same speed. Two hill stations, Fico and Miko, are separated by a distance of 700 km. The ratio of uphill distance of the road from Fico to Miko to that of downhill distance is in the ratio 4:9. Also, the distance from which the roads runs on level surfaces is 440 kilometers. For the round trip from Fico to Miko and back, the car used 133.5 liters of petrol. What is the mileage in kilometer per liter given by the car for the downhill journey? Yes, people. Any answer? Shivam, a few more, let's take one more minute and be sure about your answer. Okay, so most of you are getting option D as the answer. Most of you doing. Only 3 students have given this answer. 3 or 4 students. That is very less. Come on, people. क्या हो गया परफॉर्मेंस को? सरल सर को नींद आ रही है, तो तुम सबको भी नींद आ रही है क्या? ओके, चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं, सॉल्व करते हैं. Now we have the road in 3 forms. One is the leveled road. One, the car is traveling uphill, and car is traveling downhill. Okay, so the consumption of petrol is basically given for all the 3 types of roads: leveled road, uphill, and downhill. Exact values are not given, but the relation are given. So let's talk about all the 3 types of roads: level road, uphill, and downhill. Okay, now I'll assume that the consumption of petrol when the road is leveled is X liters per kilometer. Okay, the consumption by the car increases by 1/4 during uphill. So it increases by 1/4. That means it becomes 5/4 of the original value. So when car is traveling uphill, it becomes 5/4 X liters per kilometer. And when it is traveling downhill, it becomes half. Okay, it decreases by half. That means it will become half. So the consumption is X/2 liters per kilometer. Okay. Now let's talk about the distances. So total distance between these 2 hill stations. So some part of the road is leveled. Here I have FICO and here I have MICO. Okay. So 2 hill stations, FICO and MICO, are separated by a distance of 700 kilometer. So this total distance is 700 kilometer. The ratio of uphill distance of the road from FICO to MICO to that of downhill distance. So downhill distance and then uphill distance, the ratio is given as 4:9, and the level surface is 440. So out of 700 kilometers, 440 is leveled surface, right? So 700 में से 440 leveled है. So that means distance including uphill and downhill, it should be 700 minus 440, that is 260. So 260 will be the sum of this distance and this distance, right? So let's write 260. What is the ratio? The ratio of uphill distance to downhill distance is 4:9. So 4:9, 260 to be divided in 4:9. So it will come out to be 80 and 180. Okay, so 80 kilometers and 180 kilometers. So one of these 2 distances is 80 and the other is 180. देख लेते हैं कौन सा वाला 80 है. So uphill distance from FICO to MICO. So uphill distance is 80. This one is 80. And downhill distance from FICO to MICO is 180. So now I have written the distances as well. Right? Now for a round trip journey from FICO to MICO and then back to FICO, the consumption is 133.5 liters. So let's find out what is the distance covered by this car when it is traveling on the level road, when it is traveling downhill, and when it is traveling uphill. Okay, so level road, it will go in the right hand side direction and will come back. So 440, this level road will be traveled twice. So the car will cover 880 kilometers on the level road. Okay, the consumption is X liters per kilometer. So multiplied by X will be the total consumption. Then downhill. So from FICO to MICO, when it is going, it will cover the downhill distance of 180. And then from MICO to FICO, it will cover 280. Sorry, it will cover 80. So 180 and 80 will be the downhill distance, that is 260. And the same will be the uphill distance. Okay, so 260 will be covered uphill and 260 will be covered downhill. So consumption when it is traveling uphill will be 260 multiplied by 5/4x, and when it is traveling downhill, the consumption will be 260 multiplied by x/2. The sum of these 3, the total consumption is given as 133.5. Okay, so let's add all of it. So इनका sum कितना आएगा? 880 and then 260 common ले लिया. 5 by 4 plus 1 by 2, that is 7 by 4. Right? So 1335x is equal to 133.5. So the value of x comes out to be 10. So x का value 10 आ गया, right? Now we have the value of x as 10, and what we have to find out, the mileage of the car in case downhill. So downhill, the consumption here is 5. Wait, sorry, कुछ गड़बड़. हाँ, वही मैं सोच रहा था. X 10 नहीं होगा, x will be 1 by 10. All right. So x will be 1 by 10, right? So here, if x is 1 by 10, the consumption will be 1 by 20. 1 by 20 liters per kilometer. Okay. So 1 by 20 liters per kilometer. So what will be the mileage in kilometers per liter? It will be the reciprocal of that. So the mileage in, yes guys, 1 by 10. ठीक है. So the mileage in kilometers per liter will be reciprocal of this. That is equal to 20. So 20, option D will be the correct answer of this question. Okay. All right. आगे चलते हैं. Next question. Question number 3. One. So you're given two numbers. N is 1 factorial plus 4 factorial plus 7 factorial and so on up till 1000 factorial. And another number M, 1 factorial, 3 factorial, 5 factorial, 7 factorial and so on. Sum up till 1001 factorial. You'll have to find out the remainder when the difference of these two numbers, I'm not saying M minus N or N minus M. I'm asking about the difference of these numbers is divided by 7. Now, which of these two numbers will be larger? M or N? इन दोनों में से कौन सा नंबर बड़ा होगा? Okay, Vikram says M. Yash, M. Shivam, M. All right, definitely. It's clearly visible. M will be greater than N, right? So अब इतना पता लग गया कि m is greater than n. So why don't you give me the remainder when the difference of these two numbers will be divided by 7? Okay. So let me ask you a few things separately, if you can give me answer of that or not. Tell me when n is divided by 7, what will be the remainder? And similarly, m, when divided by 7, what will be the remainder? If you cannot find out the remainder when the difference is divided by 7, can you do it separately? So in the first case and the second case, give me the remainders separately. Okay, so now people have started giving the final answers. So 4, 0, 1. These are the three answers that we are getting. 4 is most common. All right, so Ajay. In this case, you are saying answer is 4, value is 4, remainder is 4. In the second case, how can the remainder be 8? How can the remainder be 8 if a number is divided by 7? The remainder has to be less than, right? It has to be less than 7. So Ajay, careful. Okay, let's check it out. Now, first part, n when divided by 7. Look at the terms which are used in n. 1 factorial, fine. 4 factorial. So 1 factorial is 1, 4 factorial is 24. Now, any number, any term 7 factorial onwards will be a multiple of 7. 7 factorial will be a multiple of 7. After that, 10 factorial will come. It will be a multiple of 7. So every term starting from 7 factorial in the first case will be completely divisible by 7, and hence it will not give me any remainder when divided by 7. So I can ignore this part completely. Okay. So in the first case, 1 plus 24, that is 25 when divided by 7. Remainder will be 4. Okay. Now treat the second part similarly. M when divided by 7. So 1 factorial, 3 factorial, 5 factorial. These terms will give me some remainder, but 7 factorial onwards, every term will give 0 as the remainder. So 1 factorial is 1, 3 factorial is 6, 5 factorial is 120. So that is 127 when divided by 7. We'll have to find out the remainder. Okay. So the remainder here is 5, right? Okay. Now we'll have to find out the remainder when the difference of these two is divided by 7. Okay. Now difference may, do we have to consider n minus m or m minus n? This is the question. Since you have already told me m is greater than n, so we'll consider m minus n. So that means the final remainder will be 5 minus 4. So our answer will be 5 minus 4, that is equal to 1. Okay, right? Now taking care of one very important thing. If in case m was less than n, so I would have taken n minus m as the remainder. That is 4 minus 5, which is minus 1, right? So in that case, minus 1 would have been the remainder, but negative remainder nahi hota. So we'll add 7 and the final remainder will be 6 in that case. Agar m chota hota n se, theek hai? If m is less than n, then we would have taken n minus m. Larger number minus the smaller number is the difference. Okay? All right. Sneha is asking how the remainder is 5. 127 को 7 से divide किया. यहाँ पे कुछ गड़बड़ किया ना मैंने. Remainder should be 1.
127 minus 25 ही कर दो ना सीधा. 127 minus 25.
नहीं वो मैं इसलिए नहीं कर रहा क्योंकि वो बड़ा कौन सा है छोटा कौन सा है. हाँ वो.
अच्छा.
हाँ. But 127 को 7 से divide किया. कुछ गड़बड़ किया है क्या मैंने? हाँ, यहाँ पे गड़बड़ किया है, यहाँ पे रिमाइंडर 1 आना चाहिए ना, ये
आना चाहिए ना.
Sorry, Sneha. So that was a small error. Okay, so here it is 1. Fine. So थोड़ा सा और erase कर देते हैं. Okay, we'll take things back. M is greater than n, obviously. So the remainder will be m minus n. That is 1 minus 4. And it will be minus 3. Now minus 3 में plus 7 किया, that will be equal to 4. Okay? So yes, final answer will be equal to 4. My bad. So छोटा सा error. 127 when divided by 7, remainder is 1. So m minus n, that is 1 minus 4, the remainder will be minus 3 plus 7 and the final answer will be 4. Okay? But ये carefully ध्यान रखना है कि which of these numbers is greater. Right? चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आते हैं. Now I will give you two different methods of solving this question. But first of all, you'll have to use your brain and tell us what is the answer. Chandan saying I'm getting 55 in BYJU'S mocks. What can I expect? Chandan, if you're getting 55 in BYJU'S mocks, if I'll compare your score with the scores obtained in CAT 2022. So yes, at this score, you can easily expect somewhere around 93-95 percentile in your actual CAT, if your performance is same on 26th of November. How many numbers less than 10 raised to the power 7 are there such that the sum of the digits is less than 7? Got 74 in today's mock. Mock 25. Yes, people, any answer? Vikram, I would say that all the mocks are equally important, equally good. One important thing is do not solve any mock in the last 3 or 4 days. Just do one thing, whatever mocks you have already taken, एक बार उनको दोबारा से रिवाइज कर लो अच्छे से. Okay, especially the questions which you would have bookmarked. Okay. So Shant, attempt all strategy will not work for any section. ठीक है? You're asking about VARC, it will never work. Okay. If you are extremely lucky, which I believe generally on the D day nobody is. So luck को अगर हम side हटा दे, attempt all strategy will take you towards negative. So don't do that. Okay, any answers for this? Prabhat has given an answer, 3 multiplied by 6 raised to the power 4. Okay, now the first method, very conventional method. First of all, we look at what can be the number of digits in this number. Okay. Now, how many numbers less than 10 raised to the power 7? 10 raised to the power 7 is the smallest 8-digit number. 10 raised to the power 7 is smallest 8-digit number. And I want my numbers to be less than that. Okay. So the maximum number of digits, in our number should be 7. So that means our number can be either 1-digit number or 2-digit number, 3-digit number, 4-digit number, 5, 6 or 7. So maximum there can be 7 digits in our number. Starting from 1, it can be any number of digits up till 7. First thing. Second thing, the sum of the digits is less than 7. So sum of the digits less than 7, that means the possibilities for the sum of the digits can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. So these can be the possibilities. Okay. So number of digits can be these and the sum of the digits can be all of them. Now if I'll consider a 7-digit number, okay, let's say this digit is A, B, C, D, E, F and G. So this is a 7-digit number. Now what happens in a 7-digit number? How can you say that this number is a 7-digit number? It depends on only one thing, the leftmost digit, A. If the leftmost digit is not equal to 0, in this case, it will be a 7-digit number, right? But if A is equal to 0 and B is not equal to 0, then it will be a 6-digit number. Also, if A and B are 0 and C is not equal to 0, then it will be a 5-digit number. If C is equal to 0 and D is not equal to 0, it will be a 4-digit number and so on. So, if I'll make an equation which is the sum of all of them, A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G is equal to, let's say 6. The sum of the digits is 6. I'm taking the first case. So let's say if the sum of these digits is 6 and all of these numbers A, B, C, D, E, F, G can be whole numbers. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G can be whole numbers. Then it will give me all possible ways of making 1-digit numbers, 2-digit numbers up till 7-digit numbers. It will cover all of them. ठीक है? A, B, C, D, E, F, G ये सारे के सारे अगर इनमें से कोई भी whole number हो सकता है, right? And their sum is equal to 6. Then it will give me combined. It will give me all the possibilities where the number can be a 1-digit number, 2-digit number, 3-digit number, or up till 7-digit number, such that the sum of the digits is equal to 7. So instead of making these equations separately for 1-digit, 2-digit, 3-digit, I have combined all of them, right? So the sum of all these is 6, and using the logic of distribution, we can find out the number of solutions, the number of solutions for this. Make sure you're calculating number of whole number solutions. तो उसका फॉर्मूला क्या होता है? यहाँ पे लिख देता हूं मैं, S plus R minus 1 CR minus 1. ये डायरेक्ट फॉर्मूला है for finding number of whole number solutions, where S is the sum and R is the number of variables. So 6 plus 7, 13 minus 1, 12 C R minus 1, that is 6. So 12C6 will be all numbers, the number of numbers such that the sum of the digits is equal to 6. Okay. Now, this is covered. If the sum of the digits is equal to 5 instead of 6, so I will have another equation for sum of the digits as 5. Okay. So you will calculate the number of natural number solutions for this. So it will be equal to 7 plus 5 minus 1, 11, C, 6. Okay. Similarly, when the sum is 4, then 10C6. When the sum is 3, 9C6. When the sum is 2, 8C6. And then when the sum is 1, 7C6. So you can add all of them. You can add all of them and get your final answer. Okay? Right? So instead of taking all these equations separately, you can consider these 6 equations and just add all of them and get the answer. Right? Now this is, I would say, one conventional way of solving this question. Okay? Right? Now let's look at one more way. Saran sir, जादू दिखाओ बच्चों को.
Hanji, you have already seen the conventional solution as well. Sneha is saying, please explain the formula once, cases where we can use. Sneha, it is called the distribution formula in permutation and combination. We also call it whole number solutions or non-negative integral solutions or a partition method. If you just go to permutation and combination, you'll find this method over there. It is S plus R minus 1, CR minus 1. Now, another way is that when Gaurav sir reached this stage, A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G is either 6 or 5 or 4 or 3 or 2 or 1. So that means there was, cases which we added. Okay?
6 cases.
Or can I also say that A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G, if it is 6 or 5 or 4 or 3 or 2 or 1, can I also call it 6 minus K, where K is a whole number? It is 6 minus K, where K is a whole number. K can be 0, so you will have a solution for 6. K can be 1, you will have a solution for 5. K can be 2, you will have a solution for 4, and that ways. By doing this, what can I do? When I take this K on this other side, ultimately it becomes A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G plus K is equal to 6. And simply I need a solution for this now. Once again, using the same formula, it is 6 plus 8, 14, that is minus 1, 13, C, 8 minus 1, 7. And this series actually adds up to 13C7 only.
So there is a formula in permutation combination.
That formula, I'll write it here. It
Haan.
is NCR plus N minus 1 CR,
Is equal.
N minus 2 CR, up to RCR is equal to N plus 1 CR plus 1. So either use that formula or simply logic ka use karke, I'm saying rather than making different cases, we can straight away say it is 6 minus K. K ko idhar le aaye, so it becomes sum of 8 whole numbers is 6, which is directly 13C7. So ultimately our answer is 13C7. Either you add all of them, it will give you 13C7, or straight away it is 13C7. That's what it is.
Perfect. आप ही कंटिन्यू करेंगे?
Okay. So here you have the next question, which is based upon averages. Let's see how many of you can answer this good, fast enough, and correct. Any answer, guys? A1, A2, A3 up to A72 be positive integers such that A1 is less than A2, which is less than A3 up to A72. Their arithmetic mean, which we also call as average, is 1 less than the arithmetic mean of A2 up to A72. If A72 is 200, then the largest possible value of A1 is what? A similar kind of question appeared in last year's CAT. I remember it was in my slot. There are n numbers and their average was given. Then he says that if one number is increased, the average becomes this. What can be the smallest possible value of a number? ऐसा कुछ करके दिया था. Dinu has got the answer as 23. Okay. Any other answer for this question? Yes, can we start doing it now? We have got just one answer from Dinu. Anyone else? I expected a few more answers before I start discussing it.
Sir, casually entering on board with questions.
Okay, Sri Harsha has given the answer as 128.
Two numbers है. 129 तो दे देते. है ना?
Abhishek Kumar has got the answer as 192. Oh.
I think 129 लिख रहे होंगे वो.
Vikram got 128. Arvind has got 129. Harsh has got Korani. Harsh has got 128. Okay, Shivam,
I'll give you a hint, all of you. Now, if the last term, 72nd term is 200, then 71st term will be 199, then 198,
maximum,
and so on. So A1 129 होना चाहिए ना?
मतलब this is the maximum possible value of A1 that we can have, right? I mean 129. So if there is any answer above 129, has to be wrong by that logic, right? And even if you say it is 128, does it satisfy this first condition as well, that the arithmetic mean of all these numbers is not? हाँ, दूसरी condition शायद आप भूल गए हैं. Though I actually see the right answer as well on the screen. Let's first talk about the solution, and after that we'll be talking about that as well. चलिए, A1, A2, A3, A4, so on and so forth, up to A71, A72. Question says the arithmetic mean of all these numbers is 1 less than the arithmetic mean of these numbers. That means if their arithmetic mean is A, they all have an arithmetic mean of A minus 1. Right, everyone? That's what the question says. The arithmetic mean of all the numbers is 1 less than the arithmetic mean of A2 to A72. That means, in other words, I can say there are these 71 numbers whose average is A. Another number comes in and the average decreases by 1. We can use that law of surplus and deficits in case of averages. You all would have studied that. Isn't that? A new number has been added that decreases the average by 1. अच्छा, एक ऐसा समझिए. Can I say, if this new number was also A, my average would have remained A. Is that right, guys? इन सभी का average A है. A new number is added. अगर वो new number भी A होता तो total average मेरी same रहती. But my average has decreased by 1. If the average of 72 numbers has decreased by 1, average of 72 numbers have decreased by 1, that means this one single number must have brought a decrease of 72. भाई 72 से टोटल सम को डिक्रीज कर रहा होगा तभी तो एवरेज में 1 का डिक्रीज आया है ना. सो इट मस्ट बी इक्वल टू a minus 72. Question is asking you a72 is 200, this number is 200. Find the largest possible value of a1. हमें इसकी largest possible value चाहिए. This number would be largest when a is largest. And how would a be largest when I take the largest possible numbers, all of them? तो अगर मैं a2 से a72 जा रहा हूं, a72 is 200. What will be the value of a2 here? Value of a2 would be equal to 120. 130. और 130 से लेके 200 तक लगातार नंबर लिखता हूं. देयर एवरेज वुड बी व्हाट? एपी सीरीज है, आज ही जिक्र किया है. फर्स्ट टर्म प्लस लास्ट टर्म बाय 2 इज द एवरेज. सो 200 प्लस 130 दैट इज 330 by 2 is 165. The maximum possible value of a is 165. So the maximum possible value of a minus 72 is 93. 93 is the right answer for this question, and I saw one correct answer.
Creative Kida.
Creative Kida. I'm sure that this must not be the name given to you by your parents, but जो भी आपका actual नाम है, it's a right answer, which is more important. So 93 is the correct answer for this question.
Now, those who are getting 129 as the answer, they have forgotten about every other condition.
That one less than should be the average. ये आपने शायद ध्यान नहीं दिया, जिसकी वजह से वो तो फिर ऐसा हो गया कि there are 72 consecutive numbers. सबसे बड़ा 200 है तो सबसे छोटा कितना बड़ा हो सकता है?
मैथ का क्वेश्चन हो गया वो.
हाँ, वो तो फिर बहुत ही मैथ का भी शायद नहीं होगा, है ना. बहुत सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा. So they are giving another condition there that arithmetic mean of these numbers is one less than the arithmetic mean of last 71 numbers. I hope you all got it now, right? Understood, guys? So that's the solution for this question number 5. I'll move ahead now to the next question. Next question on your screen is this. It's not a question. Now, there's something very important. We have just started this from today only. And of course, we have started it just because of the kind of questions that we are getting from you guys. अभी भी chat में बहुत सारे लोग पूछते हैं, so this is my profile, I'm getting this much in 10, this much in 12, this much in graduation, which all colleges can I apply to, right? And I'm getting this much of percentile, I'm expecting this much of percentile, where can I apply? So the answer to all your questions, we have brought it here now. That is called CAT College Predictor, right? CAT College Predictor, it is based upon your profile. So basically, you just go to our app, you'll find this profile, College Predictor over there. You have to fill up the details of your profile, right? This is the link given to you. Okay, this is the link. So आपको करना कुछ नहीं, वहां जाने के बाद you just have to put down your profile, what percentile that you can expect. It will tell you what all colleges you can apply to, because many things even we don't remember many times. For example, if you ask me, sir, I am from arts background and I have this much in 10th, 12th graduation, what are my chances of getting admission into IIM Ahmedabad? So probably even I won't remember suddenly, right? If you talk about I'm Calcutta, you talk about, okay, I'm from SC category, I'm from OBC category. So would I be getting a call at this percentile from this particular college? So we don't have all that data all the times in our mind. So for that, what we have done, we have created this beautiful app for all of you, right? CAT College Predictor, this is the link. So just, and that link would also be there on your chat box in a while, right? It will also be there. So just आपको click करना है लिंक के ऊपर, यहाँ पहुंच जाएंगे और उसके बाद अपना प्रोफाइल डाल के you can check actually that what college you can predict, and accordingly of course you can apply to those colleges. Otherwise it becomes very difficult कि इतने सारे colleges हैं, कहाँ apply करते हैं. This can help you in that probably. Okay? Okay guys, so let's move ahead then. Next question on your screen is question number 6, which is about Praneeth and Gautam. So please start doing it. We have a question on Praneeth and Gautam. Let's try this now. How can you say A2 is 130? Lakshmi, we wanted to maximize all those numbers because that will maximize my average capital A. And higher is the value of capital A, higher would be the value of A minus 72, which was A1. So what I did, I took the maximum possible values of all those numbers. So A72 was given as 200. So I took A71 as 199. I took A70 as 198. And that way, if you keep going, you will get A2 as 130. Parveen has got the answer very fast. That's great. Angela also has got the answer as D, 10 days. Ajay Chaudhary got D. Atharv has got C. Okay. 3 people are saying D. 1 person said C. Creative Kida has got 8, which is B. Vikram has got D. Sola Rajan has got C. Priyanshi Madan has got D. Let's start doing them. We have got many answers. I hope most of you are correct. So Praneeth and Gautam can together complete a work in 12 days. After 8 days of working together, Praneeth got sick and his efficiency fell by 33.33%. As a result, they completed the work in 13 days instead of 12. If Gautam had worked alone after Praneeth got sick, in how many days would he have completed the remaining work? That's what the question is asking you. We are generally getting B, C and D. अभी तक A तो किसी ने आंसर नहीं दिया है. B, C, D काफी देखने को मिलता है. चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं. Let us say Praneeth is making P units every day. Let us say Gautam is making G units every day. So can I say that the total work is 12 times of P plus G? Right? Because Praneeth and Gautam can complete the work in 12 days. So P plus G into 12 is the total work. After 8 days of working together, so they have now worked for 8 days already. So that means 8 times of P plus G they have already done. The remaining work is 4 times of P plus G, or you can say 4P plus 4G. Right, everyone? The remaining work is 4P plus 4G. Praneeth got sick and his efficiency fell by 1 by 3. If something decreases by 1 by 3, it is 2 by 3. It remains 2 by 3. इसका मतलब अब प्रणीत कितना काम कर रहा है? 2 by 3 times of P. But G is still doing G only. He says they were completed the work in 13 days instead of 12 days. That means लेने चाहिए थे 4 और दिन. But they have taken 5 more days. That means this into 5 they have done. So 10 by 3P plus 5G. This is the work that they have done. They had to do 4P plus 4G. What they have done is 10P by 3 plus 5G. And in both the cases, of course, the work has been completed. So can I say they are equal? Simply, I can say that they are equal. So 4P plus 4G is 10P by 3 plus 5G. This gives me 1G is equal to 2 by 3P. Or I can say P और G का ratio मेरा आ गया 3 by 2. The ratio of P and G is 3 by 2. I'm sure till this point everything is okay. Or in other words, I can say P is making 3 units every day, G is making 2 units every day. P is making 3 every day, G is making 2 every day. अब अगर P हर रोज 3 बना रहा है, G हर रोज 2 बना रहा है, इसका मतलब the total work is of 60 units. In first 8 days, they did 3 plus 2, 5 into 8, 40 units. Still 20 units are left. Question is asking you, if Gautam had worked alone after Praneeth got sick, मतलब इस point के बाद अगर गौतम अकेला काम करता, Gautam makes 2 units every day. In how many days he would have made these 20 units? In 10 days. So my answer for this question is option D, that is equal to 10 days. So 10 is the correct answer. And I'm happy to see that most of you have given the right answer, which is 10. Some of you probably said B because Creative Kida initially said B and he was the winner of the last question as well. So probably you would have thought कि इसका तो आंसर ठीक ही होगा. But he also corrected his answer later on. है ना? By the way, what is your name, Creative? अच्छा नहीं लग रहा बोलने में, Creative Kida कुछ अच्छा आंसर दे रहा है. It's a funny name though. Yes, so 10 days is the right answer. Now, these are very common kind of questions that you see in the exams. I mean, ये बिल्कुल कैट लेवल का क्वेश्चन. आप कैट में मतलब मुझे देख के बिल्कुल ऐसा लग रहा है कोई मुझे बोलेगा कि कैट में आया हुआ. I would agree. ठीक है, आया होगा. It's properly a cat type question and a cat type solution as well. What we have done over here. Okay. I'll move ahead from here. I hope this is understood. So this brings us to the next question. Question number 7 on the screen is here. Different machine. Different. Pratik naam.
Iska Pratik. Okay, nice Pratik. Keep it up. The number of solutions for the given equation. Okay, so Ayushi 10. Okay, 10 might be the answer
Previous
of the
question.
previous question you have given. Music core has given an answer 3. Of music core, he was one among the regular students. I've seen this name. Okay, 4, 4, 4. Good, very good.
4 fours. 5 fours.
Wonderful, wonderful. Everyone, very good. So can you also write the 4 values which you are getting? Yes, Agastya, you can take a black and white print. So जिसका भी 4 answer आ रहा है, please tell me what are your solutions. What are the values of x that you are getting? All those who are getting 4 as the answer. Write all these 4 values. Oh, Yash is saying 1, 2, 3 and 6. 6 satisfy कर रहा है इस equation को? Okay, so Dinu, 1 by 2 minus 1 by 2, 1 by 3 minus 1 by 3. So Dinu, you can check you have ignored one solution which is x equal to 0. Those who have ignored this solution, now they can correct your answer. Now this is the reason why this question can be asked in actual examination, because generally we tend to ignore one solution which is x equal to 0. So answer should not be 4. I'm just telling you the answer before the start of the question. Answer is not 4, answer is 5. So those who have given 5 as the answer are absolutely correct. अब answer देख लेते हैं. So x equal to 0 is one solution that most of you have not considered. Now one way of solving this question is consider y is equal to modulus x. Okay. Now if I square on both sides, I can say that y square will be equal to, now modulus x को अगर मैं square करता हूं, so it will be equal to x square only, right? Irrespective of the value of x. X अगर positive है, then also it will be x square. X अगर negative है, then also it will be x square, right? So if y is considered as modulus x, I can say that y square will be equal to x square. So now this equation will become y bracket 6y square plus 1 is equal to 5y square. Okay. Now I can cancel out y on both sides, but When you are cancelling y, that means you are losing one solution. Okay, so y equal to 0, one solution can be kept aside, and then you can cancel it. So it will become 6y square plus 1 is equal to 5y. Now you can simplify this. 6y square minus 5y plus 1 equal to 0. That will give you 6y square minus 2y minus 3y plus 1 equal to 0. Factorize कर दो इसे. So 2y minus 1 into 3y minus 1 equal to 0. So y is equal to 1 upon 2 or 1 upon 3. Okay. Now you have y equal to 0, y equal to 1 upon 2, y equal to 1 upon 3. Now when y is half, then x will be equal to plus half and minus half. Okay, so corresponding to y equal to 1 by 2, since y is equal to mod x, so x will be equal to either minus 1 by 2 or plus 1 by 2. When y is equal to 1 by 3, then x will be equal to minus 1 by 3 or plus 1 by 3. And finally, when y is equal to 0, then x will also be equal to 0. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 solutions for this equation. Okay. So very common incorrect answer was 4. I could see more than 90% of the students have given 4 as the answer. Okay. So the actual answer is 5. Now let's move on to the next question, question number 8. बोला हुआ है ABCD से स्क्वायर आ गया Okay, 150, 120, two answers. Majority 120. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 students, 6 students have given the answer. Not fair.
कलर चेंज किया ना उसमें दिखेगा
हाँ, व्हाइट पे दिखेगा नहीं ना, येलो.
ब्लू
ये ले ले, ग्रीन. Okay, चलिए देखते हैं. ABCD is given as a square, so we'll take help of that. Now ABCD is a square, this entire figure, right? Now this is equal to this. SP and SR are equal, and QP and QR are equal. So we can say that Q and S will be the midpoints on the respective sides. ठीक है? So I'll assume the side of the square as 2A. Okay? Now if side of the square is 2A, then QS will also be equal to 2A. Okay? Now QS is equal to 2A. S is the midpoint. So DS, CS, both of them will be A and A. Alright? Fine. इतना समझ में आ रहा है? Yes or no? Okay, so this is A, 2A. This is double, and if we'll calculate the hypotenuse, this will be equal to root 5A, right? Now, this is also A.
फाइव में कौन सा लिया
ये वाला नहीं 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 सॉरी, ये
तो
रूट
2A
5 नहीं होगा ना, ये तो
2A given
2A कंप्लीट है. हाँ, so this is also equal to 2A. Okay, now this is 2A. RS is equal to 2A. So एक छोटा सा इरेज कर देते हैं यहां से. Right, so this complete side is equal to 2A. Okay, so 2A, A, and this RC will be equal to root 3A. Fine. Now look at this triangle. What is this type of triangle? Sati Fofu is asking how S is the midpoint. How S is the midpoint. चलो उसको देख लेते हैं. So S and Q मैंने बोला midpoints हैं, right? So how these are midpoints? Now from here, this line and this line, they both are equal. Okay, and this is also equal. Okay, and this kite, you can say that this is a kite. Fine, this kite is drawn in a square. Okay, so this kite is drawn in a square. So using this symmetry, obviously this height and this in a kite. So a kite की property होती है, one of the diagonals will bisect the other diagonal. Okay, so in this case, distance of point R from this diagonal will be equal to distance of point P from this diagonal. Fine, so these two lengths are equal. That's why I'm saying that these two lengths will be equal, and hence S and Q will be the midpoints. Okay. All right. Yes, Neeraj, I'm coming to that 30, 60, 90 triangle. So let's see what all we have written. This is 2A, this is 2A, this is A, and this is A root 3. Okay. So what is this type of triangle? RSC. RSC. This is what type of triangle? This is 30, 60, 90 degree triangle. Okay, now this is 30, 60, 90 triangle. Now you can easily calculate other things. So this angle will be 60 degrees. This angle will be 30 degrees, right? Now you have to find out angle PQR. So if this angle is 30 degrees, now you can also find out the other angles. अब ये angle 60 degree हो गया, so ये बचा हुआ angle कितना हो जाएगा? 30 degrees. Now look at triangle QRS. QRS is given to you as an isosceles triangle. Okay? Isosceles triangle. So these two angles will be equal. One of the angles is 30 degrees and the other two angles are equal. So 180 minus 30 is 150. 150 divided by 2. Each of these angles will be 75 and 75. So if this angle is 75, using symmetry, you can say that this angle is also 75. So 75 plus 75, the answer will be 150. So 150 कॉमन आंसर था या किसी ने दिया था? किसने दिया था? 150 कितने स्टूडेंट्स ने दिया था? काफी लोगों ने. I think 120 was the common answer.
हाँ 120 ज्यादा कॉमन.
हाँ. So the correct answer here is 75 plus 75. That is 150. I'll wait on this for a few more seconds. Tell me in case you have any kind of doubt. Okay. So we shall move on to our next question. Next question, again a question on geometry. Set camera 130 से 800 230 हट गया 130 बचा और RS is equal to 2A. Who is asking? Manhar. Manhar, you are asking how RS is equal to 2A. Okay? So I have assumed the side of this square as 2A. Like this was my assumption. The side of the square is 2A. So I can say that this length QS will also be equal to 2A. Okay? In the question, it is given that QS and RS, they both are equal. Okay? ये given है यहाँ पे. So these three lengths are equal. Given है question में. So that is why if QS is 2A, then RS will also be equal to 2A. That it was given in the question. Karthik 105. Okay. Chinmay 75. Karthik, you have given two answers, 105 and then 95. Okay, Chinmay, you're saying that was for last question. Fine, I'll ignore that. So give me an answer for the current one. Okay, no answers. Difficulty question. हाँ सरल सर. सरल सर को आ रही है नींद. सर ऐसे मत करो. Okay. 1 more minute. Serious note. लग रही है फिगर. Okay. चलिए. अच्छा, Karthik now saying 105 again. No problem, Karthik. Now, central angle, let's say this is the center of the circle. Now, central angle is divided in 4 parts here. Measure of arc AB, measure of arc CD, then measure of arc AC, and measure of arc BD. Now, measure of any arc is basically the angle made by that arc at the center of the circle. Okay? Now, first of all, I'll try to find out this angle, measure of arc AC. Okay? Now, look at this angle, 115. If I'll complete a cyclic quadrilateral, okay? So, 115 के opposite angle, मैं orally solve करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. Yes, Chinmay, you have correctly written that formula. Good. So, I'll be using that, but give me some time. So, 115 is this angle. A, E, and C. इन 3 points को use करके, if I'll complete a cyclic quadrilateral, so opposite angle, E का opposite angle कितना होगा? 180 minus 115, that is 65. Okay? So, angle made on the circle is 65. So, angle made at the circle will be double of that. So it will be 65 multiplied by 2, that is 130. Okay, so this angle will be 130. First part. Similarly, I can find out this angle using this. So 130, if I'll complete a cyclic quadrilateral, opposite angle will be 50. 50 ka double, it will be 100. Okay, so this angle will be 100. Done? I'll assume that measure of arc AB, this angle is X, and measure of arc CD, this angle is Y. Okay, so from here I can write the value of X plus Y. So X plus Y ka value aa jayega. It will be 360 minus 130 minus 100. So 360 minus 230, it will come out to be 130. So the sum of the measure of arc AB and CD is equal to 130. X plus Y ka value aa gaya, right? Now you are also given that angle APB, this angle is given as 30 degrees. Okay, now this angle is 30 degrees. It can also be written as half measure of arc AB minus measure of arc CD. Okay, that is equal to 30 degrees, right? So measure of arc AB minus measure of arc CD, that is X minus Y, will come out to be 30 multiplied by 2, that is 60. So you have these two equations. X plus Y is 130, X minus Y is 160. You can get the value of X and Y. Okay, so X ka value calculate karna, in dono ko add kar do. So the value of X will be equal to 130 plus 60, that is 190 divided by 2, which is 95. So 95 should be the correct answer for this. Bhagat Singh is saying 100 wala samajh mein nahi aaya. Okay, Bhagat Singh, अगर 130 वाला समझ में आ गया तो 100 वाला भी समझ में आ जाना चाहिए था. This angle, look at this angle. This is 130 degree. So using point B, F and D, okay, if you will complete a cyclic quadrilateral, randomly एक point यहाँ पे assume कर लो. Okay, so B, F, D and X, if it is a cyclic quadrilateral, so angle F is 130, so angle X will be 180 minus 130, that is 50 degrees. Okay, angle X 50 degrees आ जाएगा. So BXD, अगर ये वाला angle 50 degrees है, right? So angle made at the circle is 50. So angle made at the center will be double of that. That means it will be 100 degrees. Okay. All right. So correct answer of this question is 95. Karthik, तुमने answer सही दिया था, but I don't know why you changed your answer. Chinmay, since you knew this thing, I was expecting an answer from your side. चलिए. हाँ.
मुझे पता तो नहीं, ट्राई करता हूँ, मतलब
हाँ ट्राई करो. इरेज करना. So God mode on.
I'm saying if I join these two without a center, and I join these two
they may
without a
intersect
center,
anywhere.
wherever they intersect,
हाँ.
and let's join these two as well. Okay, this angle is given as 30, right?
हाँ.
If this angle is alpha, this would also be alpha. They both are made by the chord
Same
CD.
arc.
And if this angle is beta, this would also be beta. They both are made by arc AB. Now, if this angle is 130, it will be 50. Right?
और 115 वाला भी लिख दो.
और अगर ये
Angle B
115 है, तो this would be
65.
65. So now if I look at triangle ABP, look at triangle ABP. Triangle ABP में alpha plus 50, alpha plus 65 plus 30. Alpha plus 50,
So 2 alpha,
alpha plus 65 plus 30 is 180 degrees.
2 alpha, 135.
So 2 alpha will be equal to how much?
35.
6 plus 5, 11, 35 degrees. So alpha is equal to 17.5 degrees. Right?
ऐसे
And
beta आ जाएगा.
this beta is alpha plus 30, exterior angle.
Alpha plus 30.
Beta is alpha
47.5.
plus 30, that is 47.5. If 47.5 is the angle made by chord AB, तो मेजर वुड बी डबल ऑफ दैट 95,
Exactly.
है ना? सेंटर पे इट विल बी मेकिंग 95.
95.
Because
Pen.
दिख रहा है वैसे. Because if anyone is not knowing that formula, measure of arc AB minus something, so still I mean it is doable. If you write all the angles, things become easy. एक बार सारे एंगल सीख लोगे तो काम आसान हो जाता है मेरे ख्याल से.
चलें आगे. ये क्या होगा? Okay. So once again, we'll tell you about the CAT College Predictor. A very, very important thing. Probably this question is not bothering you right now, but this will be the biggest question that will bother you after CAT examination is over. Okay? Confusion होती है when it comes to college applications. There is no confusion whether we have to fill the CAT form or not. CAT का form तो fill करना ही है. But what after CAT form? Okay, CAT is on 26th of November. So if you will think about colleges after CAT is over, okay, then it might be possible that you will miss the deadlines of some of the very good colleges, because there are plenty of colleges, there are plenty of good colleges, category A colleges, for which the deadline is before CAT examination. So I would recommend all of you just to take out half an hour today, visit this link and understand what this college predictor is. So basically it will help you in shortlisting some of the colleges, okay, some of the name of the colleges based on your profile. So what I will be doing is, obviously this predictor will ask you for your entire profile. It will ask you some questions. Obviously you would know that your academics, your curricular activities, your extracurricular activities, you'll have to feed in all this information in this. And it will also ask you about your score. Now you don't have your CAT score definitely, but you have an estimation of that using mock papers. So you all must have taken mocks. Fine. So let's say you have taken 15 mocks. So 15 mocks में जो भी percentile आई है उसका average calculate कर लो. Or I'll not tell you to look at the score that you must have got in the first mock. So last 5 mocks जो आपने दिए हैं, take those last 5 mocks and get an estimate of percentile that you are getting. So in mocks, if you are getting consistently 70 percentile, in CAT you have a chance of getting 85 to 90 percentile. Okay, if you are getting 90 percentile in mocks, actual CAT में 95 easily आ सकता है. If you are getting 95 in mocks, you can get 97, 98 in CAT, right? So just add some percentile points in your percentile that you are achieving in mock and feed it in this CAT college predictor, okay, and it will help you in shortlisting some colleges for which the deadline might be tomorrow or day after. Like MDI is one good college whose deadline falls before CAT examination. Okay, likewise there are plenty of colleges. Okay, so visit this link, understand this college predictor, and it will help you in filling up the application forms of plenty of colleges. CAT के बाद तो बहुत टाइम होगा, but CAT से पहले जिन colleges की deadline है, make sure that you are not missing those colleges. Okay? Yeah, it does not tell about non-IIM institutes. As in?
Jayan says it's only giving IIM colleges. I have checked.
Okay. So
because profile based is generally
generally IMC होते हैं top colleges.
Probably they are updating it as well. Possibly.
Yes. So Jayant, it will be updated soon.
Because
I
today
believe.
only they have launched.
हाँ. So today we have launched this. So definitely we'll be adding some more colleges. Okay. चलिए तो start करते हैं और continue करते हैं. Next question. कुणाल सोनी सर 47.5 आया, तब तक समझ में आ गया, उसके बाद 95 कैसे कह सकते हैं?
वो पिछला क्वेश्चन में जो लास्ट में
अच्छा वेट, I'll quickly I'll quickly take you back. Okay.
ये जो 47.
Right. So Kunal, beta 47.5. Okay, so this is beta. Beta is the angle made by arc AB on the circle, on the circumference of the circle. Okay, right? Now you must have heard of a relation. Angle made by an arc on the circle and angle made by the same arc at the center of the circle. What is the relation between them? If this angle is beta, then the angle made at the center will be double of that. Okay, so 47.5 was the angle made by an arc on the circle. So angle made at the center will be exactly double of that. 47.5 multiplied by 2 is 95. The question, cost price of 15 oranges is equal to the selling price of 9 oranges. And the discount on 8 oranges is same as the profit on 4 oranges. Find the percentage point difference between the profit percentage and the discount percentage. Yes, Harsh, I have already mentioned that. So wait, and you will soon get the prediction for non-IIMs as well. So we have launched it today only. Okay, so at least it is helping you for IIMs, and it will help you further. Now, meanwhile, what you can do is just to help you out or help other students, what you can do is just take out half an hour today. There are some colleges whose deadline is falling before CAT examination, like 24th November is the deadline for MDI. A big college, and you should not be missing MDI Gurgaon in case you are getting a percentile of somewhere around 90 or above in your mock papers. Okay, so if you are scoring 90 plus in your mocks, then you have good chances of getting a call from MDI Gurgaon, right? So I would say that must apply to MDI Gurgaon. Okay, so similarly, look for the deadlines, look for all the colleges whose deadline is falling just before CAT examination. Understand what is their cutoff for the last year, and if you are somewhere near to that cutoff, even if in mocks you are scoring 10 percentile points less than the cutoff, you must apply to that college. Yes, Arnav, absolutely. So how you can use our college predictor? This is for IIMs. Up till now, right now, this is only for IIMs. So what you can do is you can enter your profile, fine, and it will help you in finding out from which IIM you can expect a call, okay, based on your profile. Also, if you are eligible for that IIM, let's say you have chances of getting a call from that IIM, then it will also tell you what percentile you require to get a call from that IIM. Okay. All right, so let's start with this one. आसान सा क्वेश्चन है. This is what I believe. The cost price of 15 oranges is equal to selling price of 9 oranges. So you can assume cost price of 15 oranges as any variable or any constant, totally up to you how you handle this. I'll assume cost price of 15 oranges as 45. Why 45? Because 45 is also a multiple of 9. It is a multiple of 15 as well as 9. So cost price of 15 oranges, I'm assuming it as 45. So selling price of 9 oranges will also be equal to 45. That will give me the cost price of 1 and selling price of 1 orange. Cost price of 1 orange will be equal to 45 upon 15, that is 3. Selling price of 1 orange will be equal to 5. Done? So profit made on 1 orange will be equal to 2. Clear? Cost price, selling price निकाल लिया है, profit easily calculate हो जाएगा. Now read the next line. The discount on 8 oranges is same as profit on 4 oranges. Now what is profit on 4 oranges? Profit on 4 oranges will be equal to 2 multiplied by 4, that is 8. Okay. Now this 8 is this 8 is equal to discount on 8 oranges. So discount on 8 oranges is equal to 8. So discount on 1 orange will be equal to 1. Right? Now if selling price is 5 and discount is 1, what will be the market price? Mark price क्या होगा? So MP of 1 orange will be equal to 5 plus 1, that is 6. All right. So now you have all these prices, you have profit, you have discount, you have everything. Find out whatever they're asking you to calculate. Find the percentage point difference between profit percentage and discount percentage. So profit percentage कितना होगा? Profit percentage can be calculated from here. Profit of 2 over the cost price of 3. So 2/3 का profit है. That means 66.66%. So this is the profit percentage. Discount percentage. Discount of 1 on the market price of 6. So 1 by 6, that is 16.66% is the discount percentage. What is the difference between these two? 66.66 minus 16.66, that is 50. So 50, that is option C, will be the correct answer of this question. All right, the easiest way of doing this question. Let's move on. Look at the next question, question number 11. थीटा कैसे हो सकता है क्वेश्चन? ऑप्शंस होने चाहिए, because answer will not be integer. People, guys, answer may not be integer, so you may write your answer in terms of pi. Now this is more of game of observation. Okay, so assume that this ball is in a glass container so that you can see everything from the side. So just consider the side view, and like you will be able to get the answer in that case. So assume that this is the side view that I have drawn. Just helped you. So now you can continue. So the diameter of the ball is 13 centimeter. Radius will be 6.5 centimeter. Okay, Satyanshu. Guys, you all can write your answer in terms of pi. There should have been options for this. Okay, now let's assume that this is the center of the spherical ball. Okay, so I'm looking at the cross-sectional view. Now the radius of this spherical ball is 6.5, floating so that the top of the ball is 4 centimeters above. Now top of the ball is 4 centimeters above. So that is why this water line will be here, not here. Okay, 6.5 is the radius, and this like it is 4 centimeter. The top of the ball is 4 centimeter above the smooth surface of the water. So that is why water line will be above the center. It will not be below the center. Okay. Karthik, don't look at the angle at the center. भूल जाओ उसे, ठीक है? Now, let's draw this line. Point A, point B. The top of the ball is 4 centimeters above the smooth surface. So I can say that you are given AB is equal to 4 centimeters. If AB is equal to 4 centimeters, then OA will be equal to radius of the spherical ball minus AB. That is 6.5 minus 4, which is 2.5. Okay, so OA is equal to 2.5. Done? Consider this point as point C and join O and C. Now, what is OC? OC is the radius of this spherical ball, which is given. So OC is equal to 6.5. Done? Now CAO, you can consider this triangle. this triangle is a right angled triangle. Okay. Perpendicular sides are OA, AC, and the hypotenuse is OC, right? Now, OA is given as 2.5. We have already calculated that. AC is not known. And OC is equal to 6.5, right? So these are perpendicular sides and this is hypotenuse. Using Pythagoras theorem, you have to calculate this value. Now, what I always do is I always try to apply Pythagorean triplets. Okay, 2.5 and 6.5 में से क्या common आ सकता है? 0.5 common अगर मैं निकाल लेता हूं, if I take 0.5 common, right? So 2.5 will become 5, 6.5 will become 13. So fill in the blank Pythagorean triplet. 5 is one of the perpendicular sides, 13 is the hypotenuse. So what will be this? 5, 12, 13. Okay. So the value of AC will be equal to 0.5 multiplied by 12. So AC ka value 0.5 into 12, that is 6. So 6 will be the value of AC. Okay, right? Now look at this ball from the top. ऊपर से देखो. So this will be the radius of the circle that the ball will be making with a smooth surface of water. So basically we have to find out the circumference of the circle formed by the contact of water surface with the ball. So ball थोड़ा सा ऊपर होगा and contact of water surface with the ball will be a circle whose radius will be equal to 6. ठीक है? So radius is 6. You'll have to find out the circumference. So circumference is 2 pi r. So that is 2 pi multiplied by 6. That is equal to 12 pi. So 12 pi will be the correct answer of this question. All right. Question number 11. Moving on. Question number 12.
Hitansh, this is the last question before we start with LRDI.
Hitansh, last question before we start LRDI.
Uday, actually, whatever we have put up in the predictor, it is according to the selection criteria of all these ions. So, if it says it is not possible, probably it is not possible then.
C ले लेते हैं. इससे पहले C plus X plus X. C plus X. C plus X. उसने X किया. फिर उसने X किया और उसने C minus X किया. C और A ले. 3 to 1. less than 8. Rohit has given an answer 1:3. Yash has also given the same answer. Tushar B, Jayant B. चलिए सॉल्व करें जल्दी से. So circular racetrack, draw a circle, starting point. I'll assume the circumference. Kunal is asking where is Saral sir? Saral sir घर चले गए हैं, ठीक है. मिलेंगे सरल सर भी मिलेंगे. Okay, so circular racetrack. I'm assuming the circumference of this circle or the length of the circular racetrack as 1. Okay. Now Deepak and Anshul both start running around a circular track in the clockwise direction, moving at a constant speed. Deepak on bike, Anshul on bicycle. Now Deepak goes all the way on the track and catches Anshul in the next round. So that means Deepak ने एक round finish कर लिया. Deepak has finished one round and then he has covered some more part of the second round. Okay, some more distance in the second round, and then Deepak has caught Anshul. So let's say they met at this point. Okay, I'll call this point A and this point P. So they both started from point P. Deepak completed one round and in his second round he has caught Anshul. Anshul was already only in his first round, so Anshul must have covered this distance. Okay, अब ये distance कुछ भी हो सकता है, I don't know, so I'll assume this distance as x. Fine. So I can say that the time in which Deepak has covered one complete round plus x, that means 1 plus x. Okay. In the same time, Anshul has covered only this distance x. Right? So Deepak ने 1 plus x cover किया and Anshul ने x cover कर लिया. Okay? They have met at this point. First time. Now let's see what happened after that. As soon as he meets Anshul, he turns back. As soon as Deepak meets Anshul, Deepak turns back. So now Deepak is going in this direction, in the reverse direction, and head towards the starting point. So he's moving towards the starting point while Anshul keeps on moving on his path. Anshul अपना normal चल रहा है. When Deepak reaches the starting point, so after meeting at point A, Deepak started moving towards the starting point. Okay. So when Deepak has covered X in the second case, when Deepak has covered X, he again meets Anshul, who is just finishing his first round. So when Deepak reached starting point once again, Anshul reached the starting point at the same moment. That means the time in which Deepak has traveled X, Anshul has traveled this remaining part. That means 1 minus X. 1 minus X. Alright, fine. Now this distance and this distance was covered by Deepak and Anshul in the same time. Okay. Now when the time is same, ratio of distances is equal to ratio of speeds. So I can say that the ratio of speeds of Deepak and Anshul will be 1 plus x upon x. Also, these distances are covered by Deepak and Anshul again in the same amount of time. So this will also give you the ratio. Fine. You can equate these two ratios and find out the value of x. X का value पता लग जाएगा. Once you will get the value of x, you can easily find out the ratio of their speeds. Right? Okay. So answer आ जाएगा. Solve करना है इसको. You will get the value of x and you can easily calculate the answer. ठीक है? और कोई?
Because 1 minus x square is x square. तो बहुत सारी जाएगा.
So 1 minus x square is equal to x square. So 2x square is equal to 1. x is equal to 1 upon root 2. So x is equal to 1 upon root 2. Negative obviously eliminate कर देंगे. So x का value 1 upon root 2 आ गया. Substitute करो, you will get your answer. Done? Okay. So this was the last question of quant. Now I'll introduce you to सरल sir. सरल sir आइए. बच्चे आपको याद कर रहे हैं.
Okay guys, so वो college predictor link is not showing in the app. Rohit, try with some other browser. It must be there. अच्छा, ऐप में नहीं हो सकता है वो, मतलब we have given you the link as well. Just try with that. It might be there in the chat box as well. Search in Google. Oh, Yash is saying that search in BYJU'S CAT college predictor. Okay.
मैं भी link डलवा देता हूँ.
Okay guys, so now we are starting with LRDI, the most important part for us in CAT. Of course you all know that, right? तो सारी चीजें हम लोगों को करनी ही करनी है. We have done now the complete quantitative ability, whatever we have to do there. Quant का जितना portion करना था, we have completed that. We did some 2-3 sets of LRDI before, and now let's again start with LRDI, and we'll close the session with LRDI only, right? I'll be there with you along with Gaurav sir. Here is the first set. Now the two sets that I am going to discuss in LRDI, in my opinion, both of them are exactly CAT type sets. इसीलिए मैंने उसी तरह के questions pick किए हैं. So let's start doing with this very first set. More or less looking like Venn diagrams, but maxima minima based questions. If you would have seen the previous year CAT papers of the recent years, you would have seen many questions in LRDI have been of the type of maxima minima. तो उसी type का एक और question है जो हम लोग discuss कर रहे हैं. Here is the data. Read it first, and we will start doing it then. Please एक बार पढ़ लीजिए. And now the link is also there. Rohit, you will find the link in the chat box. Karthik, there might be some minor issue. Just try after some time. I'm sure that you'll get it. The table given below gives the data regarding to the age-wise participation of the employees of a company in 3 activities: acting, dancing, and singing during its annual cultural fest, Merriment. It is also known that each employee participated in at least 1 activity and at most 2 activities. So if you want, you can take a screenshot of this as well, so that you can refer to it later on. There might be some issue. This video will be there for us to watch later. Yes, Cruzo, I mean all the classes that we take on YouTube, so they all are available to you in recorded format. Sir, in this question, isn't it the case that when P1 covers 1.5 times the circumference, in that time P2 covers 0.5 times the circumference? Not that in the ratio, but how do you know that one guy has covered 1.5 times and other guy has covered 0.5 times, Rohit? He just said that by the time one person has covered 1 complete track and some more portion, in the same time the other guy was still in his first track. So that some more portion, how do we know it is exactly 0.5? And if it is exactly 0.5, it will not satisfy the second property, right? Second case. उसने ये भी तो बताया था ना, उसके बाद वहां से जब वो वापस मुड़ते हैं, they meet at the starting point. So if the ratio is 1:3, that would not happen. If the ratio is 1:3, so one guy goes back from there, would cover half of the track, other guy covers half of the track, तभी हो पाता है. For 100 percentile, how much score required? कार्तिक, ओवरऑल अगर मैं बात करूं तो मेरे ख्याल से आपको तकरीबन 130 प्लस लाना ही होता है to get 100 percentile. I'm sure all of you have seen this now. Okay, so let's move ahead from here. So he's talked about the age-wise distribution of employees who are participating in at least 1 and at most 2. I'm repeating this, at least 1 and at most 2. So this is important for all of you. Okay, at least 1 and at most 2. So this is the data. Let's start with the question straight away. What I have done over here, I have just calculated those percentages and I've written them in form of numbers to make our job a little easy, because we don't have to calculate them again and again. So here is the first question. The number of employees in the company at the time of the fest could not be less than what? What is your answer for this question? The number of employees in the company at the time of the fest could not be less than what? 600, 632, 606, 602. Every person must participate in at least one and at most two activities. That is also there. I would need an answer from you before I start discussing it, and I repeat, these are pure CAT type questions. जहां मैक्सिमा मिनिमा यूज होता है लेकिन आप वेन डायग्राम प्रॉपरली बना के यूज उसको नहीं कर सकते. These are the kind of questions that CAT has been asking in the last few years. This is also one of those types. Anjana Devi has got an answer, says C606. Okay. Pushkar also has got an answer. Pushkar says 602. We got the first two answers till now, 606 and 602. Satyanshu got B, which is 632. I think we can start doing it now. So pay attention. The number of employees in the company at the time of the fest could not be less than what? The simple point is, question says that every employee is indulged in at least one activity and at most two. So when I have 160 people, right, in the acting activity, and these 160 people are less than 30-year-old. Similarly, 75 people in dancing category. Similarly, 100 people in singing category. If I want to minimize the total number of people, can I start assuming that every guy is actually in two activities only, right? I'll try to assume that it is like I have some candies with me of A type, B type, C type. I want to distribute these candies among minimum number of people. In that case, I would be giving maximum number of candies to each person, right? And I'm minimizing here. It could not be less than. Could not be less than means what is the minimum number? जिसके नीचे आप जा ही नहीं सकते वो कौन सा number है? That's what he is asking you. So I want to minimize the people who are indulged in these activities. Minimize करने के लिए मैं कोशिश करूंगा हर आदमी दो activities में शामिल है. Just look at this part now. So here I have 160 plus 100, 260 plus 75, 335. In a way, you can say I have 335 tokens. I have 335 tokens. When I distribute 335 tokens and I distribute them in a way that every person get exactly 2 tokens, in how many people I can distribute them? 335 divided by 2. But 335 divided by 2 gives me 167.5. By number of tokens is odd. So odd number को आप actually दो करके कैसे distribute कर सकते हैं? For example, if I have 5 tokens, I will have to distribute 5 tokens among 3 people क्योंकि दो लोगों को दो दे दूंगा, एक को तो मुझे एक देना ही पड़ेगा ना. I can't give him 2. So 335 tokens, if I start giving 2 each, 167 people will get 2 tokens each. 167 into 2 is 334. But one guy will have a single token. That means there are minimum 168 people who are less than 30 years old and they are in these three activities, any two of them. Of course, अगर दो से ज्यादा हो पाता तो मैं 3 से डिवाइड करता 335 को, but he has clearly written every person is there in at least one and at most two activities. By that logic, 168 people minimum are there who are less than 30 years old and they are indulged in these activities. If you have understood my point here, I'm sure you would understand here as well. 120 plus 200, 320, 320 plus 105 is 425, which is again an odd number. अब 424 को तो मैं डिवाइड कर दूंगा 212 में, लेकिन फिर से एक आदमी को तो मुझे देना पड़ेगा एक सिंगल टोकन. That makes the total number of people here as 213. Let's come here. 60 plus 90 is equal to 150. 150 plus 125 is equal to 275. Once again, it's an odd number. 274 तक तो आराम से डिवाइड हो जाएगा among 137 people, but then I need one more person to have one single token. That makes it 138, and finally it is 165. And by the same logic, first 82 people will have 164 token. एक आदमी को एक single token देना पड़ेगा. So the total number of people minimum possible in which all these can be distributed is equal to 168 plus 213, which is equal to 381. 381 plus 138, which is equal to 519. 519 plus 83, that is equal to 602. So my answer for this question is option D, that is 602. मेरा आंसर 600 हो जाता अगर ये सारी कैटेगरीज मेरे पास इवन नंबर आ जाते, तो मैं दो से डिवाइड करता रहता. इट वुड हैव गिवन मी 600 बिकॉज द टोटल नंबर ऑफ टोकन्स इज 1200. If total number of tokens is 1200 divided by 2 straight away would have given me 600 people. But the problem is that in every category you have to do that. अब एक कैटेगरी में tokens ही 135 है, तो you can't do that you give one token from this category to the other category, because this guy belongs to this category, those guys belong to that category, those guys belong to that category, so they must remain in their own category. By that logic, 602 is the correct answer, and that's what I said. CAT does ask you exactly these kind of questions. आपको मैक्सिमा मिनिमा भी करना और ये भी ध्यान रखना है कहीं पर इवन ऑड अगर आ रहा है तो हाउ डू यू डील विद दैट. Sir, if it was given if 0 as an option means they could not participate in any activity, how is it done? कार्तिक, तब भी मेरा आंसर यही होता. If they could not participate in any activity, when that is a possibility, तो भी मेरा minimum तो 602 है ना. In that case you can maximize. वो maximize करने पे फर्क पड़ता, but minimum पे फर्क नहीं पड़ता. My minimum would still have been the same, which is 602. भाई जब आप मिनिमाइज करना चाहते हैं नंबर ऑफ पीपल, तो आप हर आदमी को ज्यादा से ज्यादा टोकन्स देना चाह रहे हैं. So having 0 as an option does not help you. So it would have remained the same, that is 602 as the answer. I hope you guys understood this. I'll move ahead to the next question. Question number 2 is here. Try it now, please. Here we have the next question based upon the same. All the numbers given in the question are very carefully chosen. There is a reason for everything. And my team is telling me that people are not liking this session. Is that so? If you like it, then you have to press the like button as well, because they also just judge it through those likes that you are giving us. So please do not hesitate in liking the session. It takes a fraction of a second. You can come back to the question then. Can we have a right answer to this question as well? Then I'll start discussing this too. Karthik has given an answer. He says D, that is cannot be determined. Anjala also says D, cannot be determined. Very good, Karthik and Anjala. We have got two answers from Karthik and Anjala. Yash is also saying D. Very good, Yash. Rohit says D. Good, Rohit. Though good does not mean it is necessarily correct. Good is just for the effort that you have taken to give an answer. Arvind says D. Okay, very good, Arvind. Ikjot says D. Everyone is saying D here. Ahana says D. Pushkar says it's determined. Okay. And how much is that, Pushkar? Or you are saying it is determinable, but you are still not able to find it out. आप ये कह रहे आ तो सकता है लेकिन अभी मैं पता नहीं लगा पाया. Satyanshu has got B, which is 52.000. Aniket says D. चलिए जी स्टार्ट करते हैं इसको करना. All the employees who participated in acting took part in exactly one more activity. That means all the people who participated in activity, this acting, they also participated in either dancing or singing. That is exactly one more. So either acting plus singing or acting plus dancing. 67.5% of the employees who participated in acting took part in dancing as well. What is 67.5%? We know 60.2.5%. That is equal to 5 by 8. I am sure you all know that. 67.5 में 5% और आ जाएगा. 5% is 1 by 20. So 5 by 8 plus 1 by 20 is 62.5%, right? Which is equal to 26 by 40, or you can say 13 by 20. Okay? It is equal to 13 by 20. ठीक करो ना मैं? तो 25 नहीं 27 by 40. It is 27 by 40. I'm sorry. So he says 27 by 40 of the people who participated in acting, they also participated in dancing. Now, how many people participated in acting? That is 400. 27 by 40 of that is 270. So can I say 270 of them also participated in dancing, and the remaining 130 of them must have participated in singing as well. I am sure that you all understood my point. मैं फिर repeat कर दूं. 67.5 होता है 62.5 plus 5. 62.5 is 5 by 8. 5 is 1 by 20. So that, sorry, 5 is 1 by 20. So 5 by 8 plus 1 by 20 is 27 by 40. That means 27 by 40 of the people who participated in acting. Iska 27 by 40, which comes out to be 270. They also participated in dancing. तो 270 इसमें से डांसिंग में भी पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, तो रिमेनिंग 130 वुड बी पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन सिंगिंग एज वेल, बिकॉज क्लियरली बता चुका है पहले, एवरीवन हु पार्टिसिपेटेड इन एक्टिंग पार्टिसिपेटेड इन एटलीस्ट वन मोर. What percentage of the employees aged less than 30 who participated in acting took part in singing? तो यहां से कितने लोगों ने सिंगिंग में पार्ट लिया है? This is what the question is asking you. Okay, let's have a look at this. देखते हैं इसको पूरे को क्या आता है. Now later on I see तुषा ने आंसर ए दिया है, सेक्सी सैम ने आंसर ए दिया है, कार्तिक पटेल, अनिकेत ने डी आंसर दिया है, सत्यांशु बी, आहना डी. तो चेक करते हैं एक बार क्या सही आता है. See, the point is, at the first look of it, it looks like indeterminable, right? कि भाई अगर टोटल 130 लोग सिंगिंग में जा रहे हैं तो 130 में से यहां कितने जाएंगे मुझे कैसे पता है? कुछ वहां भी जा सकते हैं, वहां भी जा सकते हैं, वहां भी जा सकते हैं. ऑल पॉसिबिलिटीज आते हैं. Let's check but once. If the question is asking us, 270 people participated in acting, they participated in dancing as well. If I talk about this category, can I say maximum 30 people can participate in acting and dancing both? Maximum 30. क्योंकि dancing में है ही 30 लोग. So from this category, maximum 30 people can participate in acting and dancing. Here, maximum 60 people can participate in acting and dancing. Here, maximum 105 people can participate in acting and dancing. So till now we have got 105 plus 60 that is 165, plus 30, that is 195. And here maximum 75 people can participate in acting and dancing. That makes it exact 270. मतलब अगर मैं हर जगह से मैक्सिमम लोगों को एक्टिंग और डांसिंग में पार्टिसिपेट कराऊं तो वो एग्जैक्ट 270 बनता है. एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट. I want 270 people to be participating in both the activities. Maximum 270 can participate in both the activities. That straight away means maximum number of people are participating in both the activities. That means out of these 160 people, 75 are participating in dancing. That means the remaining 85 are participating in singing. So 160 में से 85 people are participating in singing. So what percentage is that? 16 5s are 80, 5 50, उसके बाद कितना आता है मेरे पास, 5 बच गया तो 16 3s are 48 और 2 बचा, 1/16 is 12.5, that is 125. So it is 53.125% of the people who will participate in singing as well among the guys who are less than 30 years old. That is the right answer for this question. एक बार आप लोग देख के मुझे बताइए, is there any doubt that you guys are having? Is this clearly understood or not? Please tell me. क्या समझ आ गई आप सब लोगों को मेरी बात? ये the right answer for this question is 53.125. First option is the correct answer for it. 53.125% of the people have participated in acting as well as singing when I talk about the people who are below 30 years of age. Right? Pushkar says no and then Pushkar says yes. Probably no means no doubt and yes means it is clear, I suppose. Others, please tell me fast. फटाफट आगे बढ़ेंगे. इसके बाद एक क्वेश्चन और इस सेट पे है and then we have another set and that will be all for the day. Rohit Kumar also says clear. Our marathon session is coming towards an end now. हर बार हो ही जाएगा मैक्सिमम लेने पे. नहीं कुणाल सोनी, वो तो हमने एक केस बना के देखा कि मैक्सिमम कितना हो सकता है. अगर ये 270 के बजाय मैक्सिमम 271 272 भी हो जाता तो इसका मतलब मुझे तो 270 चाहिए, तो एक या दो लोगों को मुझे कम करना पड़ता. अब वो कम मैं यहां से भी कर सकता था, वहां से भी. देन माय आंसर वुड हैव बिकम कैन नॉट बी डिटरमाइंड. तब मेरा आंसर सीबीडी हो जाता, कैन नॉट बी डिटरमाइंड. आई एम एबल टू डिटरमाइन इट ओनली बिकॉज द मैक्सिमम पॉसिबल हु कैन पार्टिसिपेट इन एक्टिंग एंड डांसिंग इज 270 ओनली, और वही उसने दे दिया क्वेश्चन में. देयरफॉर आई वाज एबल टू डू इट, अदरवाइज आई वुड नॉट हैव बीन एबल टू डू इट. चलो जी आगे बढ़ते हैं. लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. लेट्स सी हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू डू इट करेक्ट नाउ. After this set, we'll be doing a beautiful set. Once again, a cat type set. Though not very easy, of course, there is no point doing easy sets here. You generally do them in practice sessions, in practice tests, in mock tests and all. Here we'll be just discussing those kind of sets which are either moderate or slightly above moderate. But I'm sure that you will feel good after doing that set as well. It has some good concept in it. $75 plus 105 plus 90 is 270. So rest 85 will be singing. Probably I have to see the data to justify that to share. I think we can start doing this as well. If the number of employees aged less than 45 at the time of the fest was 381, so that means below this figure we have 381 people. Then the number of employees aged less than 45 who participated in both acting and singing was. इन दोनों में participate करने वाले कितने लोग हैं? Once again, it looks like कि इसका आंसर कैसे आ सकता है? How do we know that these 381 people, how many of them are here, how many of them are here? So let's check what is the maximum number of people or minimum number of people that can be there. So as we discussed in the very first question, the total number of tokens here is 160 plus 100, 260 plus 75 is 335. And 335 tokens का मतलब है 167 people will have 2 tokens each. One person will have a single token. So there are 168 people, right? 168 is the minimum number of people in this category. 168 is the minimum number of people in this category. Similarly, what about this category? Total number of tokens is 320 plus 105 is 425. 425 का मतलब है 212 plus 1. 213 people are there in this category minimum. 168 plus 213 is exactly 381. तो ये by mistake नहीं आ गया कि ये नंबर भी वही आ गया जो मिनिमम था. वो कहना चाह रहा है minimum number of people in this category is 168. Minimum number of people in this category is 213. So minimum number of people in these two categories together is 381. And the question also says there are 381 people. इसका सीधा मतलब वो ये कह रहा है कि मिनिमाइज कर दो लोगों को. So every person will have 2 tokens, but one guy here will have 1 token and one guy there will have 1 token. Question says, then how many people participated in both acting and singing? इन दोनों में participate करने वाले लोग कितने? The problem is, when I talk about this, that 167 people have 2 tokens each and one guy has a single token. 167 people have 2 tokens each. These 167 peoples might be having acting and dancing, acting and singing, singing and dancing. सारी possibilities हैं. But one person is going to have a single token. If this one person having a single token is from acting, the number of people in acting and singing would be different. But if this one person is from dancing, the number of people having acting and singing would be different. एक का फर्क आ जाएगा और वही एक का फर्क इधर भी आ सकता है. And because of that, I cannot answer this question and answer for this question would be cannot be determined. फिर बताता हूँ, छोटा करके बताता हूँ, थोड़ा आसान रहेगा आपको. कुछ लोगों के पास 4 टोकन्स हैं, कुछ लोगों के पास 6 टोकन्स हैं, कुछ के पास 5 टोकन्स हैं. टोटल नंबर ऑफ टोकन्स 15 हो गए. 15 tokens are there. What is the minimum number of people who would be having 15 tokens? Can I say 8? 7 people with 2 tokens each and 1 person with a single token. Now, when you have these 8 people, out of which 7 are having 2 tokens each and 1 guy is having 1 token. So those 7 guys having 2 tokens each and that 1 guy, who can be these guys? See, there is a possibility. मान लीजिए 2 लोगों के पास ये दोनों tokens और 3 लोगों के पास ये दोनों tokens हैं. राइट? 2 लोगों के पास ये दोनों टोकन्स हैं, 3 लोगों के पास ये दोनों टोकन्स हैं और 2 लोगों के पास ये दोनों टोकन्स हैं. So 2 people are having these 2 tokens, 3 people are having these 2 tokens and 2 people are having these 2 tokens. Right? Now 1 token of this category is left. So that one guy who is having a single token, he would be having a token of this category in this particular case. लेकिन मान लीजिए मैं इसको 3 कर देता हूं. ठीक है? इसको 3 नहीं, इसको मैं मान लीजिए 1 कर देता हूं, इसको 4 कर देता हूं, तो ये 2 हो जाएगा. अब यहां पे the single token left is of this category. Now I'll be having 1 person having a token of this category. So that ways I can make various possibilities for them. एक बार मैंने इसको लिया तो ये एक आदमी के पास ये टोकन है, वो लिया तो वो टोकन आ गया, ये भी आ सकता है किसी के पास टोकन. So various possibilities can exist and according to that only we can find the answer to this question. Therefore the answer is cannot be determined here. एक बार देख लीजिए, समझ आ गया मेरे ख्याल से. ये जो टोकन वाला है वो ही नहीं होता तो ये क्वेश्चन हो जाता. बिल्कुल कुणाल, अगर ये एक टोकन वाला मतलब यहां पे कोई ऑड नंबर ना होता तो फिर क्वेश्चन पूछता ही क्या हमसे. It would have been very easy question then. He's asking you this question only because of this. I'm sure you all have understood this as well. Now I bring to you the last set of this marathon session, which is again an LIDS session. And as I said, it's a beautiful set. We have already talked about it. सुंदर सा एक सेट है, शुरुआत करते हैं इससे. Please read it. I'll move ahead then. The last set of the day, Gaurav sir is also here now and he's going to do this set for you. So please, all of you read this data first.
बच्चे मुझे धक्का देके निकाल देंगे.
क्यों?
They want you.
No, they want the smarty guy. अभी कह रहे थे स्मार्ट वाले सर कहाँ गए? मैंने बोला उनका बाहर गए. आ रहे हैं.
मैं तरुण सर और ज्योति मैम को रोक रहा हूँ.
अच्छा. This is one of my favorite LRDI sets. Therefore, I'm discussing it with you. And as I said, pure cat type set. Cat में ऐसे set पूछते हैं. The fitness school marathon attracted 16 entrants, including the sports wizard this year. Each of the 5 houses, A, B, C, L, K, was represented by a team of 3 runners. And the field was made up by the sports wizard, Aditya. So he's saying that there are 5 teams, 5 houses. Each house has got 3 members. So that means 15 members. 16th member is Aditya. He is not belonging to any of the houses. He is the 16th member. The school houses were competing for the trophy. The number of points by each entrant would be equal to his finishing position. So basically there would be 16 finishing positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 16 would be 16 positions. And whatever their position is, that is the point scored by them. The 5 houses were tied for the cup, their totals being equal. An important point. The 5 houses were tied for the cup, their totals being equal. Although no 2 entrants tied for the same position. So 1 से 16 तक का जो भी सम आया, उसमें से एक तो रैंक आदित्य की आएगी. The remaining 15 ranks, 3 हर हाउस को मिलेंगी. वो कह रहा सब में टाई हो गया. Their sum is equal. In order to determine the order in which the houses would hold the cup, they multiplied the finisher's position. वो कह रहा पहले तो वो टाई हो रहा था जब उन्होंने सम निकाल के देखा. तो सम में अगर टाई हो रहा था, what did they do? They multiplied their positions then. कि चलो multiply करके देखते हैं. Right? The house with the smallest product, that is IMK, would hold the cup first and so on to the house with the largest product, IMA. तो IMK का जो product था वो सबसे कम आया. IMA का product सबसे ज़्यादा आया, which held its last. Unfortunately, B and C houses were still tied and had to be separated by the toss of coin. ये दोनों अभी भी टाई हो रहे थे और इनको टॉस कराना पड़ा हम लोगों को. आदित्य later noted that no house had 2 finishers in consecutive positions, although IMB would have achieved this had he not managed to get in between 2. किसी के पास भी 2 ऐसे रनर्स नहीं आए who have got an consecutive position like 1, 2 or 2, 3 or 3, 4 or something like this. But IM Bangalore would have achieved this had he not come between 2 of their runners. मतलब IM Bangalore के किसी 2 लोगों की रैंक ऐसी आई कि 2 और 4 आदित्य की रैंक 3, या 3 और 5 और आदित्य की रैंक 4, या 7 और 9 आदित्य की रैंक 8. So Aditya came between 2 of the runners of IM Bangalore. That means 2 runners of IM Bangalore were separated by just 2 numbers. उनमें 2 ही numbers का difference था. The 5 houses were tied for the cup, their totals being equal, although no 2 entrants tied for the same position. I think ये दोबारा लिखा हुआ है जो ऊपर लिखा हुआ था. And now I'll move ahead and start solving this set for all of you. I'm sure that all of you have read it now. तो आगे बढ़ जाते हैं हम लोग. तो ये सारा डेटा हमारे पास है. आफ्टर दैट देयर आर सम क्वेश्चंस हियर. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद दिस. बढ़िया क्वेश्चन है, ध्यान दीजिएगा. आई एम श्योर अभी तक का डेटा आप सबको क्लियर हो गया है. प्लीज कीप आस्किंग मी वट एवर क्वेश्चंस यू हैव और वट एवर डाउट्स आर देयर. द रैंक्स आर 1 2 3 4 5 up to 14 15 16. What is the sum of all these ranks? 16 into 17 divided by 2. So that is equal to 136. Aditya's rank. First thing, the question said that every house had the same sum of ranks. So there are 5 houses, they all have same sum of ranks. So can I say total sum of the ranks of 5 houses is a multiple of 5? That means from the total sum of all the ranks, if I take out Aditya's rank, the remaining sum will be a multiple of 5 so that it can be divided into 5 equal parts. So can I say rank of Aditya can be 1 or 6 or 11 or 16? Tell me first, is this point clear? जब तक आप लिखेंगे मैं इसको रिपीट भी कर देता हूं. I am saying sum of the 16 ranks is 136. इसमें से कोई एक रैंक आदित्य की होगी. आफ्टर टेकिंग आउट दैट रैंक ऑफ आदित्य, जो टोटल बचेगा दैट मस्ट बी इक्वली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड इन 5 पार्ट्स बिकॉज सबका सम इक्वल आता है. सो दैट मस्ट बी ए मल्टीपल ऑफ 5. तो 136 में से आदित्य की रैंक माइनस करके जो सम बचेगा इट शुड बी ए मल्टीपल ऑफ 5. सो रैंक ऑफ आदित्य कैन बी 1 और 6 और 11 और 60. राइट. आफ्टर दैट ही ऑल्सो सेज, कहां गया वो पॉइंट एक. हाँ, Aditya noticed that no 2 houses had finishers in consecutive positions, although IMB would have achieved this had he not managed to get in between 2 of their runners. Aditya came in between 2 of the runners of IIM Bangalore. So how can his rank be 1 or 16? उसकी रैंक 1 और 16 भी नहीं हो सकती क्योंकि 1 और 16 दो नंबर्स के बीच में नहीं आ सकते ना. 1 and 16 cannot be in the middle of 2 numbers. वरना अगर IIM बेंगलोर के दो लोगों के बीच में 1 आ रहा तो उन दोनों की रैंक क्या है यार. अगर दोनों के बीच में अगर 16 आ रहा तो उन दोनों की रैंक्स क्या है. वी वुड नॉट बी एबल टू कैलकुलेट दैट. सो बाय दैट लॉजिक आई एम सेइंग आदित्य विल नॉट बी हैविंग ए रैंक ऑफ 1 और 16. सो हिज रैंक वुड बी ईदर 6 और 11. नाउ वी कैन ट्राई विद एनी वन ऑफ दैम. 6 या 11 किसी से भी मैं ट्राई करता हूं. फॉर ए मोमेंट नाउ आई एम जस्ट चेंजिंग द कलर आल्सो. लेट अस से Aditya's rank is 6. If Aditya's rank is 6, 136 minus 6 is 130. So the total of each house, A, B, C, L, K, the total of each house will be 26. That is 130 divided by 5. Right everyone? अगर आदित्य की रैंक 6 है तो 6 को अगर मैं लेके चलता हूं तो 130 ही टोटल आना चाहिए सभी का. आई एम श्योर this is clear. 130 is the sum of all of their ranks and they all have equal sums. 130 by 5 is 26 each. 26 26 26 26 26. एक और बात उसने बोली, ये 6 जो है ये IIM बेंगलोर के दो लोगों के बीच में है. तो IIM बेंगलोर जो है their ranks would be 5 7 and 26 minus 5 and 7 is 14. So the ranks of the 3 people of IIM Bangalore should be 5 7 and 14. Correct? टोटल सम 130. एवरीवन हैज अ सम ऑफ 26. और अगर 6 दो के बीच में है तो वो 5 और 7 होने चाहिए. 5 plus 7 is 12. 26 minus 12 is 14. So 5, 7 और 14 आ जाती हैं तीनों रैंक्स IIM बेंगलोर की. क्वेश्चन सेड कि जब सम इक्वल आ गए थे दे फाउंड द प्रोडक्ट ऑफ देयर रैंक्स. और जब उन्होंने प्रोडक्ट ऑफ रैंक्स निकाला उसके बावजूद B and C वर स्टिल टाइड. That means product of the ranks of B and C should be still same. Product of the ranks of B and C should be same. How is that possible? Product of the ranks of B has 2 7s in it. 7 भी आ गया, 14 भी आ गया. How can the product of the ranks of C be a multiple of 7 twice? और तो कोई 7 का multiple है ही नहीं 1 से 16 तक. From 1 to 16 there are only 2 numbers which are multiples of 7. One is 7, one is 14. 7 is there with IIM Bangalore. 14 is there with IIM Bangalore. So their product is a multiple of 7 square actually. But the product of IMC, how can it be equal to that of IMB? वो तो 7 square क्या 7 का भी multiple नहीं हो सकता because there is no other rank which is a multiple of 7. I hope you all got my point. ये सबको समझ आ गई ये बात. This straight away says that our assumption is wrong. And what was our assumption? Our assumption was that Aditya is ranked 6. वो अगर गलत हो जाएगी तो इसका मतलब ये सब मैं यहां से हटा देता हूं. आदित्य इज नॉट रैंक्ड 6, सो आदित्य मस्ट बी रैंक्ड 11 नाउ. अब तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं बचा है. आदित्य मस्ट बी रैंक्ड 11. If Aditya is ranked 11, the remaining sum is 125. If the remaining sum is 125, that means each one of them has a sum of 25 only. Each one of them has a sum of 25 only. Please tell me guys through the chat box, is it absolutely clear to everyone? I repeat, it's a brilliant set from CAT's perspective. I mean, exactly these kind of questions would be asked to you in CAT also. और शुरू की मेहनत इनमें लगती है, लेकिन it straight away gives you 5 questions. 5 questions in LRDI, you all know probably. 5 questions is approximately 85 percentile in LRDI, 85-90 percentile. 90%. Last year it was 90 percentile, Gaurav sir tells me. मतलब एक सेट 40 मिनट में अगर आप कर रहे हो तो 90 percentile उस पे आ जा रहा है. Worth doing.
15 पे exactly 90 percentile.
So now once again let's come back to this. So अब बेंगलोर की फिर से बात करता हूं. If Aditya is ranked 11, right? तो इसका मतलब बेंगलोर के 2 लोगों की रैंक क्या है? बिकॉज आदित्य मैनेज्ड टू गेट इन बिटवीन 2 ऑफ द रनर्स. तो इसका मतलब 10 and 12 आर दी 2 रैंक्स. 25 में से 10 और 12 माइनस कर दीजिए 22, तो बचा कितना आपके पास? 3. सो 10, 12 and 3 आर दी रैंक्स ऑफ द पीपल फ्रॉम आई एम बेंगलोर. दैट मीन्स देयर प्रोडक्ट इज 360. देयर प्रोडक्ट इज 360. So that means IIM Calcutta is tied with that. तो IIM Calcutta के भी ranks का product जो है वो 360 होना चाहिए. Now it's more of hit and trial I would say. कि अच्छा यहाँ भी product 360 चाहिए मुझे, और ranks में से मेरे पास अब 11 available नहीं है, 12 available नहीं है, 10 नहीं है, 3 नहीं है. So 16 क्या मैं ले सकता हूँ? 16 से तो 360 डिवाइड ही नहीं होता. I can't take 16. Can I take 15? Yes. 15 से 360 divisible है. Can I take 14? No. 13? No. 12 is already there, 11 is already gone, 10 is already gone. तो अब बचेगा ही नहीं और कुछ 360 बनाने के लिए. एक तो लेना ही पड़ेगा ना मुझे ऊपर का नंबर. So that means this must be 15. 15 से 360 को डिवाइड करो, it gives you 24. So product of these 2 ranks should be 24 and their sum should be 10 because total sum is 25. सीधा दिख जाता है 6 and 4. 15, 6 and 4 will also give you 360. So अब एक बार मैं रैंक लिख देता हूं कि बच कौन कौन सी गई हैं. We are left with 1, 2, 3 is gone, 4 is gone, 5, 6 is gone, 7, 8, 9, 10 is gone, 11 is gone, 12 is gone, 13, 14, 15 is gone and 16. Now these are the remaining ranks for the other people now. Okay? We got 15, 6 and 4. क्रिश 18 तो रैंक ही नहीं है ना हम लोगों के पास. 18, 8, 3 नहीं ले सकते, उसमें तो काफी ही गलतियां हैं. 18 + 8 + 3 25 नहीं बनता. 18 × 8 × 3 360 नहीं बनता. 18 वैसे भी नहीं है. सो प्रोबेबली यू आर डूइंग समथिंग एक्सट्रीमली रॉन्ग हियर. सो दीज आर द रैंक्स रिमेनिंग विद अस. अब इनको कैसे फिगर आउट करेंगे, कौन सा क्या बनेगा? देखिए टोटल 25 बनना चाहिए, पहली बात. और दूसरी बात ये कि IIM Calcutta, सॉरी IIM Kozhikode, they would hold the cup first क्योंकि उनका लार्जेस्ट प्रोडक्ट है, और उसके बाद IIM अहमदाबाद they have held it last, उसका लोएस्ट प्रोडक्ट है. तो एक काम करते हैं, 1 will go with someone. अब 1 जिसके साथ भी जाएगा उन रैंक्स का सम बनेगा 24 because total sum has to be 25. So how can you make 24 from here? देखिए जरा 1 के साथ 16 + 8 can make 24. 14 + nothing, 13 + nothing, 24 और किसी की तरीके से बनेगा ही नहीं. The only possibility is 1, 8 and 16. So 1, 8 और 16 किसी के पास आएगा? किसके पास आएगा? करंटली वी डू नॉट नो, बट 1, 8 और 16 किसी के पास आने वाला है. 15 कैसे आया समझ नहीं आया क्रिश? देखिए द प्रोडक्ट ऑफ IIM Calcutta's रैंक शुड ऑल्सो बी इक्वल टू 360. वो 360 होना चाहिए. अब 360 अगर मुझे चाहिए तो कौन सा नंबर मैं ले सकता हूं? 16 का वो मल्टीपल नहीं है 360. 15 का मल्टीपल है, 14 का नहीं है, 13 का नहीं है, 12 I cannot take, it is already with Bangalore. 11 I cannot take, it is already with Aditya. 10 I cannot take, already with B. So ultimately बचता ही क्या है? 10 के नीचे आप जाओगे तो सम ही 25 नहीं बनेगा. The maximum possible sum is 9 + 8 + 7, which is 24. So to make 25, you need a rank above 9, and that's only 15, which can divide 360. So और कोई चारा ही नहीं था हम लोगों के पास. Yes. So 1, 8, 16 is one of the possibilities. What next? 2 के साथ जरा आप देख लेते हैं कैसे बनेगा. 2 के साथ आई नीड 23 मोर टू मेक इट 25. 23 कैसे बनेगा? 14 plus 9 is 23. 13 plus कुछ नहीं बन रहा, so that means the other possibility is 2, 9, 14. So 2, 9, 14 is the other possibility. जो एक आपके पास बच गया, that is 5, 7, 13. Question is which one of them is I am A, which one of them is I am K. ये कैसे पता लगेगा? एक सीधा सा तरीका है. I am A has the smallest product. It must be 1816. Smallest product is there. It must be 1816. I am K has the largest product. कौन सा largest product आ रहा है यहाँ पे? 14 into 9, 126 into 2 is 252. And 35 into 13, 5, 7, 13. So 5, 7, 13 will be here. And 2, 9, 14 would be here. That's it. Can you explain this table once again? Oh God, will be very difficult, Anand. अब वापस दोबारा सारा करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा. 13, 7, 5 and 9, 2, 14. Yes, I think वो मिल ही गया हम लोगों को. So once this table is complete, we can just do the questions now. So the possible position of Aditya. So I made the table over here. The possible position of Aditya, as we say that it is only 11. We have got the answer. So 11 is the answer for that. The possible position of IMC, they are 4, 6 and 15. So it is given in option A. That's our answer. The product of IMK is 1 into 8 into 16. अच्छा, IMK was smallest. अच्छा, प्रोडक्ट में उसने लिखा था स्मॉलेस्ट जिसके पास प्रोडक्ट होगा दे विल होल्ड द कप. सो आई एम के मैंने उल्टा कर दिया शायद. वो ए और के को आप प्लीज चेंज कर लीजिएगा, इंटरचेंज. ओ यस, सैम हैज रिटन दैट एज वेल. के शुड बी स्मॉलेस्ट, ए लार्जेस्ट प्रोडक्ट. हाँ, शुरू में मैंने मेरे ख्याल से उल्टा लिख दिया उसको. एनीवेज 1816 दैट इज इक्वल टू 128. इट इज ऑप्शन ई. प्रोडक्ट ऑफ आई एम ए 5, 7, 13 विच इज इक्वल टू 455. एंड फाइनली आई एम एल्स पोजिशंस आर 2, 9 and 14 which is option B. Okay guys, so that was the last question from our side and that's the end of this marathon session for today. Vikrant sir is not currently with us in the office. He has gone back, but I and Gaurav sir are there. I'm sure that this session must have been useful for all of you. Any kind of queries, you can of course go and watch this video again. It will be available to you in recorded format. So anytime you can watch it. Any questions are there, you can put in them in the comment section. Before the CAT date, we'll make sure that we answer all your queries. And
yes, like this session will be available in the recorded format on YouTube. So Anant, you asked to repeat this. So I would request you to just look at the recording and everything will be sorted for you. Also, last 4 days, today is Wednesday. So if I'll not include Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 days are left. So a lot of people have asked me when we should be writing our last mock. So we believe that tomorrow should be the last date when you should be writing your mock. So no, do not write any mock after tomorrow, right? This is one thing. Next is keep things light, keep reading things, just revising 2 or 3 hours in a day. Do not overexert yourself in these last few days. Otherwise, things may go in different direction. All right. So with this, we at BYJU'S Exam Prep wish all of you all the very best for your CAT examination. Do well and definitely catch us live on 26th of November for the live analysis of every slot of CAT 2023.
So you can find the schedule on YouTube as well as on the app. So what we are doing, we are having the analysis of the first session at around 12:30. For second session, the
4:30.
I'm at 4:30. Third one is 8:30, and the first impression is at different timings. So there is a first impression of each slot where we just talk about.
So it's 1.5 hour before that.
हाँ, वो छोटा सा एक सेशन होगा जिसमें हम लोग 10-15 मिनट बताएंगे क्या कुछ आया था, और एनालिसिस में जो है we will be discussing the memory based questions and all of those. So जो you'll just find that schedule on the app. तो 26 को पूरा दिन ही मिलते रहेंगे and all the very best from our side, guys. Okay. So thank you very much, guys. So that's it for the day.
Lovely having all of you here. All the very best.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.